Welcome to a glorious sunny Silverstone for the opening round, the first ever Touring Car Endurance Series, brought to you by Creventic. 41 cars lined up in spring sunshine on the grid here at Silverstone, with our reigning champions from Mehmet Ogilvy Racing on the front row with their Seat. But it's Bob Herber's car that's going to be starting from pole positions. Touring car racing for 24 hours is a relatively rare thing, and we think Creventic's onto another winner here at Silverstone. So let's go down the grid and take a look at the cars and the drivers who are going out to do battle here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. So I'm just going over to the car in pole position. Don't forget the whole front row, both two cars that qualified first and second were found to have the wrong ride height. But the man who's taken pole position will start from pole, Bob Herber, in your BMW. Good place to start the race?
It's the best place to start the race, but it's a better place to enter the race.
Yeah, better place to be there at 23 hours and 59. But your car looked really good through qualifying and night practice.
Yeah, qualifying went very well. Night practice we had some minor issues with the lights, but we solved the problem, so moderated it would be okay.
Well, very best of luck to you, Martin Lanting, Christoph Ulrich and Stephen Licorice, international crew in a great-looking car. 23 and a bit hours to go. Good luck. Now we're going to go over to the Ogilvy Racing, the dual racing car. 3 Mutrans on board, but let us find the driver who's starting the car. Here he is on the far side, and it's Phil Quaife. Let's just push through here. Phil, you're looking very cool and calm in the spring sunshine, but you've raced here before, but none of your co-drivers have raced at Silverstone.
Yeah, I've raced here many times over the last few years. But yeah, my teammates never been here before, so Thursday was quite interesting, trying to get those guys up to speed. But they've done a good job over the course of the weekend so far, and here we are on the grid, P1, alongside the BMW M3, and looking forward to the race. Now, a lot of these Seat Leon TCR racers, we know they're good over short distances. Are they going to last the full 24? Yeah, absolutely. Seat have really developed a fantastic car, and we won the championship in it last year. Very rarely do we have a reliability issue. Our team obviously prepared the car extremely well, and I hope that the car's going to run smoothly throughout the 24 hours, and we're there at the end to fight for the overall victory. Well, best of luck to you and the 3 Mutran brothers. It's good to see you wearing sunglasses before the race, because it's absolutely glorious here. Now, let's go over to another Seat TCR racer, and it's entered by Team Planet, which is Sebastian Blekemolen's team, and he's just moving over to the pit wall. So let's have a quick word. Sebastian, your backpack says anything is possible. That's a very good thing to be having, but what are your thoughts going into the race?
Well, they're expecting rain suddenly, so that will be different comparing to last week, because it was pretty good, the weather. It will be a long race for sure. The car is okay, so it's a reliable car, so I think we can make it till the end, but you never know.
It was very cold last night. Are we expecting the same?
I think so. And tomorrow in the afternoon it will be quite warm, I've heard. So it will be challenging for the tires in the night, especially to heat them up in the back for us with the front-wheel drive.
Well, that's what you're there to do, race and to think. Good luck, Sebastian. So now we've gone BMW, Seat, BMW, and we're coming over the team starting 4th on the grid, which is Saxon Motorsport with their 135D GTR. Let's find the start driver. It should be Dave Robinson. Where is Dave? He's disappeared. I saw him 10 minutes. Oh, he's here. He was right here waiting for me. So, Dave, great conditions to line up. 24-hour racing. What do you think of it?
It's great. Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, I've did the Barcelona round last year with Creventic, and it was a really good experience. So it's good to be back this year. And it's nice to be part of the touring car grid as well. So for us to line up P4 is a nice place to start in the British summertime. Sun shines out as well, so it's looking good, and we're feeling pretty positive.
Now, obviously, when you raced in Barcelona with Creventic last year, it was GT3 cars, everything, and touring cars. This is purely touring cars. Is this the way to go?
I think so. It's just a bit nicer for us. You know, we're now racing. We were racing for 15th overall there, and first the touring car class. And for us now to be racing just against, the Seats and the boys that we're the similar pace to is really exciting, and it means that everything that's happening is for position. So it's looking good, and it's going to be a good race, I think.
With the Creventic races, you're always drawing together different groups of drivers. How well do you know your crew?
I know them well now. We've done Barcelona, obviously. round of the VLN at the Nürburgring before that. So I know the Saxon Motorsport guys really well, and they've been a great team as well. So it's good to have them here. It's good to have the sponsors here behind me as well. So we're all set. Everyone's pleased to watch it.
Go and shake their pockets. Good luck. So that's starting fourth on the grid. Now let's see. Push our way. Great crowds out here on the grid. Fabulous to see these grid walks. I see Corroyser over there. I'll come to him in a minute. But let's go to Bas Curtin Racing. And I see a driver of my sort of height, actually. Martin van der Berge. So, nice conditions before we go racing here at Silverstone.
It's a beautiful weather, isn't it? It's just perfect for the track and the car and the driver. So I think we'll have a good time out there.
How has qualifying and practice been? Quite a few teams have had a few little problems. Has yours been running well?
It's been running well during practice and qualify. I think we had a good team good prepared. The car preparation was perfect. So we had no issues at all. So we're here to drive and finish the race.
That's absolutely the key. Best of luck, Martin. Have a good race. Now we're going over to a team photo over here. This is Corroyser Racing, their BMW M3. And we're looking for Tom Webb. Where has Tom gone? Just Cor's in the photo at the moment. Right, well, Tom isn't here, so let's go and talk to Cor, the man who drives, he runs the cars. You're always the busiest man in a 24-hour race, aren't you, Cor?
Except from catering, I'm not doing that.
You've given up the catering?
Yes, I did. But I'm the truck driver now also.
Do they let you sleep, or not until about Tuesday?
No, it's an all-nighter, and we stay awake all the time.
Okay, now, I established Tom Webb is starting the car. Is he just gone to do what drivers do before the race?
Always, he has to get the minimum wage, so that's important.
There we are. It might be 24-hour racing, but it's all about the detail, minimum weight. Remember that. Cor, thank you very much. Best of luck to you and to Dale Bennett. So, getting down to minimum weight. We all know that feeling. Right, we're crossing over now. Altran, they brought two beautifully prepared 208s. Let's see. Number 205 is the better placed. Just trying to see who's starting. Sébastien Dussulet, about to start the race. You looking forward to this?
Don't speak English, sorry.
Okay, he says he doesn't speak English. He does a bit, but okay. We're getting a translator. What are Sébastien's thoughts before the start?
Sébastien, quelles sont tes pensées avant le départ? À quoi tu penses?
À quoi je pense? Je fais le vide, j'essaie de rester concentré quand même pour faire le moins de bêtises possible et ramener la voiture au bout.
Staying very focused and very concentrated. Try to bring the car for the first relay as much as possible for the other drivers.
Now, what about his thoughts of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit?
Tes avis sur le circuit de Silverstone?
C'est un circuit magnifique, qui est rapide, qui est... Tous les pilotes voudraient venir rouler une fois ici. Je pense que c'est mythique comme Spa-Francorchamps, comme tous ces grands circuits.
Very quick circuit, very mythic, very... all the drivers would love to drive in Silverstone as well as Spa-Francorchamps. It's a mythic racetrack, really.
Well, bonne chance à Sébastien. So a little bit of translation there to help us out. Now we're moving across to 335, which is yet another BMW from Sorgren Sport. Just going to come around and see who the start driver is. Near collision on the grid. That was me colliding.
It's Frederick Newmark.
Okay, and we got Frederick Newmark, one of many, many Danish drivers in the race, but he's just being strapped in, so I'll just have to describe the car for now. It's got a Kiwi on the roof, on the little aerial on the top, I believe, because we've got a Kiwi driver on board, Maurice O'Reilly. We'll have a chat with him later. Now, Frederick, you're strapped in. Are you comfortable for the opening stint?
Yeah, I am very comfortable. We're looking forward to it. That'll be great.
Conditions quite nice and warm at the moment.
Yeah, it is. When you come to England, you think it's going to be a rainy day, but yeah, for the moment it's really nice weather, so hopefully it stays on.
Stay focused. Have a good race. Thank you very much. Frederick Newmark in the 335 BMW. Okay, so plenty of cars to get through. That's probably about the first 8 or so, but moving across to 111, which is a track club car. Let's find out who's starting this. Number 11, Seat. You the start driver? Yeah. And you are? Adam McKay. Well, he's the man who entered the car. It's only fair. A lot of Seats in the race. They really seem to be dominating this form of touring car endurance racing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the grid's probably more than half full of Seats, to be honest. But it makes it good racing, close racing, and I think at the end of the 24 hours, I don't think there's going to be much between a lot of the Seats. So, yeah, it's good.
But when you have lots of cars of the same sort, can you afford to sort of, not cruise, but just be away from your best pace for the first few hours? Or have you got to really go for it?
I think, you're obviously not going to be on your best pace, but you can't really afford to cruise either. So it's just about finding that balance. I think a lot of people will probably sort of just find a comfortable pace that's as close to their reference lap time as they can get and go from there. I mean, it's a long race, so I think it's just a case of pacing yourself and making it to the finish.
But it's only touring cars, so you're not mixed in with the GT3s and other faster sports cars, so I guess that helps.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's not going to be things flying past you at an extreme rate of knots. But then again, the fact that everyone's sort of a similar speed makes it a lot more difficult to pass, and it makes it harder to judge whether someone's a lot faster than you or not. So there's sort of pros and cons, but ultimately I think it will be easier, yeah.
It's a game of chess. Enjoy it, Adam. So we get across to the second of our Altran Peugeot 208s, and this one is number 208. Let's see who's on board. Who have we got? I just have to come in round the corner. So we have Guillaume Romain. Guillaume, do you speak a bit of English?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so what are your thoughts? Beautiful cars, these Peugeots. Are they going to be strong for 24 hours?
Yeah, the car is very strong for 24 hours. Normally it's a car strong for this kind of race, 12 or 24. Normally it's a good point for us.
Now, do you have 4 or 5 drivers in your car?
We are 5 drivers. So it's going to be a little bit easier for us. Normally we are 4, but at this time we are 5. And we have an English guy with Bradley Philippot.
We've seen him around the pits. Anyhow, who's going in second? You're leading off.
I'm leading off, and after it's Stéphane Vantaja.
Okay, we'll catch you in the pits.
Okay.
Have a good start.
Thank you.
So now we crisscross over to 155, yet another Seat TCR. Motor Easy Racing, number 155. It's white with sort of turquoise on the side. And who's on board? Who's starting for us?
My name's Joe Fulbrook for the Motor Easy team.
So Joe Fulbrook leading it off. 24-hour racing. Is this the way to go for your career?
No idea. This is the first race, first 24-hour race. I've been doing sprint car racing for many years. So me and a lot of the guys that have been doing the sprint car racing have decided to have a go at something different.
So how can you practice if you've never done one before? Have you been staying up late at night recently?
Yeah, mainly through worry, though, rather than anything else,
Well, best of luck. Hope you paced it. Eat lots of bananas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was, well, hold on, a bright red Seat TCR. Let's see who's on board. Now everybody's sort of getting... Yeah, well, let's find out who's on board. It's the multicoloured helmet. Does that mean that's Alberto Vescovi? Good to see you. Great helmet. How did you get that design?
Like a helmet or Berger, Gerhard Berger. You remember?
Yes, I do remember. But just to describe, for those who are watching on radio, he's got every flag on his helmet. It looks absolutely brilliant. Your car looks fantastic as well. These Seat TCRs do look good.
It's very good. It's very good.
Now, how well do you know Silverstone, Alberto?
Good. This track is good.
This track is good. The car is good. Best of luck. Alberto Vescovi leading off in that. Now, the car we're going to next is number 144. And that is the car that should have been starting on pole position. But I'm afraid 3 of the top 6 qualifiers ended up getting pushed back because of a ride height problem, ride height infringement. And I'm just going to shove my way in. Thanks, guys, for a last word before the start of the race with Adam Jones starting a bit further back than planned.
Yeah, unfortunately there's a bit of a technical infringement in scrutineering. But, we'll just make the best job of what we can do from here.
So what, first place in about 4 laps' time?
If it was a sprint race, potentially, but obviously I need to sort of, pace myself and not take any risks. So, we'll see how we go.
Well, welcome back to the cockpit. Adam's had a few years away, and it's good to have you back. Is this the start of a full-time return?
Brilliant, thanks so much. Hopefully we can do some more of this, and it's good to see everybody. It's good to be back.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. So that is Adam Jones. And another car that should have been on the front row is the 303, one of our favourite cars. It looks brilliant. And it's one of the Broikers at the wheel. It's Rick Broikers. So let's have a quick word with Rick. Rick, like the 144, you're starting a bit further back.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were 3 millimeters too low, so now we're starting in the back of the class. But I think the race is 24 hours long, so we can make it up.
You can. You've got a big smile on your race. It's great racing as a sort of family team with your father as well.
Yeah, it's great. We have a good communication, and we can talk about the car very easy. So I think that's a good thing, yeah.
Best of luck then, Rick. So we're going... I'm just going to go jump a row because I've got to get off the grid shortly. I'm going to go to 154, which is the leading Cup 1 car. And it's Richard Abra. They've just closed the door. Maybe we can get a very quick word with Richard, a driver who's won this race before. OK, I have to get off the grid. Very quick word from you, Richard. You're starting quite a way back, but leading the class.
Yeah, we hope to do something here, as you know, this race.
So let me throw up to John Hindhoff as I have to get off the grid. And John, hopefully, will guide us around a lap of the Silverstone circuit.
Well, I'm not sure I'm the most qualified to do that, even in our comms books, because Rob Barth is alongside me. But the Silverstone circuit, well known by us and possibly slightly taken for granted by the British audience. Great to hear the comments from the continental drivers and those who've come from further afield who really appreciate coming to this historic circuit here right in the centre of England. And we've managed even to roll out decent weather for this as well. The current home of the British Grand Prix, and so much racing here down through the years. A circuit in this configuration that will be familiar to many, with 18 corners as described on the track map. And of course we're starting on the classic start-finish straight. We're just to the right here, off to a very fast right-hand. Even for these touring cars, Rob, this first part of the track, very, very important indeed.
Sector 1, Copse, Maggots, Beckett's, then through Chapel at turn 6, down the Hanger Straight, 280 kilometres an hour before braking for turn 7 at Stowe. Then we come down into the Vale and Club sections, coming onto the new start-finish straight, and then two fabulous corners, John. Abbey, turn 11, Farm, turn 12, both really quick before coming into the second of those slow stadium sections. Coming out through and onto the Wellington Straight, and then the final two corners, Brooklands, Luffield, and finishing the lap through Woodcote.
And back onto the start-finish straight with the entrance to the pit on the right-hand side. No fuelling in the pit lane, so that means it all happens in the garages. Just over 5.8 kilometres around Silverstone. Well, an exceptionally well-ordered grid walk with the fans now back behind the wall. Rob Barth and Paul Truswell alongside me, John Hindhoff, as we're getting ready for the start of the race, and our countdown to green continues for a little while. Paul, some thoughts for you on the possible pace and what we might see in the next 24 hours, other than the obvious lots of very close quarters racing?
It was funny talking to some of the drivers down in the build-up. I had a quick walk down the pit lane, and they're all saying the same thing. They all say, we want this to be a really boring race. Now, I know what they mean, but it's not. It's not going to be a boring race. It's going to be a thrilling race. But they all want to stay out of trouble. They're all saying we don't want to get involved with any excitement. We're going to, when we start braking, we're going to have a quick look in the mirror, see if there's anybody on a barrel behind us. Keep out of the way of anybody who's going quickly. And we just want to make it a nice, straightforward race. Keep out of the pits. Most of the teams will be running to a particular minimum reference lap time, a particular schedule for their laps. And what they're going to be trying to do is to get within 90-95% of those lap times every time around, and only come into the pits when the car needs refuelling or the driver needs to change. Car needs to be refueled probably about every hour and a quarter, something like that. The drivers are only allowed to drive for 2 hours, and then they have to come in and have a rest. At the end of it, they will have done at least 500 laps, possibly 600, but I don't think they're going to quite get to 600. It'll be 500 and something laps, I reckon. There's the 1 minute board. The tension is building, John.
And Rob, the spectre of reference times, you've had to deal with it in the Hankook 24 hours. It's about consistency. All endurance racing is about consistency, but you've got to be consistently quick here.
Sure, the drivers, John, won't be driving slowly, that's for sure. They'll be pushing really hard through the first two sectors on the assumption that they run into traffic in the third sector. So we may hear, if we ride on board with any of the drivers, them blending out of the throttle down the Wellington Straight as they look to complete their third sector. But the drivers will be pushing very hard, particularly through that first Maggots, Beckett's, Chapel and onto the Hanger Straight. So, yep, 30 seconds now till the pace car moves away.
So the Mercedes-Benz safety car is ready to take them around. It'll be a pace car for the moment, and if we see it again, it'll be a safety car. It'll be very unusual because, of course, we use code 60. I'll count down to green, almost over here, as we are getting ready for the inaugural running of the Hankook 24 hours of Silverstone, the first ever round of the Touring Car Endurance Series. It is, although, the third round, of course, of the International Endurance Series. It is a point-scoring round for those drivers and teams who take part in the whole of the series. We've already had Dubai, we've already had Mugello a couple of weeks ago. None of the big cars are here, but that doesn't affect the point scoring in terms of what is going on for the guys out there. A very brave cameraman standing right in the middle of the start grid. Now there's a car to watch as it crosses the line. The number 246 had some problems. That's the ABBA Commercials with Roll Centre car. Richard will be starting that one.
Kan het half houden? Nee, inderdaad, zo'n beeld kom ik op uithalen. Nee, je moet echt veel meer dan dat ook daar. Nee, je moet de lijn hebben. De lijn
So, very, very close to the start then of this Silverstone 24 hours with two warming up laps. It's Johnny Palmer, Rob Barth and Paul Trustwell to take you through the opening exchanges at least of this, which could be an epic, because although we have sunshine at the moment, I've heard forecast of rain, and heavy rain at that, from 10 p.m. tonight through to the early hours of tomorrow morning. And Creventic events often are running pretty dry conditions, although we had horrendous rain last year at Zandvoort. That happened on the Friday and actually didn't affect the race. So some of these teams may not be used to racing in tricky conditions, changeable conditions across the 24 hours. And previously the 24 hours at Silverstone has also been affected by fog as well here in the centre of the UK. It is a former airfield, so there's not a great deal of infrastructure around here, and therefore with it being relatively level land, it does draw some fog in the early hours of the morning. So the Seats, the TCRs, are clearly the strongest cars here this weekend, but three of them have been put further down the grid. So it's the pole position for the BMW E90 M3. The 102 car, which is Bob Herber run, and indeed Bob Herber driven for this. The SP Touring car then, that will take the start at the head of the order, and it'll start alongside the Memak Ogilvy dual racing car, defending champions, team champions from the Creventic series in their Seat Leon Cup Racer. And that car did pass the ride height test at the end of qualifying yesterday. So a couple of TCR cars starting second and third, the other of those being the 127 machine, Sebastian Blekemolen driven. And we heard from Sebastian on the grid with Bruce Jones, the Dutch squad running their Seat Leon Cup Racer, ahead of the Saxon Motorsport run BMW 135D, the GTR of David Robertson. So SP Touring car from TCR from SP Touring car. Then there's another TCR machine driven by Martin van der Berge, before we see a whole gaggle of A3 cars. Tom Webb, Sebastian Dussel and Frederick Nymark are the next cars on the grid. It's the Hankook 24 hours at Silverstone with Johnny Palmer, Rob Barth and Paul Truswell. We'll hear from Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley down in the pit lane very shortly as well. But this great line of cars working its way now towards the end of the Wellington Straight, with the front of this queue already back towards the grid. I think there will be one more green flag lap. Yes, indeed there will. The 102 car goes over the line. Driven by Bob Herber for this opening stint. I sense, though, Rob, that Phil Quaife will have the bit between his teeth for the first few hours, depending on how long they put them in the car for. But Phil, very impressive in qualifying yesterday.
And of course, Phil is very experienced as well. Unlike most of the drivers in the field of the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone, Phil does know this Northamptonshire circuit like the back of his hand. As a McLaren GT driver, he's driven here a number of times in big GT events, and you know, he's part of the family now, part of the Moutran family. He's engaged to their team manageress, and yeah, he'll be looking to really push hard at the start.
The advantage that he has, of course, Rob, is that he's not on with a minimum reference lap time. Because he's in the TCR class, he can drive the car as fast as he can. Now, Bob Herber, number 102, the pole position guy, is going to be limited to 2 minutes 18 seconds on his minimum reference lap time. So we don't necessarily expect him to be mixing it in the early laps of the race. Similarly, David Robinson in 117 on the second row of the grid, he's limited to a 2 minutes 19 second lap time. So don't be entirely surprised if in the early stages the TCR cars do pop up to the front, because they are not limited by minimum reference lap times. They're going to be right down in the 2 minute 16s straight away from the get-go, and that will get them into the lead. So even though the grid has those two SP Touring cars at the front first two rows, I think they'll be slipping back fairly early on, but it's nothing to worry about. It's just the way the regulations handicap different cars in different ways.
But the other thing we need to look out for is Adam Jones and Rick Broikers, Lucas Orrick, all in TCR cars, Alberto Vescovi as well. But the ones that were pushed back down the grid because of that ride height infringement are going to be wasting no time at all slicing their way through the A3 traffic. And bear in mind, A3 cars start 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th on this grid. It should be relatively easy for those TCR cars to get through, but they will have to pick their moments. You really want to be going single file through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel Curve where possible on the opening lap. But then again, a TCR car versus an A3 machine should be able to get past pretty easily. So this could be a very interesting run through that allegedly single file moment onto the Hangar Straight. The 303 car is Rick Broikers, looking very relaxed behind the wheel, as he did yesterday in night practice as well. So he's very familiar with this circuit now, both in full daylight and full darkness. As the cars now come up towards Village Corner and then the loop. This is relatively new section introduced in 2010 and very technical, Rob.
Very good overtaking opportunity there as the cars come through Abbey and Farm, both high-speed corners. They then come into the stadium section here, and yeah, an ideal opportunity for an overtake in the race. And this is the area where the clerk of the course has asked the drivers to go from single file into 2x2. And there, as we look at that lovely back shot, we see that box section forming up. 40 cars plus on the grid, with the final car as the roll centre BMW, and it'll be fascinating to watch their progress over the first hour of the race or so.
Yeah, fingers crossed the drive shaft holds for the first half an hour. They have not had the best of luck in the early part of the week with drive shafts going and brand new parts failing as well. So hopefully they've got to grips with whatever that issue was, perhaps a reoccurring problem. The pace car has already left Bob Herber, who is deliberately backing up the field here ahead of the start then of the Hankook Silverstone 24 hours. Bob Herber versus Phil Quaife on the front row. The second row, Sebastian Blakemolen for Team Blakemolen in their Seat alongside the BMW 135D, a diesel car, but it's not in the diesel class as such. It's another SP touring car. As we go on board with the 112 machine working its way around Luffield, and look how busy it is coming out of that double right-hander. You've got the kink at Woodcote, and then the cars on the front row will see the lighting gantry that at the moment shows a red light, and it's a long old pause before those red lights are extinguished, and we're underway for the 2016 running of the Silverstone 24 hours powered by Hankook. And it's Bob Herber getting a good start, but he cannot live with the pace of Phil Quaife, who goes right round the outside at Copse Corner there, and in that fantastic liveried number 1 Memak Ogilvy dual racing Seat, He is up the road and gone in the early stages as they reach Maggots and Beckett's on the opening lap. Bob Herber trying his best to stave off the attack of Sebastian Bleekemolen in 3rd position. So Herber is 2nd at the moment in the BMW from JR Motorsport. Bleekemolen is 3rd and 4th position for David Robertson. So far a clean start. It is 2 or maybe even 3 abreast further back in the pack. Everyone working their way through Maggots, and a car off onto the grass there is another one of the Seats. That might be one of the TCR cars trying to work its way past the A3 traffic, but a brilliant start, Rob Barr, from Phil Quaife.
Quaife doing a great job there at the start, as you said, right the way around the outside at turn 1, Copse Corner, and maintaining that lead now as he comes down into the Vale. He'll be looking to have a good clean run through here and then look to defend possibly from the BMW as they come past the Wing Formula 1 pits and paddock and into turns 1 and 2 of the GP circuit, Abbey and Farm. So there's Quaife, there's the Wing on the right hand side, and a good lead already.
Trying to apply the power as early as he could was Bob Herber there coming out of Club Corner, but Sebastian Bleekemolen nibbling at his heels. David Robertson not too far away either as we go on board now with the race leader. This is the best seat in the house, although he's having to work hard at it through Abbey and then through Farm Corner, the left-hander. Slow dramatically at Village and then launch the car to the right-hand side in order to take the racing line at the loop. Little bit of a kink at Aintree, but this is well and truly flat as you accelerate out of that tight left-hander and try and get to maximum speed at the end of the Wellington Straight. The battle is on, definitely for 2nd position between Bob Herber, Sebastian Bleekemolen, David Robertson and Martin van der Berge, and everyone getting a little bit caught up at the moment behind that first SP touring car.
Great to ride on board there with Quaife as we came through the slower section. They really showed you how hard he was working at the wheel. And if you're wondering what that big line was across the screen, if you're watching on the television, there it is. That's one of the seatbelt bungees that keeps the seatbelts out of the way. Drivers of differing sizes in all these cars, and it's all part of the skill set of an endurance race to spend as little time in the pits as possible. And, you know, you work hard for tenths of a second on the track, but you can lose seconds in a pit stop. So the bungee's there to keep the seatbelts out of the way. The field streaming through Woodcote now. I'm looking down at the timing screens, and yeah, purple sectors coming across the board. But again, Phil Quaife leads as he starts his 2nd lap.
Guillaume Roman did really well there in the leading A3 car to get the best Sector 1 time, so he got a fantastic run through Maggots and Beckett's in the little Peugeot 208. Watch that one up to 5th position already, and in the gaggle fighting over 2nd place. Bob Herber definitely under pressure here from Sebastian Bleekemolen. We go on board with the Team Brick car driven at the moment by David Pittard. I think it's fair to say he's just about the fastest of that driver combination. But a double amputee in that team lineup, and also a man who suffered horrendous burns as a result of his service for our country. But he well and truly backed by Team Brit and loving their weekend here at the Silverstone 24 Hours. David Pittard taking the opening stint, but we will see those boys during the race, of course, during their stints, perhaps into the night time or the evening. 2 abreast there with a Honda Civic overtaking one of the TCR cars. There is the Team Brit car, by the way, from the outside, 18th position. You can tell that from the illuminated digital numbers in the rear window there. So the 136 on the door is the car number. 18th position is its current place in the overall standings. It's 8th place in Class A3 behind Richard Abra's BMW 23i Cup car. But the race is led by nearly 2 seconds by Phil Quaife in the Mehmet Ogilvy dual racing car. Look out for Kevin Clark as well in his A3 BMW M3 CSL. The Intersport racing car way down, although was quick in warm-up this morning. So Kevin Clark, who's been used to BMWs for a good few years now in the Kumhos and also the Bark M3 Championship. Catching a glimpse there as well of a former car known as the GC Automobile. It's known as a Vortex V8 for the 2016 season. Very much a silhouette car. Looks like a BMW from the outside, but it's just the skin of the car that looks like that. Underneath that outer layer is a tubular space frame chassis. It's rear-engined as well, and a mean piece of kit. Very, very light, but has proved to be a little fragile at times as well in these long races. Phil Quaife still doing the business, although interesting last time, Sebastian Bleekemolen, who's got up to second place now, was marginally quicker. I say marginally quicker, half a second quicker than Phil Quaife. So Bleekemolen, now having wriggled free of Bob Herber, Rob, is starting to close in on the leader.
It's worth remembering, and I'm going to put my first pound coin in the minimum reference pot by saying that Bob Herber is driving to that minimum reference and was possibly holding up Sebastian Bleekemolen. But now Bleekemolen has cleared Herber. He can push hard, and you know it's always easier to chase than it is to lead. But both the leading pair, both Quaife and Bleekemolen, will be just trying to keep their nose clean and enjoy a bit of clear track. You know, at the start of a 24-hour race, this is the only clear running they're going to get, because fairly shortly now they're going to be into traffic and lapping some of those slower cars. So riding on board now and then looking at the 208 car as he comes down into the Vale, braking hard there, 90 degree left, 90 degree right, using all the road out to the curb on the left, then coming in to kiss the curb on the right before starting to come down on the Formula One start straight. Got to be careful you don't use too much road there. Now lining up for Abbey, little lift of the throttle, not a down change, then back hard onto the power again, all the way out to the curb on the left. And then this is a great overtaking opportunity, braking really hard here. You have a very tight right and then followed immediately by a very, very tight left. If you come into here too quickly, you have to scrap this whole section. So easy to get wrong.
And no disrespect, but I'm used to seeing some onboards from Formula One cars through that corner, from GT3 cars through that corner. It looks slow, but they are on the absolute limit in this little Peugeot.
Yeah, slow from the outside, but if you look at the inputs that the driver is putting in, you know, they're adjusting the angle of the car at all times. And remember that these cars, they're only on their third lap, so they're still carrying a heavy, heavy fuel load.
Yeah, and the tyres relatively new, so you can rely entirely on the rubber as well, although you don't want to push them too hard early on in the stint and then not have enough towards the end of your time in the car. So working its way out of Luffield and past the heritage pits, as we call them, but this is where we're running the race from this weekend. Another great lap time from Sebastian Bleekemolen there in the number 127 TCR car. That was one of the ones that wasn't knocked back on the grid because of ride height issues, so started from, well, once the grid was shuffled around, starting from third position up to second, and a 2:18.471 is a wonderful time from Seb Bleekemolen.
As they come onto the hangar straight, you can visibly see that gap coming down now as they make their way up towards Stowe Corner. Bleekemolen in the predominantly white car and Quaife driving. It's almost like an art car, isn't it? The red, grey and white Seat in the lead there. But Bleekemolen definitely closing down on Phil Quaife as they make their way down towards the Vale.
So no opportunity at Club Corner, but certainly maybe when they get to the complex at the Loop and Aintree, that gap will have come way, way down again.
I said last lap that it's a potentially great overtaking opportunity after Abbey and Farm, and well, let's see. At the moment, Bleekemolen I think is just a little bit too far back, but if he gets a good run on Phil, particularly out of Abbey here, he might be able to close him down through Farm.
Maybe not close enough to utilise that toe, but the gap will come down as they apply the brakes into Village Corner, and no defence offered there from Phil Quaife, so he feels like he's far enough ahead, and indeed he was. Still about a car length between Phil Quaife and Sebastian Bleekemolen, though, but this could be interesting at the Wellington Straight as they head into Brooklands, because there was only half a car length between Quaife and Bleekemolen, turning left at the Loop, taking plenty more curb than Bleekemolen was compared to Phil Quaife, and Quaife will be concentrated on the mirrors this time as jutting out to the left-hand side goes Sebastian Bleekemolen. Is there a chance of an overlap? Phil Quaife giving him room as he turns in at Brooklands, but he's able to just about take the apex, and the next corner favours him because it's the double right-hander at Luffield. That rear wheel cocking up in the air then on Quaife's car, but Sebastian Bleekemolen will get the overlap, I think, this time out of Luffield Corner. Are they going to cross the line side by side? It's going to be touch and go, and here comes Bleekemolen. Yes, indeed, over the line. The first time we see a different leader. It's the 127 car, and a nice little bit of clean driving there from both of them. Sebastian Bleekemolen and Phil Quaife showing great respect to one another, and you get the sense that Phil Quaife isn't going to let that lie. So let's see what he's got in the bank as far as the number one car is concerned. But very calm, considered driving there, Rob, and a good overtake.
Yeah, very much so. You know, coming through Woodcote, you have to be very careful at the start of the race. You don't want to make a mistake. You know, this point of the race, the drivers are very focused on just ticking the laps off and making sure that you just cycle through to the next driver. It's not about door handle to door handle yet, but you know, there's pride at stake, and Phil will be aware that he doesn't want to let Sebastian Bleekemolen pull out too much of a lead.
Meanwhile, Bob Herbert and David Robertson separated by only 0.2 of a second over the line as well. So the SP Touring boys are having a right ding-dong scrap as well. That's for third place overall, but crucially first in the class. Guillaume Romain, with his really good pace early on, leads Class A3 by only 1.2 seconds from Tom Webb in the Coroiser Racing BMW M3. Yes, that's another... the BMW M3 is an A3 car. And Adam Jones, update on his progress, up to 7th position now in the third-placed TCR car. He's got a couple of A3s up ahead of him as the gap continues to build between Sebastian Bleekemolen and Phil Quaife at the front. We are just over 10 minutes in, Paul Truswell, and spreadsheets being filled slowly to your right. I love all this data coming in automatically. How are you reading the race up to this point?
Having a few hiccups at the moment, but I'm not surprised in the way that the race is shaping up. I mean, we've only had 4 laps. Great battle going on. I would have put my money perhaps on Phil Quaife having got through and got ahead of Bleekemolen. But Bleekemolen, of course, I mean, he's been coming here for years, very experienced. We were asked about him during qualifying, and he never mentioned the fact that he used to come along with his dad, of course, but he must have done when Michael Bleekemolen was racing here back in the probably 70s. So the 2 TCR cars, where I would expect them to be, it's going very well, is the Altran Peugeot, the number 208 car, the Peugeot 208. Guillaume Romain doing extremely well there, up in 5th place at the moment, and even though he's dropped back a bit off that leading group, there he goes, just crossed the line now, even though he's dropped back off the leading group a little bit, I think that's actually going to be possibly a strong part, because the Altran team, very professional about the way they do things, and very often the race is not about the beginning. You know, you can lose the race at the beginning, you can't win it at the beginning of the race, but the team, you know, is going to be solid. You know they've got enough spare parts. You know they've got a plan for what they need to do. And one of the things, and just Rob's opinion on this, it's always good to have a plan for every eventuality. You know, an Altran team will have those plans already. There'll be a lot of teams that have got a plan, but as soon as the first code 60 happens, or as soon as they have a puncture or something, that plan goes out of the window, and you then need to get another plan. A good team will have a plan behind every plan.
Yeah. Leader off at club. Big lock-up as he turned left, and Sebastian Bleekemolen's gone into the gravel. Now, how did he get out of that? Meanwhile, we're focusing on the battle for third position between the 2 SP touring cars, Bob Herbert and David Robertson. That's the order that they run, but I'm interested in how the Seats are doing. Out front, I can't see a car there, Rob, so we have a new leader again. It's the number 1 of Phil Quaife, and that was down to a mistake, an unforced error from Sebastian Bleekemolen, who outbraked himself into club corner.
It just goes to show exactly what you were saying a few moments ago, how hard these drivers are pushing. Yep. And they are on a high fuel load. The car will be a little heavier than perhaps they've been used to from the qualifying runs, and even a driver of Bleekemolen's experience there making a mistake. You know, he pushed very hard on the last lap. He was over a second a lap quicker than Phil Quaife, but clearly pushing a little too hard.
David Robertson shaping up Bob Herbert, possibly for a move into Brooklyn, certainly getting a good tow down the Wellington Straight and thinking about offering an overtake up the inside at Brooklands. But meanwhile, we focus on Phil Quaife, who, surprisingly enough for him, is back out in front. I think he may have thought there would be a spell in the race where he'd have to pursue Sebastian Bleekemolen, as that gap was increasing between the first and second place cars. But Bleekemolen with it all to do again. The BMWs remain in the same order, so Bob Herbert has fended off David Robertson, and here is what happened, possibly at Vale, or into the Vale, and the approach to club corner. No, beg your pardon. It was a big lock-up. I saw it in the distance as we were concentrating on the battle for third position between the 2 BMWs, and although Bleekemolen did make the corner, he then ran way out wide and into the gravel track, which slowed him. And may well have a bit of gravel in that front grille as well, which could cause some overheating issues. Adam Jones doing a stellar job bringing that car from the bottom order of the top 10 up to fifth position. And bear in mind the 155 car, sorry, the 144 car started way down, didn't he? 13th position, the RS Connect machine, and is now up to 5th place. Lucas Orrick in 6th position, also in a TCR car, kind of following Adam Jones through and utilising those gaps that Adam is making for him. Kevin Clark also on a charge with a couple of best times through Sector 1 recently. And Richard Neary in the 246 car. Now, that's the ABBA-sponsored Roll Centre Racing BMW, isn't it? So the SP Racing, the SP's touring car, Richard Neary up to 13th position.
And he started at the very back of the pack, so making his way up from over 40th position to 13th in, 6 laps. Amazing stuff.
Going to go down to the pit lane to hear the first bit from Bruce Jones during the race after a great countdown to green a little earlier on. Bruce, what you got?
I've got Ramsey Moutron. Exciting times. Phil Quaife leads away on the opening lap, gets hunted down by Sebastian Blaker-Molen, and he's back in front. What did you make of the incident where Sebastian ran a little wide?
Well, it's, I mean, the pressure's on, isn't it? And everyone knows it's the first time we've got a touring cars at the front of the grid. It's lots of attention, and obviously everyone wants to be at the front, so he obviously pushed a little bit too hard, outworked himself to want to get a bit of a gap. And it didn't work out for him, but it's a long race. I mean, it's a very long race. And this is only the first few laps, first few minutes, and there's a long way to go.
But you want to work Phil hard. What did you say? Go out front. We want a minute's lead before he hands over.
Yeah, well, I'm in next, so yeah, exactly what I told him. Give me a gap, not to get behind me too much.
Now, all the racing you've done with Creventic, this is the Moutron family's first race on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. You enjoying it?
Oh, I'm loving it. My mother is English, and we're from here, and I remember my first ever Grand Prix I ever watched was right here, sitting on the stand over there. So, first time driving here, first time racing, it means so much to us. It really does. It makes us feel proud. We've got a lot of family, a lot of friends here, and it's Phil Quaife's home circuit. You know, he's pretty much born here. So it means a lot to us in lots of ways.
I can tell. Ramsey, best of luck, and hopefully Phil will keep it on the island, which he does, doesn't he?
He's generally pretty good at doing that, yeah. But again, we're going to just keep to our race pace, forget the people around us, and then when the sun comes up in the morning, then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, enjoy the cold night.
True family affair down at Memac Ogilvy Dual Racing, and always smiles as well, regardless of kind of what's happening with the car at any one point. They love their motorsport, and Phil Quaife, as you say, both metaphorically speaking and literally now, welcomed into the Moutron family. And 7 laps done for Phil Quaife. He leads by half a second over Sebastian Blaker-Molen, and Quaife already having to deal with some slower traffic here. The GT86, that Toyota run by Rogue Motorsport, not getting in the way too badly at all there. Well aware that the leaders needed to get through, and they weren't too badly delayed. Phil Quaife on the limit coming through Abbey Corner there, and the left-hander at Farm. The car moving around there on the edge of Adhesion as he applies the brakes once more, and very much got Blaker-Molen for company after that gap had been built up to just over a second. It's coming down again as Blaker-Molen gets more into the rhythm.
So there they had it. They had 7 laps of clear running, and now they're into lapping cars. This is going to be the story for the next, 23 hours and 41 minutes. Looking at a slow motion shot of Phil Quaife there with Blaker-Molen, as you say, less than a car length behind him. As they come down now into Brooklands, well, it's going to be close again.
And the SP Touring battle still separated by about the same margin, 0.6 of a second. Bob Herbert to David Robertson. That's not changed. Blaker-Molen gets another chance, and this is a carbon copy move that he did a little earlier on in the race to take the race lead. And can he get it completed through Woodcote? Certainly got position now, and yes indeed, over the line, scored as another race leader. Not a new race leader as such, but it nevertheless will count in Paul Truswell's book as a lead change. And Phil Quaife trying to stick with him as much as possible. Draw on that draft from the rear of the Seat for that short burst out of Cops Corner and down towards Maggots and Beckett. Sebastian Blaker-Molen a little bit on, again, the haunches. Here's another chance to see it. Oh, good time there from Adam Jones, yes, from 5th position. So he's bringing Lucas Orrick with him, but this was the side-by-side moment, the drag race out of Luffield Corner, and Blaker-Molen getting the overlap, out-positioning Phil Quaife, and getting the move done actually well before Cops, as it turned out. And again, he's starting to build a tidy margin at the end of the Hangar Straight. And there is the wing in the background, about to overtake one of the D1 cars, BMW 120D. The gap between the two BMWs has eked out very slightly to nearly a full second, but they are being caught by Adam Jones by, a second and a half a lap, very nearly. And the gap between David Robertson and Adam Jones as we stand is just under 6 seconds.
Yeah, there in the background we just caught a glimpse of Adam Jones, and to be honest, I think Bleekemolen and Quaife have perhaps been tripping over each other a little bit, and Adam Jones is the quickest of our TCR runners out there now, and he and Richard Neary are going to be the ones to watch as they make their way up towards the head of the field over the coming 7 or 8 laps now.
Guillaume Romain, for some reason, has started to go the wrong way down the timing screen. He has been an A3 leader. Kevin Clark, though, now is leading Class A3 in the BMW M3 CSL, running in 8th position. And Tom Webb, the next best placed A3 car, which is another M3, car number 71. Alberto Vescovi, we expected to make some progress. The Italian, racing for Italian team Pit Lane Competizione with their Seat Leon. Again, a TCR making progress as Phil Quaife turns right at Luffield. And towards the kink at Woodcote. In a moment or two, the grid hatchings will appear in sight. This is the end of another lap, and that's a really good toe that Phil Quaife has got on the back of Bleekemolen. Has Bleekemolen got a problem, or is that purely aerodynamic effect, Rob?
I honestly don't know. Well, I would say that that's not just aerodynamics, and Phil, you can see there a big long look in his mirrors, almost quizzically thinking, I wonder if he's got a problem. I'm pulling exactly the same face in the commentary box here.
OK, well, at the moment, it's a clear road in front of him, and this is the way Phil Quaife would like it. This is the third time he's had it in the race, of course, after being bumped down to second place by Bleekemolen on 2 separate occasions. Perhaps Phil can't believe his luck here, but what we could do with is a camera at the back of the car to see on the progress of Sebastian Bleekemolen and whether he's dropping away. And no, there he is, still in second position, and keeping up to pace with the cars in 3rd and 4th place. So maybe just a little bit of an error.
I'm not sure. I think he may have a problem. Looking at the sector times, he's lost 2 seconds to Phil Quaife in that first sector, and yeah, the car was lacking in straight line speed as it came past us here at Woodcote. That's for certain. Perhaps, and again I need a crystal ball to clarify, but perhaps that could be a consequence of his trip through the gravel there on the opening laps down there at the Vale.
Yeah, good point. And well, we hope the engine isn't starting to overheat or he's getting other related technical problems. But the 127 car, not quite as on song as it has been earlier on in the race. It is capable of doing a 2:18.2, but already 2 seconds off at the end of sector 1. We'll get a sector 2 time in a moment. The last lap for Bleekemolen, a 2:19.6, but that lap was reasonably respectable, although he was starting to back off in terms of optimum pace down the main straight, and that meant that Phil Quaife was able to slip by. There's another Toyota GT86 that they're about to lap here at the end of the Wellington straight. And that's a good time to find traffic when you head into the braking area. Plenty of space on this circuit, nice wide track, and with 41 starters. Although it is going to be busy, as you say, from this point on to the end with traffic. You should be able to find your way by relatively easily. So, coming to camera there is the booted Honda Civic, the FD2, and behind, there's the art car, the race leader, Phil Quaife, from Sebastian Bleekemolen. And Bleekemolen's time, that time was a 2:20.9, so yeah, he's lost over 2 seconds on that lap, but the Sector 2 time was respectable, a 1:10.7 and a 25.6 through Sector 3.
If all else fails, look out the window, and it looked and sounded okay as he came past us, and as we watched the cars through the middle centre of Beckett's and out onto the Hangar Straights, Bleekemolen certainly seems to be back up to speed.
Well, we'll keep a watchful eye on that. Still no change between Bob Herbert and David Robertson as the SP Touring leaders. In fact, that gap is really starting to build now as Bob Herbert gets more and more in the groove. Adam Jones, the new 3rd place TCR car, though, and he's been 3rd actually for a good while, but he's up to 5th position in the overall standings and only 4.2 seconds behind David Robertson. The gap from Jones to Orrock, only 0.4 of a second, and they've been circulating very close to one another from the off. I think that may have been Lucas Oreck's game plan from the start of the race. If Jones gets a good run through the traffic, he can follow suit. Richard Neary also continues his climb up the order in the SP Touring machine. The 246 roll centre car now up to 7th place. On board with the 303 car of Rick Breukers once more, running in 10th. And still very concentrated for the Dutchman, coming out of Club Corner, taking a quick look at the dials. This is one of the rare moments you get on this circuit in order to have a look at the dials and make sure the car is running on song. So the 303 car is there, but it's Phil Quaife who leads in the number 1 car. So there's the tractive machine, as I say, working its way through. Guillaume Romain maybe thinking about gaining some of the places he's lost in recent times. 2nd place now for the A3 car. It's a really good fight actually going on in the A3. It changes virtually every time I look. And Tom Webb then slipping to 3rd. Frenchman Guillaume Romain in 2nd. Sébastien Dussolier is in 4th position in that class in the number 205 car, which is the other Peugeot 208.
Lots of green sectors and green lap times appearing, meaning that the drivers are setting their own personal bests. So clearly some of the drivers that don't know this 5.5 kilometre track here at Silverstone starting to find their feet and settling into a nice rhythm. Richard Neary's made terrific progress from the back of the field as we thought, but he's now kind of plateaued there as he's surrounded now with cars of a similar pace. And Adam Jones as well has made his way to the front of that chasing TCR pack, but is now going to have to make a jump of 3 seconds to tag onto the back of the 2 BMWs before he can join the duo at the head of the field.
Yeah, caught David Robertson by 0.4 of a second, so he is drawing him in slowly but surely. Got plenty of time to do it, quite clearly. So Adam Jones will get his head down now. He'll have the slight distraction of Lucas Oreck just off his rear wing. They may be almost working together. They're in different teams. RS Connect versus Zest Race Car Engineering. But well aware that one can draft off the other, perhaps, to try and haul in those SP Touring Car machines, rather. Cup 1 is headed by Richard Abra. We have our first pit lane visitor, which is the 203 Jeremy Raymond-driven Vortex V8, the 10.2 Vortex from the French squad, and it's come in very early on. Again from SP Touring, that's running 4th in its class, with the other 3 cars in SP Touring very healthily placed. But it's 0.7 of a second between Phil Quaife and Sebastian Bleekemolen. Bob Herbert and David Robertson are 3rd and 4th. And Adam Jones still waiting for him to come round to complete another lap. Very, very close for the race lead into Brooklands, though, with Quaife under pressure once more from Dutchman Bleekemolen. 0.7 of a second, so 3/4 of a second pretty much was the gap at the start of this lap. It's much, much less as they head into Luffield and out the other side, and this is Bleekemolen's favourite place to pull off an overtake, but he's not going to be close enough this time around. Careful to get as close as you can to the bollards at Woodcote, but try not to take any of them out, because Bernard Cottrell, the clerk of the course, may have something to say to you as a result. The number 1 car ahead of the 127 machine, then working their way through Copse Corner almost together, and the Art car again under pressure for pretty much the 3rd time in this race. Here at the Silverstone 24 hours powered by Hankook, and we're being given this veritable feast of a battle at the head of the order. After 12 laps, it's Phil Quaife in the Mehmet Ogilvy dual racing car, that spectacularly liveried Art car. On board with that car we go now, being pursued by Sebastian Bleekemolen, who has led this race on 2 separate occasions. But one was a mistake as the car fell off into the gravel, and he managed to get it back out again and not lose any more places but that leading place. And then also a very strange incident where the car just seemed to lose power down the main straight. Before we bring Rob Barth and Paul Truswell back into our coverage, going to head down to the pit lane and speak to Bruce Jones once more.
Well, I can point to the problem for the 203, the Vortex V8, the steering wheel. The paddle shifts have stopped working very, very early in the race, and Jeremy Raymond staying on board. But this is a car that is so quick when it goes well, but it often seems to have these niggling little problems. Anyhow, they're changing all sorts of electrics within the car, so maybe it's not just the paddle shift on the steering wheel. And I think they're working their way through the electrical problems. But for Kurt Thiel, Lionel Hambrouche, Jeremy Raymond, who's on board, and Cyril Calmont. This is not the dream start to the race. They were starting down outside the top 20, but making good progress until now. So 2:03 in the pits.
Those are just the horrible problems that you encounter in motorsport, electrical related, and you know something's wrong in the loop, but you have no clue where it is.
Oh, it's terrible for the mechanics. You know, if there was smoke coming from a particular engine component, it'd be like, great, we need to change the X, whatever it might be.
Yep.
But an electrical issue, you're left scratching your head and reaching for the multimeter, and you just have to work through a time-consuming process to analyse the issues and to solve the problem. So, yeah, a real struggle so early in the race for the BMW Silhouette car. Going back to the battle at the head of the field, Quaife and Bleekemolen nose to tail, and no sign of that problem for Bleekemolen now as he's retaken the lead from Phil Quaife. So that problem, which almost looked to me, you know, a little bit perhaps like fuel pressure, has gone away completely, and Bleekemolen leads as they come through Maggots into Beckett's.
Yeah, interesting issue, and if it reoccurs, then we will be more concerned about it, but it may just be a blip at this stage. And straight line speed clearly is good. Last time around, the car did a 2:18.9, just 0.7 of a second shy of its best lap time. And Phil Quaife finds himself in a familiar position, in second place, but only a couple of tenths off the back of the Bleekemolen car. 5.5 seconds is the gap between the third and fourth place machines as a blue BMW works its way down pit lane. So that's potentially another problem as well early on, as we've not even had 32 minutes yet of the Silverstone 24 hours powered by Hankook. Again, almost up on two wheels goes Sebastian Bleekemolen, clobbering the curb through the second part of Vale, and then Club Corner, which brings you past the Grand Prix start line, the one we're not using this weekend, but nevertheless the wing building looks impressive to the right hand side there. Through the kink at Abbey, very slight lift in these cars, no hint of a change down the gearbox, and then much slower into, Phil Quaife maybe overcooking it a little bit coming into the right-hander at Village. It just shows again how hard Phil Quaife is pushing to stick with Sebastian Bleekemolen.
Bleekemolen possibly looking a touch smoother than Phil Quaife, maximising his use of the road, and Phil clearly chasing very hard as he came through that slower section as they come down the Wellington Straight and into Brooklands now. Again, looking at the two Seats. Bleekemolen leads in the white car, Quaife in the red, silver and white car behind.
And they're about to be joined by Bob Herber, because there's a BMW behind, and I was thinking, is that a car they've just lapped? No, that's the third place machine, which slowly but surely has hauled them in. And the gap between Quaife and Herber at the start of this lap was only 1.3 seconds. So TCR from TCR, and then the first SP touring car running in third position, making the break on David Robinson. And there's the 102 car from pole position, remember, about to mix it again with the overall race leaders.
He's been dragged along, setting his personal best second and third sector times there, Herbert, to complete his lap. So as they start their 15th lap, we've got a battle now, three-way battle for the lead.
So, sorry, I've been very quiet recently because we had a little glitch at the start.
This is Paul Trustwell, everybody. Say hello to Paul.
I'm sorry. But if you get it right at the beginning, then you get the car nice and set up for the beginning, then you can get it all to run. So I've been busily beavering away. All the stuff that I did before the race was completely wasted, but half an hour in, I can start the race.
Good.
Bob Herber, you were talking about, he's the one which is in an SP Touring. His fastest lap thus far has been a 2 minutes 18.937. He's done 2 laps in the 2 minutes 18. One has done a 2 minutes 18.952, and he's done a 2 minutes 18.937. All the rest of them have been in 2 minutes 19. The problem for SP Touring, and Rob asks the question, is that it's a different minimum reference lap time depending who you are. So it's not as simple as that. Bob Herber, his minimum reference lap time is 2 minutes 18, and for the Roll Centre car, the Team ABBA BMW, that's a 2 minutes 18. But car number 117, which is also an SP Touring car, that's got a minimum reference lap time of 2 minutes 19. So you have different penalties applied, or different handicaps applied.
See why we bring him now.
Which SP Touring car you're in. Point being that Bob Herber hasn't broken the minimum reference lap time yet. He's got within 9 tenths, but no more. The difference from when Rob has raced with a minimum reference lap time is that in SP Touring you don't get any jokers. If you go through your minimum reference lap time, you're immediately in for a drive-through penalty or a stop and go the next time you do come into the pits. So you don't get this little flexibility of a joker lap that you do in Dubai with the A6 AM class, for example. So that's just another little wrinkle on this. Bob Herber, I think, is doing a brilliant job there in the JR Motorsport entered BMW, staying with them, going faster again there, as you rightly point out, Rob, 2 minutes 18.5. That's the fastest he's been thus far. But the other fascination is the way that the lead keeps on changing up at the front between Sebastian Bleekemolen and Phil Quaife, and this is no game. I mean, they're not doing this just for the fun of it. We've already had 5 changes of lead on the track. This is not as a result of pit stops. This is racing on the track in the first half hour of the race. Brilliant stuff.
An update on the K&S Motorsport BMW. That was just a driver change, by the way. So I saw the blue BMW come down pit lane. Luke Bennett has taken that over, I believe.
That was number 123.
Oh, sorry, 123 car.
Right, that's okay. I had that car into the pits and I wasn't quite sure what had happened. So Kenny Coleman brought the car in.
Okay. Good times last time around for both Phil Quaife and Bob Herber. The 217 Renault Clio comes down pit road now as well, which may well be a scheduled stop and nothing for the team to worry about. But yes, good times from both Quaife and Bob Herber. Now, is the pace of Bob Herber maybe quickening Phil Quaife up, perhaps? Just the fact that BMW is just off the rear wing, pushing the pressure from behind this time. He's not really had that in the race up until this point. There is the 217 Clio, as I reported, coming down pit lane, and not convinced that it is a scheduled stop, actually, because there seems to be quite a bit of head scratching down at Modena Motorsports and the shrugging of shoulders as well. Driver out, but no new driver in, Rob.
Yeah, curious body language there. Yeah, it didn't look like a scheduled stop, and looking at the time with only, 37 minutes, very unusual.
Team Brit car number 136 heading up towards Maggots and Beckett's. So this will still be David Pittard on board, and now so David Pittard on the 136 car, Mike Nash driving the 122 machine. So 16 laps done by the race leader. Now only half a second between Sebastian Bleekemolen and Phil Quaife, and 1.5 seconds between Quaife and Bob Herber. So again, those gaps between the top three are yin and yanging, you could say. 7.4 seconds back to David Robinson. So although Robinson was able to keep touch with Bob Herber in the early stages, that gap's really opening up now between the SP Touring leaders.
Very similar lap times between Herber and Robinson, but Herber's just made his way through the traffic with a lot more efficiency. When he's had a clean lap, Robinson, I beg your pardon, has been very quick, but he's just lost out a little bit through the traffic.
4.4 seconds the gap between Adam Jones and Robinson, but Jones's time's still good. And there is the Team Brit car up on three wheels again, so David Pittard driving the wheels off that Team Brit backed machine and prepared car. Going to go straight down to the pit lane though and get another interview from Bruce Jones.
Well, it's early time for pit visitors, and Wayne Shen, you brought the 217 Renault in to the pits, but not much is happening with it. What's the problem?
I think it's the gearbox. It's starting to get very notchy, so we thought just come in and have a close look at it, and or maybe retire the car.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Last night, you were having to share an exhaust with a sister car. Did you not bring enough spare parts?
Well, I think we underestimated how loud the car was, so it wasn't passing the 102 decibel limit. So last minute, we had to rig up something. So unfortunately, that compromised the whole teams in terms of preparation work. So I think maybe that took its toll on the second car.
Well, it gave your mechanics a chance to do some work. Now they're doing some more, but it could be quite a long stop here if you don't retire.
Yes, I think the focus now is on the 216 car, and then we'll try our best to get the 217 going again.
Fingers crossed, Wayne. Thank you very much.
Wayne Chen from Modena Motorsports, and yes, they've been through the mill this weekend, changing bits from one car to the other, and notchy is a technical phrase that even I understand. Doesn't sound very promising, particularly when you presume the budget of Modern Motorsport is one of the lower end ones, and they may struggle to not only change those parts but also source them.
The Renault Sport gearbox, the sequential box in those Clios, is normally smooth as silk as well. So as soon as it develops a notch, 40 minutes into a 24-hour race, it's not good news at all.
But I suppose, in the very basis, some of those cars aren't designed for this long-distance running. I mean, even in 40 minutes, that's a long Renault Clio race. And yes, various upgrades and adaptations have been made to make these cars suitable. But there is a bit of a question about these TCR cars as well that are new to the Creventic series from Spain last year, from Barcelona. And although, again, there's been an endurance upgrade to these cars. Oh, by the way, very close again for the head of the order. It's still Blake Merlin just about ahead of Phil Quaife, but the margins are tight, 0.290 of a second. Getting a glimpse of some of the other cars up and down the order. There is the 194 machine, one of several BMWs here. The booted version, though. 194 heading into Club Corner now, and being driven by Thomas Piessens, the Belgian, for the Belgian squad, Risi Racing Team, and their 120D car. So that is actually the leading car in Class D1, with in second place Tim Stanbridge in the 195 car. That's a Seat from Red Camels, the Jordans.nl backed car. But a decent gap between the two D1 cars. As we stand, it's TCR out front, first and second, Blake Merlin from Phil Quaife. So yes, I know Paul Truswell covered this earlier on in the week about the potential vulnerability of these TCR cars that haven't been tested a great deal over a 24-hour period.
Yeah, they're a relatively new product, and to complete a 24-hour program successfully, it's all about minimising the amount of time that you spend in the pit lane. And we saw the number one car at Dubai have a problem in the first kind of 90 minutes, but then it ran very well for the latter 22 hours. So yes, they're improving all the time and learning all the time, but yes, still something that people won't be running with just they won't be running the car expecting reliability. They'll still be working for reliability.
Of course, the last round of the 24-hour series, when it was an endurance International Endurance Series round at Mugello, it was won by a Renault Sport Trophy car, the RS01, which is a sprint car in its essence, but it's been converted into an Enduro and survived. I mean, Paul will have it not a true 12-hour race because it was a 4+8, but nevertheless, it ran for a long time and it was out front when the checkered flag fell. So, again, that's converting a sprint car from a one-make series into a car that will last a long, long distance, and punishing drives as well. So up at Stowe Corner, or down at Stowe Corner, because it's very much downhill along the Hanger Straight, and further drops in the circuit here towards the Vale, are the leaders. And it is Blake Merlin still ahead of Phil Quaife, but Quaife making sure that Sebastian Blake Merlin isn't given the opportunity to wriggle free. The traffic is hampering potentially Blake Merlin's progress as well. He's now got a Peugeot RCZ up ahead, and that may have meant that he wasn't able to get the hammer down quite as readily as he may do on a clean lap out of Club Corner and up towards Abbey. Still pushing really hard as the car leans there on its side through Abbey Corner and heading into the braking area at Village. The left-hand kink at Farm, almost unnoticeable, of course, and a good move there from Phil Quaife to slip up the inside of the Peugeot RCZ. Plenty of blue flags being waved there. So the driver of the Peugeot RCZ keen to get these drivers by with as little delay as possible. It's Blake Merlin from Quaife from Bob Herber as we stand. The Hankook Silverstone 24 Hours at Silverstone continues on for 2016, entering a new era of this event. It's run on 10 separate occasions prior to it, but now promoted and organised by the Dutch company Creventic, and the teams, drivers, organisers and marshals thoroughly loving how Creventic do things here at Silverstone. First time in the UK for them to run an event. We've already had 2 rounds of the International Endurance Series. This is technically 1 round of that, and also 1 round of the brand new Touring Car Endurance Series for 2016. But good to have a 24hourseries.com race finally in the UK, and continuing on with a very well-known race, at least at club level in the UK, the 24 Hours, but this is taking it to the international sphere, and so far, after nearly 45 minutes of it, it's not disappointed. We have a wonderful battle out front between 2 TCR Seat Leon Cup racers, Sebastian Bleekemolen and Phil Quaife, and a lap ago they were totally together at Stowe Corner. The gap is a little larger now, but just look behind Phil Quaife's car and you have the 3rd place machine of Bob Herber, the best of the SP touring machines. That's 1st, 2nd and 3rd all in the same shot, and we've had 45 minutes of racing.
And also making good progress up through the field is, you may have mentioned this already, Richard Neary with the 246 BMW that started on the grid dead last, of course. He's up to 7th place, and he is also constrained by a minimum reference lap time, 2 minutes 18. His fastest lap so far has been a 2 minutes 18.2, so getting to within 2/10 of the minimum is probably cutting it a little bit fine. But nevertheless, he's not gone underneath his 2 minutes 18. So Richard Neary wanting to make up ground through the field, but daring not go too fast. So he really does have to kind of go as fast as he can, but not as fast as he can, if you see what I mean. And also make up ground and also keep the car out of trouble. So I think he's done pretty well thus far to get the car up to 7th, as I say, having started dead last on the grid at 41st overall on the very back row.
You were talking, Rob Barth, ahead of the start about running to a reference time, as you've had to do before in Dubai, about actually going as fast as you can through sectors 1 and 2 and then backing off perhaps through sector 3. I always thought you'd have to kind of consistently look at the lap time as you were going around the circuit, but generally the approach is to push and then think, right, do I need to back off, do I not need to back off?
Yeah, sure, you drive at a pace where you don't make any mistakes, where you're taking minimal risks through the first 2 sectors, and then perhaps, if needed, just blend out through the 3rd sector.
Yeah.
Just a question on that, though, because a thought was occurring to me. The 3rd sector here at Silverstone is relatively short because the 3rd sector point is midway down the Wellington Straight. So you really only have the left-hander at Brooklands, the long right-hander at Luffield, and then Woodcote. That's all you've got to slow it down. Unless, because you've got a clever system in the car, what I think of as the 3rd sector, what is shown on the timing screen as the 3rd sector, you actually do within the car a bigger last sector.
You would extend the sector back to the exit of Aintree.
Right.
So you would encompass most of the Wellington Straight as a big blend out of the throttle, then an early brake for Brooklands, and where normally you'd have a good squirt of full power between Brooklands and Luffield, you just blend out to the throttle there to lose the time. So then off Luffield, you could be wide open throttle up to the line because you'll have set your reference lap in the car on full power from Luffield to the finish line here at Woodcote.
Otherwise you spoil your next lap because you've already gone too slowly for the next lap because you're tootling across the start-finish line.
Exactly.
The point being that when we talk about 3rd sector, we're talking about what the timeservice.nl people give us at the 3rd sector, which is, as I say, a relatively short 3rd sector. As far as you're concerned as a team, you can put your 3rd sector where you want it.
Sure. Right. Yeah. Good. Dubai, for example, where I'm based, we divide the circuit up into 17 sectors, so... There we go, just to make life complicated.
Well, you probably have timing loops around 17 sectors, don't you, at Dubai?
I wish.
Yeah, okay.
Another good time from Phil Quaife, running in 2nd place, but that's the car's best time last time around, at 2:18.447. Still not quite as good as Bleekemolen's best time, which stands at a 2:18.2. But nevertheless, he's eaten into a little bit of that gap now, which stands at 1.2 seconds. Further 1.1 seconds back to Bob Herber in 3rd position. 4th place is David Robinson. and kind of ever thus, really, from the off. Robinson started 4th and has stayed in 4th position. Adam Jones still in 5th, and that gap has kind of stabilised now between Robinson and the number 144 car. It stands at 4 seconds, Paul.
Yeah, I didn't actually highlight this, but the fastest lap of the race thus far is Richard Neary's. He's gone quicker than Sebastian Blakemolen even. So Richard Neary, I mean, probably good work from Creventic to get the minimum reference lap time to be pretty much as fast as the car will go anyway. So, yeah, as I say, the fastest lap of the race by Richard Neary, 2 minutes 18.217, and he is constrained by a lap time of 2 minutes 18.0. So, yeah, both Blakemolen and Quaife, as you say, going quickly, but the BMW from the back of the grid has gone more quickly than either of them.
Guillaume Romain still running in 2nd place in the A3 class, and both two Peugeot 208s running together. The team Altron entered cars, so Romain and Dussolier separated by just less than 2 seconds now. They're running 11th and 12th overall and go right past us as I speak about them. And then, so they're 2nd and 3rd in Class A3. Then it's Tom Webb, 4th place, but he's got about 3 seconds to try and find to be with those Peugeots. Meanwhile, the 303 car, driven by Rick Broikers, heading through Beckett's. And the sequence of Beckett's corners sort of get tighter and tighter. The 3rd element of Beckett's is the one you have to go almost annoyingly slow through, but you have to make sure the exit is good through Chapel, because that then gives you the slingshot out of that complex and down the Hanger Straight.
And as we took that shot of the Hanger Straight there, I just glimpsed on the driver's right as they came down there the first element of marbles, so a few cars losing rubber from the inside of their wheel arches. Any pickup that gets attached to the tyres will get flung off by the centrifugal force as they come down the Hanger Straight there, and that's going to be an issue for cars in the night when they're overtaking offline, spotting that the big lumps of rubber, trying to keep their tyres clean.
And just another example of how this track is constantly changing through the 24 hours. You have to be aware of how your tyres are doing, of course, but also how much grip the track's giving you. And that's dependent on marbles, yes, when you go offline, but certainly temperature through the day, ambient temperature, and I suppose the amount of rubber that's being laid down. Helpful that it's all Hankook rubber that's going down?
Well, helpful in one sense. However, Silverstone is made up of a number of different surfaces.
Yes.
And Silverstone gives quite a high grip on this area we're riding on board with the 303 drivers now, but through some of the older sections, so Stowe Corner in particular, which is an older surface, much more polished, is a much lower grip surface. And looking at our weather app in the commentary box here, we see a little bit of drizzle predicted to arrive in the middle of the night. So when the circuit is at its potentially coldest, it could be potentially at its slipperiest for the first wet running that these continental drivers will have enjoyed around Silverstone.
So down to Copse Corner goes the Red Camels car once again, and over the line is the battle again involving those two Peugeot 208s. Tom Webb is in 4th position, and I'm going to get news in a moment from Bruce Jones about another unscheduled pit stop. Still relatively early to be stopping, as we're now nearly 53 minutes into the 24 hours of Silverstone for 2016. So we can go down to Bruce now to get word of this car that is about to go to the fuelling area, Bruce.
Yeah, JM Littman, you just leant in the window. I worried there was a problem there, but it's a simple problem. Your Toyota needs more fuel.
We are thirsty for Toyota. We've got a very small tank. As I said earlier, it's a development car. It's just a road car at the moment, pretty much. We're just trying to develop it into a nice race car. And we could really do with a bigger tank. We thought we might be able to go a bit longer than that, but we're double stinting. We're still going to be 2 hour limit with the drivers, so we'll see how it goes. You know, we'll get at the end and.
And who's on board at the moment?
That's our most experienced driver. That's Malcolm. He's and also instructor. He knows his place like the backhand. He's been super consistent. 232, 232, 232. Car's in good hands at the moment. So I'm in 3rd a bit later on when it gets dark. So all be good.
Now, who is behind the christening of the two cars, Smiley McRaceface and Pacey McRaceface or something?
That would be the team owner. I don't understand. I don't even know what it means. It's something about a boat, isn't it?
It is. They're trying to rename a boat that does the Antarctic exploration, Boaty McBoatface or something daft.
Yeah, that's Patrick, who's the team owner of Rome. So, yeah, it's his love of humour. I don't know. You get it?
We'll let you know by the end of the 24. JM, thanks for the cup of tea earlier.
As former professional dog racer, no less, J.M. Littman, and thoroughly enjoying his first venture into endurance motorsport. And there are the two Peugeot 208s then, the Team Altron run cars out of France. Sebastian Blakemolen continues to lead. 1.3 seconds is the gap. And a message on our screen tells us that the team manager of car number 235 is being summoned to race control. The Duo Racing BMW from Class Cup 1. And we think, Rob Barth, that's related to track limits, or disrespecting track limits.
Sure, there was a warning popped up on the screen about 15 minutes ago, and now the team manager's been summoned to the headmaster's office, and I think this could be the first of many. Silverstone's very wide and featureless, and it is very easy to run wide, particularly coming out of Luffield Corner, coming out of Woodcote, coming out of Copse, and of course onto the new start-finish straight on the exit of Club. It's easy to put all four wheels off, and in our domestic championships that race at Silverstone, there's a number of cameras that just monitor how much road a driver is using on the exit, and they will get penalised if they start to put all four wheels off. You must keep two wheels on the black bit.
Thank you to...
First rule of motor racing.
Indeed
Black
it
bit,
is.
yes. Yep. Green bit, no.
Quite right, yes. And I suppose when we had much more green bits and gravelly bits, maybe the drivers were more inclined to stay the right side of the white line. But there is plenty of runoff here, which is a little bit more forgiving, you might say. Thank you, by the way, to the guys in the TV truck, I'll say, but it's more of a TV room this weekend, supplying our shots just a couple of doors down, able to pick out the 235 car that we were talking about. And I noticed over in the distance down at Vale Corner, the Vortex V8 is back out on track, so that electrical issue that they were struggling to diagnose has obviously been solved, and the car is back into the race, number 203. Paul.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end of the first hour, 55 minutes of the race gone, and having heard what J.M. Littman was saying about the Toyota GT86, that's a car that has a relatively small fuel tank. They haven't got a big enough fuel tank to take on all the fuel that they're allowed to take on, so they're constrained by the physical aspect of the car. But the other aspect of the car, of all of the cars, is that most of them have a bigger fuel tank than the amount of fuel that they're allowed to take on. They've got a fuel tank of 120 litres, most of them, not all. Some have got 100, some have got 80. But they're allowed to take on a certain amount of fuel. Now, that means that sometimes when you come into the pits, if you've used 7/8 of your tank full, you can't actually fill it to the top because you have this constraint of how much fuel you can put in at a stop. Now, there may be a reason, therefore, for some of the leading cars to come into the pits, I would say within the next 10 minutes, and make a routine pit stop, get it out of the way, get the tank as full as you can get it, even if it's not totally full, but at least then you can go again for another hour or 55 minutes to get to the end of the driving limit, because there is a driving time limit of 2 hours. By splitting it in that way, even if you're not using the fuel quite as efficiently, at least when you come into the pits, it's empty. You get up to the fuel tanks, it's ready, and you can get that done. And if you can double stint the tyres, you can just come in, do a fuel-only stop, and head on your way again. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see that happening a little bit more within the next couple, say next 5-10 minutes.
Change for second position, which I'd not spotted, but Bob Herber scored as the second place car across the line at the start of lap 25. So, and there are the two cars that we talk about, and Phil Quaif's back in front, as you can tell from that shot. So the number 3, illuminated, instantly turns to number 2. I like that. I thought we'd have to wait till the end of the lap before the digital number is corrected. But Quaif back in front, so Bob Herber making things interesting now for second position on track. Where is Sebastian Blakemolen? There he is. Just peer out the window and he appears as if by magic across the line, and the gap is 2.7 seconds. So Blakemolen very much enjoying the fact that the cars behind him are scrapping amongst themselves, and of course Phil Quaif, as a result, not going quite as quickly as he might be able to should he have clean air behind him. So Bob Herber has been in second, scored as the second place car at the start of lap 25, but at the end of that lap, it's back to how we've had it for the last half an hour or so. Blake Mullen, Quaife, Herbert, then David Robinson. And that fourth position unlikely to change in the near future because he has a decent buffer back to Adam Jones, who made very good progress through the order from 13th position up to 5th, but has sort of found his level now. Richard Neary has gained a couple of spots, or one more place since the last time I checked, in the Roll Centre BMW, so the 246 car now running 6th. Alberto Vescovi is 7th in another TCR car, and 8th position for Lucas Orrock. So Orrock, who was with Alan Jones in 6th position, has lost a couple of spots. Meanwhile, the second place fight comes out of Club Corner then. More traffic for Phil Quaife to deal with.
Phil's going to have to be careful with his circuit limits. That's the second time we've ridden on board, and he's close to putting all four wheels off. And a surprising amount of oversteer where you see the rear of that Seat sliding more than the front. So... Yeah, a lively car Phil's got on his hands there, the number one car. Not perhaps handling as nicely as he would want.
But again, there's a balance that needs to be struck between all, in that car's case, 4 drivers, I suppose. There's no time during the pit stops to alter a great deal of setup as you strap in, well, it will be one of them, the Moutran family, depending on which way they want to go, either Ramsey, Nabil or Sami. And the car needs to be right for those 3 drivers as well as Quaife. But yeah, I've noticed he really does fling it into the right-hander at Village, so much so that sometimes it looks like the rear's going to overtake the front. But that seems manageable, but over time, over a 2-hour stint, it is going to wear those tyres.
Sure. Interesting to watch the two leading TCR cars, though, and Bob Herber's just backed off a little from that duo now. And I'm sure Phil will have just started to get a bit frustrated because he knows Bob's in a different class. Bob Herber is in a different class, and he's concentrating on just minimising the gap to Bleekemolen ahead.
Adam Jones crosses the timing beam then in 5th position. And then there's this 7-second gap back to Richard Neary, who continues to make progress. What are the times like for Neary's car? Unlikely to catch Adam Jones, at least in this phase of the race. A little bit of a slow lap from Blake Mullen last time around.
From Neary, a slower lap as well.
Oh, okay.
2 minutes 22 from Neary. He's been rock solid in the 2:19s up until that point, but it was a slower lap from Neary and from Blake Mullen as well, as you rightly say, Johnny, a 120. Carnival 127, doing a 2 minutes 20 rather than a 2:18 or 19.
Some hair racing driving there from Blake Mullen, needing to go around the outside of that little orange and blue Clio, and this may be an opportunity for Bob Herber to draw alongside the multicoloured car of Phil Quaife, but the next corner is the right-hander at Abbey, so Herber, I don't think will be able to pull off the move there, although the next corner is the left-hander, of course, at Farm. But yes, wasting no time at all there, Blake Mullen, having to go around the outside at Club Corner, and again taking plenty of curb, but crucially keeping 2 wheels the right side of the white line. That's the other Rogue Motorsport Toyota GT86. Bruce is very close by, I believe. Certainly watching that stop happen, it seemed to be relatively routine. Go ahead,
They
Bruce.
just had a little look underneath, but it's exactly as the one.
Yeah, good time to stop and maybe out of sync compared to your nearest rivals.
And of course the fuel pumps will be quiet at the moment as well. Those little GT86s only have a 50-litre tank in comparison to the other cars, which have, well, double the capacity.
Yes, if the tank was big enough, the rules say that you can put 100 litres into that Toyota, but it physically can't fit any more than 50 in. It'd be interesting to see how that extrapolates across 24 hours and whether it's actually better to have a slightly smaller tank but a more economical car. So there are a couple of Rogue Motorsport Toyota GT86s, GT86Rs here this weekend, run by Road Motorsport, who have a lot of experience running Toyotas back in MR2s through all 3 iterations and have now worked their way into the GT86s. Slow Seat there going over the grid hatchings, but not the hatchings we're using this weekend. That's down at the wing section, and immediately trying to look for any damage on that car, which is coming up towards Abbey, and the BMW driver will need to be wary. That car's not going to be heading through the right-hander at top speed. It's the 130 car being called to race control, but which one is this Seat? It's the Treble 1, which is looking very slow. The Track Club car. Now, Adam Mackay was up there in 5th position in Class A3, and as it exits the loop, I'm just wondering whether that problem has cleared itself, because it looks at a reasonable pace coming out of the loop and then through the kink at Aintree. We'll wonder whether, we'll keep a watchful eye on the Treble 1 to see whether it pits at the end of this lap.
Just looking at the Treble 1 car there, couldn't see anything obvious wrong. All 4 tyres looked like they were inflated, so not a puncture, but the way he was driving offline down the new start-finish straight, yeah, certainly a problem. And as we suggested, Bob Herber has got back ahead of Phil Quaife. Bob was looking particularly racy last time through Club Corner, perhaps more than a driver should do in the sort of first couple of hours of a 24-hour race. And Phil, you know, he's done an awful lot. Discretion could be the better part of valour, and just allowing Bob Herber ahead just to part the waters for him as they come through these packs of traffic. And the 41 cars that are going around Silverstone, I know Creventic would have liked a larger field, but you know, there's traffic at almost every corner as we look at the first sector there.
Yeah, it's madness really, because there's a piece of me that sort of is disappointed with 41 entries, but then when you look at some of the entries that we've had for the Silverstone 24 hours, when the entry was wider open, to have 41 is a bit of a dream come true. I haven't said it yet, and I probably will bite my tongue later for having said so, but we have gone through the first hour and we haven't had a code 60. And perhaps the time when you would most expect to have a code 60 would be in the first hour, when the cars are more tightly bunched and you've got 1 or 2 cars out of position on the grid that are trying to fight their way up through the grid. But having said that, we've gone through that first hour now. The cars or the drivers have got into their rhythm, they've established their positions, and it is now time for consolidation. Say the next time though, where we would expect there to start being incident and accident perhaps is after darkness begins to fall. But I mean, we're on good schedule, of course, having done an hour without a code 60. If we can get through the majority of the race with minimum number of code 6s, and that helps us achieve a record distance, which is always something which is nice to be able to talk about.
The Cup 1 class is one that often intrigues me at Dubai. We only have a couple of those cars here this weekend, but I sense that battle between the 154 car and the 235 could be very close this weekend. The 154 car's just been in for JJ Motorsport, and the man stepping out, Richard Abra, who joins Bruce Jones.
Yeah, we're just past the first hour of this 24-hour race, the Silverstone 24. Cars starting to come in. Richard Abra, were you due into the pits?
Yes, during that lap, yeah.
You got something extra when you arrived, though?
Yeah, we got a 20-second stop and go, which I'm trying to figure out what was for. Apparently it's a jump start, but the lights went green and the guy in front didn't go, so I'm not sure if I'm supposed to hit him or overtake him, so I overtook.
Well, that's all right. You hand it over to your team manager, and it's their problem. Leading the Cup 1 class, BMW feeling good?
Yeah, the car feels great. There's not many in our class, unfortunately, which is a bit disappointing. But we're just going to look for an overall result, and the car feels mega, really, really nice. And first time I've actually driven this car, so a bit different to what I'm used to, but yeah, it feels really nice.
And who's taken over for the second stint?
So Mark Paul is in the car now, and I believe Tim Moore will get in, and then
jolly good. Best of luck, and we'll ignore that 20-second penalty. Yeah. That was Richard Abra, 154.
And a former winner of this race with Mark Poole in 2012. That team, along with Clint Bardwell and Michael Simmons, won the 2012 Silverstone 24 Hours in a BMW E3 E46. The timing screen makes... Oh, and again, beg your pardon, thank you, Rob. Yeah, again, the following year, just the two of them did it, in fact. I'm not sure whether that was the full 24. I presume it was, but there may have been stoppages.
MP Motorsport.
That was Barwell Motorsport.
Barwell Motorsport.
And Richard Abbott and Mark Poole winning in an Aston Martin Vantage on that occasion. The TCR and the SP Touring classes are not necessarily meant to be equal, but I love that timing screen which reads TCR from SP Touring, TCR, SP Touring. They're interchangeable, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh positions. Just providing fantastic racing without necessarily being balanced of performance together, if that's a way of speaking. And
changes of position happening quite frequently as well, Johnny, and I think that's the other thing that you don't necessarily expect in endurance racing, but there is a little bit of change of position every now and again.
So Blake Mullen leads after 29 laps. Nearly a second back is Bob Herbert in second position, Phil Quaife in third. But the gap, Rob Barth, starting to come down again.
Herbert's got his lights on. He's looking again particularly racy as he comes down the Wellington Straight into Brooklands. The Wellington Straight named after the Wellington Bombers, which ran from here over the Second World War period. Silverstone, a bomber command base, and has been the spiritual home of British motor racing since 1948. Home, of course, to the British Grand Prix, and a fantastic opportunity for these, in the vast majority, amateur drivers to come and race at a contemporary Formula One venue. And yeah, Bob Herber there, an identical last lap time to Sebastian Bleekemolen, but really pushing that BMW hard. And as we were discussing, the mixture of TCR and SP touring cars gives us a Seat in the lead, BMW P2, Seat P3, BMW P4, then a Seat, then a BMW, then another Seat. So a real mixture, but great to see the top three running nose to tail almost as they come out of Chapel Curve onto the infamous Hangar Straight.
Yeah, and almost as if the BMW is strong on certain bits of the circuit, the Seat slightly better on others. But it's interesting how at times Bob Herbert does have the pace to mix it with Phil Quaife and now Bleekemolen. And then there are other times when the BMW drops away very slightly. But Bob Herbert is well and truly in the groove here and has set the crosshair on the rear bumper of Sebastian Bleekemolen. Might be that Herbert can work his way through the traffic a little bit better as well, as they are now lapping the number 335 BMW. Bleekemolen able to slip through before Club, but Bob Herbert having to bide his time and now attempt this bit of lappery just before Abbey Corner, which he does now. Again, not the ideal line, very tight on the entry there, and had to allow the car to run out wide. Got a little bit of a drift on in the 102 car. Hard onto the brakes into Village. Sorry, Rob.
Sorry. Ran wide too there at Farm, and that was a consequence of running wide at Abbey. So if you run wide at one corner, get dirt onto the face of your tyres, that has a consequence. And here we see Phil just making his way alongside that BMW. That was very close.
So Phil Quaife then looking to try and get past this 14th placed BMW of Craig Davis, and the Seat is later on the brakes into Brooklyn, so gets that move done. Actually caught up with Craig Davis at a decent position there. Davis having completed 29 laps, the leaders coming round to complete 31 laps. Bleekemolen leads from Bob Herbert and Phil Quaife is third. So it's the story of both classes, TCR and SP Touring, in the early stages of the Silverstone 24 Hours, powered by Hankook. There's the race leader, Sebastian Bleekemolen, but he is now finding a little bit of pressure from behind from Bob Herbert, circulating 1.5 seconds off that very large rear wing on the back of the TCR spec Seat. You don't have to run a Seat, by the way, in the TCR class. It's just the fact that this weekend all of the TCR machines are Seat Leon Cup racers. I think there's a possibility of running maybe even 10 different marques in TCR, which was a strong championship last year in its own right, and good to see that Creventic have welcomed these cars in this spec into the 24-hour series as well. TCR class always one to keep our eye on at the Dubai 24 Hours. SP Touring is a new class, to my knowledge, for the Touring Car Endurance Series.
Yes, that's right. I think the idea was that the SP2 cars were not quite the right class. So rather than adjust the SP2 class rules, they created SP Touring, which had slightly different rules, which are to do with the weight, ride height, and maximum refueling that they're allowed. So just slight. And I mean, what amazes me is that the people at Creventic, the engineers, not the organisers, but they're engineers that they depend upon in order to get these effect handicaps sorted, is that they get it so accurately right. You know, I mean, it's not always perfect, but they're not really far off very often.
Yes, it requires a very small amount of adjustment, perhaps, from round to round. But considering we didn't have a great deal to go on, I suppose, ahead of the brand new Touring Car Endurance Series, for the most part, they've hit their markers very, very well indeed. So that was the voice of Paul Truswell. I'm Johnny Palmer, also joined in the main booth by Rob Barth.
75 minutes on the clock, and I'm just starting to anticipate a wave of pit visitors. I think between now and the 90-minute mark, I think we're going to see a lot of people making their first stop for fuel, Paul.
Well, yes, and that was kind of why I said they should have come in 5 minutes ago, because you don't want to have everybody coming in together. So, you know, it's all very well thinking, right, this is what I want to do, but sometimes as a team manager you need to think that there's other people in the race who might get in the way. But you're absolutely right, the fuel will start to run out. And the difference is that, and you have this particularly in the GT cars, that you can run the car very much more empty when you go from the start race in the initial stint. You can often run it further than you can later on in the stints, because you haven't filled it at the previous stop.
Sure.
If you've had a code 60 stop, again, you don't get to refuel the car to the capacity. During a code 60, you can only refuel half your allocated amount. So there just seems to be, if you can just get in a little bit earlier, it's a 24-hour race. It doesn't have to be run to the absolute limit of what you can run on the fuel. You know, if you're stuck in some traffic, bring the driver in, get the fuel in now.
My eye has just quickly scanned down the top 10 to see if we're looking at diesel or petrol runners, because there's only a limited number of fuel pumps. There's not enough fuel pumps for everybody, and the majority of the top 20, all bar one or two, are petrols. But lurking there in P4 is David Robinson in a diesel, so he's almost guaranteed a fuel pump when he stops, so he'll be running longer and going to a clear fuel pump in his little Saxon Motorsport 135 diesel.
There are only 4 diesel-engined cars in the race, Rob. So there's the 3 diesel cars in the D1 class. D stands for diesel. And so there's 3 running in that class. But as you say, the SP Touring Saxon Motorsport BMW is also a diesel, the 135D. All the others, as you rightly say, are petrol ones. So they have to be a bit more careful with timing the stop.
Sure, and to give our listeners and viewers an idea of the performance of that 135D, I competed in the Barcelona 24 Hours in a GT4 Aston Martin a few years ago, and I was stuck behind him for hours on end. A 135 diesel BMW had exactly the same performance as a standard Aston Martin AM V8 GT4 car. So surprising performance from what you perhaps would consider a one series diesel.
Well, absolutely, I'm astonished. Absolutely astonished.
If you look at the lap times that he's doing, on a reference lap time, a 2 minute 18, 2 minute 19, and a GT3 lap is a 2 minute dead. You know, he's not a million miles away.
And I'm unsurprised to see that that's the car's best lap so far of the race, because it also is coupled with the best of anyone through Sector 1. I know it's early days, and I know we don't have any GT4 cars in this field to compete with it, but nevertheless, it's going to have an advantage in the pits, because you would say that the pump, or the 2 pumps that it's got for diesels, I think, because initially I thought there were only 3 diesel cars in this race, as in 3 D1 cars, actually 4, but 2 pumps to go around. So it's going to have an advantage once it gets to the fueling area, and it is really going pretty well as it gets lighter at this stage in the race, driven by David Robinson.
2 minutes 18.773 on that last lap. As you say, Johnny, the fastest lap that it's done so far. Same Bob Herber, he's also put in his personal fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 18.429, and both of those cars limited to going no faster than 2 minutes 18.0. Still the fastest lap of the race held by the 246 car, 2 minutes 18.217.
Nose to tail for the lead of the race. So here is Bob Herber again, getting into a phase that he really enjoys. And Sebastian Bleekemolen's rear bumper may become hypnotising for him at the time, but actually he's using it as a hair to really judge his pace with, I suppose. And that large rear wing on the back of that Seat, and the HBU Payroll Services sponsorship getting larger and larger as Bob Herber continues to charge down the Wellington Straight and draw into that Seat. Now there's no opportunity at the end of the straight into Brooklands to take the overtake, but could Sebastian Bleekemolen have a bit of his own medicine here with an overlap maybe through Woodcote Corner? That was his favourite plan. He's going to pit, which might be sensible actually, rather than being embroiled in a battle for the lead. And that's not part of the design process at Peugeot when they drew up the 208, because there is a large chunk of bodywork flapping there in the breeze.
I think it's the door.
Okay. The top, maybe the door frame, or...
Yeah, the negative pressure at high speed will often suck the window out.
It's the window.
Yes,
It's the window,
the whole upper section of the door there has been sucked out.
Okay, so that's going to be a little bit of a distraction, not only to the driver of that car, but also to maybe cars around it. But I don't think Sébastien Ducellier will be delayed massively. Depends whether the clerk of the course judges that enough to wave the mechanical flag at the 205 car. The treble one, by the way, the Seat that we saw going slow earlier on down the Grand Prix start-finish straight, I believe is an exhaust problem. Bruce Jones can tell us more on the treble one.
Yeah, they can't tell me too much, except it was hanging down. It's being rear-fixed. Adam Mackay is still on board, but I'm more interested in going down now, because I've told you the problem, to the 127 car, because Sebastian Bleekemolen has come in. I will have an interview with him very shortly. Obviously an exciting first hour and a bit for 127.
Thank you, Bruce. Top work as always down in the pit lane. And yes, race leader Bleekemolen comes down pit lane. Will the 205 car pit then from 13th position with Sébastien Ducellier at the wheel to try and solve this issue? Yes, it will. So the 127 car heading into the fueling area now, and we will be able to speak to Sebastian Bleekemolen very shortly to get word of that stint and also the mistake he made in the early stages, which resulted in a trip through the gravel. He had the lead on, I think, 3 or 4 separate occasions. Peugeot's in, Rob.
The Peugeot is in, and a large amount of tank tape being attached to that right-hand door. Of course, the little Peugeot left-hand drive, so this right-hand door is non-essential. They'll just have to keep that closed with gaffer tape and applying meters of the stuff to the door at the moment.
Yeah, but with the driver on the other side of the car, then there's no problem doing the changes and refitting water bottles, things like that. It might as well all be taped up, because unless the team during their stops like to be able to get in from that side of the car, but they'll have to draw up a plan B.
Okay,
from this point on.
Plan B now will be do something cosmetic until we need to change brake discs or brake pads.
Yeah.
And then they'll have a larger sheet of tank tape ready, so they'll attach 7 or 8 strands together, and when the car comes in for a slightly longer scheduled stop, then they'll do something slightly more temporarily permanent.
I like that, though. We talk about the track evolving across 24 hours. These cars change and tell stories of their experience in the race. You get loads of tape applied, you get cable ties and lump hammers sometimes utilised to fix the cars, and it is a test of endurance of the teams and the drivers, but also, of course, of the cars, and trying to get quick fixes done when you can, more substantial fixes where appropriate. And a car that starts the race in a pristine condition is far from that 24 hours later.
That's the first time, Johnny, I reckon, that Bob Herber's actually led the race, because up until now it's always been a battle between Phil Quaife in the Ogilvy dual racing car and the now refueled Sebastian Bleekemolen. I assume Bleekemolen stayed behind the wheel.
No, he hasn't, and I can only tell you that because he's now standing alongside Bruce Jones.
Yeah, so it's just getting busy in the pits, and we've had a man who's been very busy on the track, Sebastian Bleekemolen. That was a lively first 75 minutes.
Yeah, it was a sprint race, actually. Yeah. No, it was a shame. We have some small ignition problems. So I lost power a couple of times by 20 or 30%. So that was a bit of a shame. But the car is running well. The setup is okay, I think. And I think we have the pace also, though.
Well, it looked great out there. Your battle with Phil Quaife and then with Bob Herber. Yeah. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, it was really exciting. We were really pushing and overtaking. Well, that's what racing is all about. Overtaking and having fun.
So you're off to your hotel for a sleep now? No.
Well, I'm full of adrenaline now, so I'm taking a quick shower, I think, and maybe rest a little bit in the truck.
Good stuff. Sebastian, thanks for entertaining us. Sebastian Bleekemolen.
Yeah, it certainly has been full-on entertainment from start to this point, and we're not even 90 minutes into this race. Meanwhile, Melvin de Groot has taken over the 127 car, so that took a little bit of time to get the transponder in the right position. But de Groot, the new driver at the wheel of the 127. Bob Herber, the new race leader then in car 102. Phil Quaife in the number 1 machine in second position, and the gap is now 4 seconds between the SP Touring leader and the TCR leader in second position overall. So David Robinson showing really good pace at this phase in the race. Remember, that's the best placed diesel car, although not strictly as part of the D1 class. It's another SP Touring car in third position. Adam Jones up to fourth. And then we see Richard Neary pitting from fifth place in the 246 car. That's been an almighty stint from Richard Neary in the Roll Centre Racing car. As we can see now, a very slow Renault Clio trundling down the Hangar Straight.
Good use of the word trundle. Very good. I like that. And left front puncture.
I thought it probably was. The front wheels looked almost splayed. Maybe it carries that amount of camber. But, yeah, down on the front left corner, the front right looks fine. But that's the wheel you would expect to go down first. The front left being a clockwise circuit. Front left wheel, front left tyre on a little Renault Clio is punished throughout its stint.
Just reviewing that first 90 minutes, we're not quite through the first 90 minutes as you said, Johnny, but an hour and 25 minutes since we had the pit stop from Sebastian Bleekemolen. The gap first to second was never more than 7 seconds. The whole time of that, cars were out there, they were passing, they were going past slower cars, never got higher than 7 seconds. And every sign, of course, as the race continues, that it will stay that way. It gets artificially put out as soon as there's a pit stop. But it can't be very long, can it, before we get the 102 Bob Herber BMW and the Seat Leon from the Memac dual racing team, Phil Quaife, will be handing that car over. The only slight disappointment, but thing that isn't quite so exciting is that Phil Quaife's co-drivers are not as quick as he is, and the story of their race is generally just to stay out of trouble, keep going round and round, and it becomes a phrase, make it boring, just keep going round and stay out of trouble. And even though they're not as quick, they're not carrying the number 1 on the side of the car for any other reason that they are the International Endurance Champions from 2015, and they did a lot of that. It's the same team, just by staying out of trouble, racking up the points, racking up the finishes.
The Treble 1 Seat back into the race. That was the one that needed the exhaust refitting on it, so the Treble 1 returns to the race. Richard Neary now into the fuelling area, so the 246 car has had potentially a driver change. Will be back into the race very quickly. It's the Hankook Silverstone 24 Hours at Silverstone for 2016. We enter a new era for this great race, and as we are nearing the 90-minute marker, so still very early days, not quite 5:30 local time here in the UK. There is still plenty of light out there, but give that another, well, certainly 2.5 hours, and it will be black at the back section of the circuit, I'll call it, the Buckinghamshire end. Unlike Dubai, where some of the floodlighting and the twilight effect of that part of the world, the Middle East, can keep a little bit of light around the circuit. Here, as we've learnt from several drivers through the week, you cannot see a thing if you were stupid enough to turn your headlights off. And that is something that many of the drivers got used to last night during night practice. It's a different thing, though, when you attack it in anger, knowing it's part of the race.
Sure, there's quite a lot of ambient light as you come past the pit lane. Obviously, the pit lane's illuminated for safety reasons, but once you're out of Maggots, Beckett's and onto the Hangar Straight, yeah, it's mighty dark. From the Hangar Straight all the way around to Club Corner, very dark indeed. Abbey and Farm are difficult to spot there as well because everything is set right back. It's very wide and open, and a real challenge for, I say again, a grid of predominantly amateur racers. And as we suspected, the first two cars, Bob Herbert and Phil Quaife, pit at exactly the same time.
So separated by a very small margin on the track. They come down pit road almost together as well at the end of 38 laps. So we've seen a pit stop now from the ex-Sebastian Blakemolen driven car, now with Melvin de Groot at the wheel. That number 127 car circulating in 17th position. But Bob Herbert from the lead and Phil Quaife from second position come down pit road. These are the SP Touring and TCR leaders. We focus on the Clio as well, which has eventually made its way back. This was the one we saw going down the Hangar Straight very slowly indeed, the 216 machine. So that's the other Modena Motorsport car, isn't it? Yes. We expect the 217 to maybe be a retirement with a gearbox issue. All efforts then on the 216, and that also has problems now. But a tyre failure or a puncture is more easily solved than the gearbox issue in the 217, Paul.
In talking of Peugeots, the 208 Peugeot, car number 205, but the 208 car which Sébastien Dussilier brought into the pits, he's gone back out. No driver change on that one. And also on the BMW, the Roll Centre BMW 246, that's gone back out with Richard Neary still behind the wheel of that one. Into the pits, meanwhile, or into the refuelling station now, is the number one car. And I think Phil Quaife has stayed behind the wheel of that as well, hasn't he? I don't think there was a driver change.
I think you're probably right there, yeah.
I was just looking at the crown of the driver's crash helmet, and he was looking down as if he was just managing his seatbelts around his hands device, almost as if they'd just done a driver change. I couldn't quite work it out whether it was one of the Moutran brothers, but it didn't look like Quaife's crash helmet as it came into fuel. Perhaps Bruce can help us out down there.
Ramsey Moutran, yeah.
Perfect.
And Phil Quaife will be talking to Bruce Jones very shortly indeed. There is the 216 car. You say, Paul, speaking of Peugeots, if I called that a Peugeot, that's my error, as it's clearly a Renault Clio. But the 216 car run by Modena Motorsports has a new front left tyre. No doubt they've done tyres all around that car, and it's now in the fuelling area. 38 laps done, but David Robinson is the new race leader, the 117 car. And are we going to see the diesel-engined BMW pit? No, we're not. So clearly the economy
keep going around
of that car is very good indeed. It's got good pace, but it's got a good stint length time as well. So the driver can be in that car for 2 hours, David Robinson. And it's a very nippy 135D, the GTR, run by Saxon Motorsport, and now is the race leader. How much further can that car go then compared to its opponents, Bob Herbert, the 102 car, and also the number one, Phil Quaife?
Well, that's exactly the question that Rob asked before the race. How far can it go? I said at least an hour and a half. Will it be able to go 2 hours? It's done an hour and a half already. But of course, the further it can go, the more it will be able to use that to extend its advantage later on in the race. The disadvantage that it will have is that because we're now over an hour and a half into the race, they have to do the driver change.
Yeah.
So every time they come in, they'll have to do a driver change, whereas the Roll Centre BMW, for example, that was able to do its pit stop without doing a driver change, so was able to do a slightly shorter pit stop.
So Robinson continues on. Adam Jones pitted on that lap, by the way, and he was 15 seconds adrift of Robinson as he came down pit road, so may well be seeing Adam Jones getting out of that car as well. There's the 102 coming back out of fuelling, I think.
So Ramsey Moutran has escaped the fueling bay ahead of the BMW that they were battling head-to-head with.
So Ramsey Moutran now in that car. The man who stepped out of it, Phil Quaife, who's with Bruce Jones.
Phil, you came into the pit lane very close with Bob Herber, but you won the battle to the refuelling, and Ramsey's rejoined ahead of the 102.
That's good. I didn't see that, but we've been practicing our pit stops yesterday quite a bit, and obviously it paid off for us just then.
Now, I've just spoken to Sebastian Blakemolen, and he described the first sort of 80 minutes as a bit of a sprint. It was busy out there.
I think you can call 24-hour races sprints these days. It was pretty hard going for the first stint, and we had some good battles together in the first stint, and then the BMW M3 joined us towards the end, so really enjoyable. So Ramsey's in the car now, so keep pushing and see where we end up.
Now, Sebastian said he was having a little bit of problem with the power of his car. It was cutting in and out. Could you sort of detect that from your battle?
Yeah, absolutely. So I could see on the main straight that he just dropped in power, and the team was saying that they could hear him going from 4 cylinders to 3. So, but a couple of corners later, it seemed like he got that back again. So, yeah, we had some good fights throughout the 2 hours, and I think that's going to continue for the full 24 hours.
Fantastic. Good stuff. Rest well.
Thank you. Cheers.
Big grin on his face. I'm not really surprised about that. Phil Quaife loves his motorsport and loves being involved in a battle involving 3 cars at the head of the order for pretty much all of his stint as well. So he'll be hoping for more of the same when he gets back inside the number 1 car.
Sorry, I thought the leader had pitted, then I got all excited, but it was one of the little Works Peugeots. Can I say Works Peugeots? I think I can. They're from France.
Pretty much.
Works Peugeots with a similar kind of colour scheme, same kind of predominantly grey and red as the Robinson 135D BMW.
There's one of 3 Honda Civics here this weekend, I believe. 2 of them with the hatchback and one with the booted version, the FD2, which also did Mugello. So they've been busy boys in Italy, and now 2 weeks later here at Silverstone.
Sebastian Dusselier is back in the pits again in number 205. Have you said that?
No.
Right, that's the car that had the window door frame go and came into the pits for what seemed like a partially routine, but they obviously did some work on it, and then you were talking about temporary permanent fixes and permanent temporary fixes, Rob. But they've come back in again, so whether Dusselier has got more of a problem with that car or not, I don't know.
And that is a car going up in smoke, it looks like. It's that engine smoke coming out the back of a... No, it's not the Seat, it's the one behind it, and it's very tricky to see which car is involved. It's the 9th place car, Craig Davis, quite possibly, the 139 machine. And yes, that is pouring out of the exhaust, and Craig Davis looking at the rear of that car, wondering what on earth is happening.
Is it smoke or steam?
It's a good question.
It's a BMW though, isn't it?
Bruce Jones, who is on the spot, says in my ears it looks like... Oh, I beg your pardon, he's at the other end of the pit lane, but he says in my ears it looks like smoke. Just looked to be coming from the rear of the car rather than the front of it. But
oh, beg your pardon.
It's coming from the exhaust, and that is not a happy motor car, Rob. So, extinguisher at the ready.
Certainly is. I'm no mechanic, and I do not know one end of a spanner from the other. However, I would say that's either turbocharger or cylinder head gasket.
Okay.
Yeah, I go along with turbocharger on that one with you, Rob. The cylinder head gasket would be a bluer smoke, I think. But,
so, this is Craig Davis. Do we think, or is it the car in...
it is Craig Davis's.
It's Craig Davis's.
Yes.
Okay. So the 139 car, it is. We've correctly identified that. It's not a TCR car, I should add. It's a Class A3 machine. And it's no longer Craig Davis that needs to be concerned about that, although it's still, of course, his car and his team. But Craig is out, and there is a driver peering into the front end of that car as well, as maybe they try and pour fluids into it in a hope to rescue the situation.
Despite the smoke, though, there is no fire. It's purely burning off smoke.
Yeah. And at least one team member with a fire extinguisher in readiness of it going up, more so. But no, it looks like it's relatively under control, the 139 car. And as I say, it's not a TCR machine, and that's mainly because, well, we were talking about the TCRs and their potential reliability issues only because they don't regularly do this sort of distance, but a Seat Leon is a Seat Leon, I suppose, whether you run it in TCR class or class A3 or class D1. So that is a reliability problem after only an hour and 35 minutes, and Bruce Jones tells me in my ears that the engine has been turned off now as well. So if they can fix it, it's clearly not going to be the work of a moment. It's Rob Smith's car, of course, as well, and hopefully Bruce will speak to Rob very shortly. It's Paul Smith, Craig Davis, Rob Smith from Sub-Zero Wolf, the team. Meanwhile, at the head of the order, it's still David Robinson who leads in his diesel-powered SP touring car. The 114 machine, Kevin Clark, in second position. Third position is Lucas Orrock, who's been plying his trade very patiently, actually, in the TCR class. And yes, OK, that car's not pitted yet, but leads class TCR. Rick Broikers in the 303 car, that's the bright orange machine, is running second in TCR and fourth overall, from Martin van der Berge in fifth position. Going to go straight down to the pit lane to speak with Bruce Jones, who maybe can get us a bit more information on the 139 car. Bruce.
Well, I think Rob Smith is as technical as I am. It was smoke, wasn't it?
There certainly was a lot of smoke, and Craig had gone from, I think, 23rd on the grid to 12th. He was going like an absolute rocket, and the first we knew of the problem was he stopped and we smoked the whole pit lane out.
You certainly did. I was at the far end waiting to interview someone else, and then kaboom.
Good to make you have a run for a change.
For a change. What's being done to the car right now?
All I know is they put some oil in it and they're assessing the situation now, but the team have got lots of spares. We can get this back out.
And Craig's come out holding some tools. Is that a good thing? He's got some scissors.
He's got scissors. That's dangerous.
You look after him, Rob Smith. Thank you.
Yes, scissors is good for arts and crafts courses. I wouldn't necessarily suggest they're good for fixing a supercharger or a Seat engine.
It's to cut the duct tape.
Of course it is. So they can go and help Team Altron, I suppose.
There you go.
In the 205 car. Doesn't really help all that smoke pouring out the back of it. But there is a hope that from Rob Smith that the car will return. In fact, it's moving now down pit road. So they've poured a load of oil into it. And there's a Seat off track there, which is the 144 car, returning very quickly. And Jacob Hodson at the wheel. That's at the loop, I think. Already extra lights strapped to that Seat in readiness for the hours in the darkness. So a lot of these cars look like rally cars because of that band of lighting between the main headlights. And there will certainly not be an issue seeing the road in front, although reference points can definitely be an issue over the night period. It's a good point you made, Rob, earlier on, particularly heading down towards Abbey. It's so open there, and you struggle for reference points in the daylight. And, you know, where on earth... And it's quick, isn't it? So
yeah, there's some very subtle changes in gradient on the run into Abbey as well. You go down, then just as you turn in, you actually go up a little. And, of course, at that point, your headlights are pointing at the sky. They're of no use at all. 100 minutes gone. I'm just looking. There's still no sign of our race leader, David Robinson, pitting. And Richard Neary in the 246 BMW has just picked off Ramsey Moutran in the number 1 Memic Ogilvy dual racing car as well.
The problem for Richard Neary is that because he stayed behind the wheel, he's only allowed another 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes, before he comes into the pits because he's got the 2-hour driving time limit. David Robinson, constrained by the same 2-hour driving time limit, but his car is running out of diesel, whereas Richard Neary's is pretty full of petrol because it only made a stop fairly recently.
If Martin Short has his code 60 button at the ready, he'll be pressing it in about 16 or 17 minutes, because I reckon at that point they could do a driver change, get Richard out before his 2-hour window, and that 50% fuel capacity should just brim the BMW nicely.
Yes, but they need to make sure that when he pushes it, he's just coming up through Luffield.
Luffield would be, mid-clipping point of Luffield.
Yeah,
OK, I'll nip down and tell him.
Yeah. Just a point on headlights, because you were talking about them.
Yes.
There has actually been an additional regulation inserted to the supplementary regulations for Silverstone for the TCR cars only, of a maximum of 6 headlights. Now, I'm not quite sure what that achieves, and probably you couldn't get more than 6 on a car anyway, but the note has been added to additional TCR regulations that only 6 headlights are allowed, no more than.
2 more pit callers, one from Class A3 and one from Class TCR. So we're seeing Kevin Clark come down pit road from 2nd on the road, and Lucas Orrick from 4th pitting as well. So that still leaves David Robinson out front. Rick Broikers will move up to 2nd position because of that, and the 303 car yet to stop. And Martin van der Berge not stopping
Rick
either.
Broikers has gone a long way on his tank of fuel.
Yes.
You know, an hour and 40 minutes. He's done really well to stretch his TCR's petrol engine that far.
Looks very cool, though, behind the wheel. We often catch a glimpse, and here indeed is Rick Broikers, but there's also a camera in that car that peers back at Rick, and, he is pushing hard, but I just wonder whether he's almost been in a bit of a fuel-saving mode as well in the early part of this stint to try and elongate each of his stints. 303 car working its way now up towards Abbey, the corner we talk about where it's so important to get the clipping point right, the turn-in point as well. Very fast right-hander, and there is Rick.
Yeah, it's interesting because he was pushed to the not the back of the grid, but the back of his class, and that put him back on what was about the 7th row of the grid at the start. And they may well have said, look, from there, no need to go for the histrionics. No. Let's just save the fuel and let time bring the race to us. Yep. And by staying out of trouble, as you say, he's made the fuel last very nicely indeed.
The over-the-shoulder shot shows the dashboard really nicely, and there's no sign of a fuel alarm on. Normally you would have a flashing light or actually a message on the TFT display screen, and there's nothing on board that 303 Seat. Having said that, though, I'm sure he's going to come straight into the pit lane and prove me wrong.
Here he comes through Luffield and showing no sign of moving to the right-hand side of the circuit to take the pit lane entry road, and indeed Rick's good for another lap. So let's hope that the guys down at Red Camel, Jordans.nl, have got their calculations correct, and there's at least another lap's worth of fuel on board that bright orange car, the 303. So we now have SP Touring ahead of TCR car, ahead of A3 machine. So in the top 3 different classes represented. Down to the pit lane again to Bruce Jones, and he's joined by Bob Herber this time.
At the start of the race, it looked as though it was the TCR Seats escaping, but Bob, you had other ideas, and you caught right up, and when you pitted, you're in the lead.
Yeah, we know for sure the Seats should be faster in the beginning of the race. They can put more temperature in the tyre faster than we can. So I had to back off, wait a little while, saw those guys struggle together, and then I was capable of catching them.
It was quite a good battle between them, wasn't it? And you had a good place to watch it from.
Front row, and it was great fun to see. I had a good time in the car. It was awesome.
But you've handed over. Who's taken the second stint?
Martin is driving the second stint. Very stable, good times. So we will see, but still 22 and a lot of hours to go.
Yeah, don't say that. Good luck. Thanks, Bob.
14 minutes and 23 seconds to be exact. And it's Martin Lanting who's taken over the 102 car, and he's slicing right between the Seat of Rick Broikers, and that's the FD2 Civic, I think. That was a replay, but Martin Lanting wasting no time in getting through the traffic there, Paul. I like that.
I tell you what, I love the way that Bob said it with such a dead face. Oh, it was awesome. I mean, you could kind of hear his words, but he didn't seem to be exuding it with his body somehow. Obviously it just is in his nature. I mean, he certainly has done a good stint, and that's not against him, but as I say, it just seemed to be a very flat kind of response with a very emotional worded answer.
Is that Lanting again down the left-hand side? 4 abreast on the Wellington Straight and breaking into the left-hander at Brooklands, and right over the curb there goes the 303 car of Rick Broikers, because he saw that D1 machine, the 195, swing across his line as well. Very dirtied rear end there of the Seat as the diesel is sprayed out of the exhaust and all over the back of what was a bright yellow car to start with. So over the line it goes, and yeah, Rick Broikers more than the need to readdress his line at Brooklands, and now Broikers going 3 abreast up towards Copse Corner. All of a sudden people getting the bug here that this is a touring car race of about 15 minutes.
I'm amazed that Seat's gone so long on fuel. That 303 car, we're coming up to an hour and 50 minutes and he's still going.
Yeah.
Still going.
It's not a diesel, is it? We must remind ourselves that's not a diesel engine car.
No.
It's petrol engine, but Rick Breukers and his economical way of steering this car around the Silverstone circuit is clearly working, and if they can push on with this economical drive throughout the race, then it stands a real chance of a very good result here at Silverstone. David Robinson, though, leads the race in the diesel-powered BMW 135D. Breukers at Stowe Corner now, turning right at one of the lowest parts of the circuit. There's a little bit more of a drop there, as you can see, and then it starts to climb up, and there's that slight change in circuit level at past the wing as well. The 335 car goes for a spin. That's Frederick Nymark, the Dane, for Scan Grip Racing in their BMW E92. And the car behind, needing to be aware that it's just rejoined. And we've also got one of the Honda Civics off track now. Has that hit anything, or has that just come to a halt? It's the Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic, number 76. Is there a ding in the door there? There is a ding in the door there, but it might be unrelated, because it's sort of come to a halt in the middle, in no man's land. So car 76, driven by Daniel Wheeler, second place in Class A3, so tidily placed within Class A3 after nearly an hour and 50 minutes, Paul.
Yes, just reflecting on Rick Breukers and this great run that he's having there in second place at the moment. 120-litre fuel tank on the Seat Leon Cup racer car. He's allowed to refuel 100 litres, so there's no point at all in coming in if the tank has less than 20 litres, sorry, it has more than 20 litres in. He wants to come in when the tank has less than 20 litres in. But just echoing what Rob says, he's done extremely well to get as far as he has, and nobody else has come in. But what we don't know is how much fuel he's got left in the car now compared to what the others have got left in their car. And it may well be that although he's gone long on this stint, the next stint will be a shorter one because he runs out after 100 litres, whereas the others will have more in the tank.
Well, it's not going to be too long before we see the 303 car pit, because according to Bruce Jones, the team are now heading out onto the apron. So maybe the end of this lap or the next,
And
the
in
303
any case,
car will come in.
In any case, we've got to get David Robinson in, and he's just gone through. No, he's coming up to the line now, isn't he, David Robinson? Just wait and see for him to come through. 117. Has he already gone?
He's just gone through.
Gone through. He has to come in sometime within the next 10 minutes because we're getting to the end of the 2 hours that is the maximum driving time for any driver.
Yeah. Within 10 minutes, we have to see those cars come in. Now, your stint technically ends as you hit pit lane in, does it?
Provided you get out of the car, yes, it does. The trick with Creventic racers, and I don't know, Rob, you do a lot of races. I don't know if you spotted this one with Creventic races.
Yeah, the pit loop in, yes.
The time spent in the pits normally doesn't count towards your stint, but if you stay in the car, the time spent in the pits in Creventic races does count. So you can't take that little that slice of cake whilst you were in the pit lane. Normally you can take that out and say, well, my stint was actually two stints of whatever length they were. You add it together. In Creventic races, you have to include the pit time if you stay in the car. Otherwise, it's at the point that you come into the pits.
Pretty close there, heading into the right-hander at Village for Rick Breukers. This is probably an in-lap for the Dutchman. The 303 car then running in second position, but out front it's David Robinson. A brilliant drive from him in the 117 car, and that 117 car showing true economy. So headlights on now for Rick Breukers, working his way into Brooklands, the left-hander. Another left-hand drive car, that slightly newer shaped TCR machine.
And we're going to see, I think, Breukers pit this lap. And, of course, Robinson and Neary in P1 and P3 are also going to have to pit to change drivers as well, because they're the starting drivers. And there, the red band on the bottom of the Seat's little TFT display screen, the fuel alarm.
And so we know that car is down at the end of its 120-litre tank. There it goes past us in the pit lane. David Robinson is not far behind him, although he's on ahead of him, as it were, on the race. the gap is very nearly a minute and 3/4 between the two of them. So David Robinson isn't that far away from coming through start-finish, but he goes through and does another lap and clocks up an hour and 52 minutes of the elapsed race time.
Okay, well, you can still do one more lap because lap time's taking about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Car 76, by the way, the Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic Type R that we saw stranded out on track has run out of fuel, according to a message on our screen. So that's going to have to be returned to the pits.
I'm
Rob
not
Barth
angry.
shaking his
I'm
head.
just disappointed.
But the thing is, with Creventic races, it's not actually that bad. At Le Mans, you run out of fuel, you're out of the race. Here, you get towed back in, and you can finish the race. It was at Dubai, wasn't it? We had, I think, 2 of the cars that finished in the top 6 had both run out of fuel on the circuit. And yet they finished in the top 6. So running out of fuel on the circuit is not nearly as bad as you might think.
Of course, yeah.
And the 139 car still belching smoke out of the rear of that car. So clearly the issue not been fixed in pouring more oil into it. But at least it's run for a little while during that stint. That is the Sub-Zero Wolf Seat Leon Super Copa of Craig Davis, Paul Smith and Robert Smith. I think it's Paul Smith now at the wheel. So 139 is at Luffield and potentially thinking about coming in, unless they're happy for that. No, it's not Luffield, it's totally the other part of the track. It's Chapel that car is coming out of and looking very slow, actually, down the Hanger Straight.
The trouble with smoke, it usually means something's running out.
Yeah, and they put more of that stuff in it, of course. But
it was James Hunt, wasn't it? James Hunt said, I don't mind it smoking, it's when it stops you have to worry.
So we're expecting very, very shortly David Robinson into the pit lane. Rick Broikers has pitted, and that TCR car, the bright orange 303 car, will be out again very, very shortly from the fuelling area. But meanwhile, the 139 car heavily smoking now. I want to say we've reached a really action-packed part of the race, but it seems like there's been no let-up since we saw those red lights go out nearly 2 hours ago. David Robinson leads the way, and very, very shortly we will see Robinson in for that car's first pit stop. But this is a story that we've seen a lot of. In fact, now David Robinson comes down pit road, so we preempted that pretty well. It was easily done because he was right on the limit of his driver... The most time you can be in the car for 2 hours, and for fear of breaching that, he came down pit road. So how close was he, Paul, to breaching that 2 hours?
5 minutes, an hour and 55 minutes.
Right.
Now, of course, what might have happened is we could have had a code 60 whilst he was on the next lap round, and if that would have happened, then it would have taken him more than 5 minutes to get back, and that would have taken him over the 2 hours. So he'd have had extenuating circumstances, but it still would have meant that he'd have been over the 2 hours. So he really came in at the absolute limit of what he could do at the end of 49 laps. So 49 laps in just under 2 hours. Pretty good progress.
139 car, no doubt, will be coming down pit lane. Still a load of smoke pouring out the back of that car, and that's not the first time we've seen that in this race. Straight down to the pit lane to Bruce Jones to speak to the crew from the 303 car.
A very happy pit for the 303 car. Rick, you almost got 2 hours of racing there.
Yeah, we almost got 2 hours, but unfortunately we have an engine problem. So I think we lose 5 seconds lap. But we drove the longest stint, so now we're on first, but we will drop down back. Yeah.
Well, you can't run a 2 hour stint because that's the maximum.
Yes.
How much further could you run on the fuel?
Not much. On the last lap I got a fuel error, so we were very low on fuel.
Nice work. Well done, Rick. And Bart de Haas has taken over, yeah?
Yes, he is now in the car.
Good stuff. So long stint there from Rick Broikers. Good work. Father Evo, very, very happy with him.
So, yeah, as Bruce says, Bert de Hoys then to take over that car with a slight engine niggle, but nowhere near as big a problem as the 139 car, which came past us. And to be honest, it's going to be 5 minutes before we can see out of this window again. So much white smoke pouring out the back of it. It's going to take more than just pouring a bit more oil into that to solve that problem. Although Rob Smith was confident that they had quite a lot of components for that car, and they will have the bit between their teeth now to solve that issue as quickly as possible and make sure it rejoins the race. Richard Neary in the 246 car back in pit lane. Now this is a meteoric rise for the Roll Centre Racing Team ABBA BMW, which started, I think, at the back of the grid, and it's running in 4th. It's now coming down pit road.
Sorry to tap you on the shoulder. The marshals with the penalty board were just prepping a 1-3, and then they've stopped. So just keep your eye on the band on the timing screen for the clerk of the course's messages.
Right, well, 130, Lucas Orrick will be slightly worried. 136, Julian Thomas. 139, Rob Smith's car. That it's probably most likely.
I wrote down, yes, I think he's got a small mechanical problem.
It's probably most likely to be the 139, which is the Sub-Zero Wolf car. And very tight exit there of Aintree Corner for the number 1 Ramsey Moutran driven Mehmet Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat, having to lap that little Clio, which had a problem earlier on in the race. I remember seeing that Clio going slowly down the Hanger Straight, but looked to be at a reasonable pace there. Clearly not going to match a TCR down Wellington Straight. Ramsey Moutran lapping in the 220s, 221s there or thereabouts, so not the pace that Phil Quaife was offering, but nevertheless that's pretty decent. And it is all about the pace you can offer across all 4 stints, isn't it? All 4 drivers. And the average lap time becomes so important throughout the 24 hours.
Ramsey doing a good job through the traffic. Nice, clean, sensible moves. And he's been solidly consistent in the 20s and 21s. So doing an ideal job, just what the gentleman driver has to do. Don't set any records. Don't try and push too hard. Just limit the number of mistakes you make and find a rhythm. Ramsey will be in the car now until it's dark, so he'll be looking to just find his feet on the circuit and enjoy his time in the car.
So Robinson's car now in the fueling area, the 117 machine. There'll be a different driver in that car, and we'll be able to identify who it is as soon as that car works its way back into the race. Melvin de Groot at the wheel of the 127 car in 2nd position, and Ramsey Moutran 3rd. Well, that's now to be 1st and 2nd, of course, with Robinson's car in the fueling area. No, perhaps not. Robinson may retain the lead because it was able to go so much further into that stint. Outer club corner goes the number 1 Ramsey Moutran driven car. Martin Lanting on an absolute charge and was wasting no time at all, lapping as many cars as he could all at the same time earlier on in the 102 car.
Interesting that the 2 body languages of Ramsey Moutran in the Seat and Martin Lanting in the BMW, you'd put money on Martin Lanting being quicker,
right?
But he's not. He's been about a second to a second and a half off what the Seat's done, so he's clearly trying very hard, perhaps trying too hard.
Perhaps so, yeah. And that's an interesting battle within SP Touring, because within that class we have the 1st placed car overall, the 4th placed car overall, and the 5th placed car overall. So 4th and 5th are 2nd and 3rd in SP Touring, and they're separated by a little over a minute, but Richard Roberts could be about to close in on Martin Lanting. The Hankook sponsored 24 hours of Silverstone continues on into hour 3, and it's Clint Bardwell who's taken over the number 117 car, by the way. Paul Truswell and Rob Barth here in the main booth. Bruce Jones down in the pit lane, and it's been Johnny Palmer for the last couple of hours, but I'm going to give the throat a bit of a rest and hand over to John Hindhoff. But Clint Bardwell, in what we know is a very economic car, the 117 machine, has come back out into 3rd position. So it's the 127 Seat that leads the race now after a couple of hours. Ramsey Moutran driving the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy Dual Racing car 2nd, and Clint Bardwell set for a long stint, maybe trying to go for those 2 hours once again, in 3rd position.
Great looking at Ramsey Moutran as he makes his way out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight, just picking his way through the traffic. Coming down into Stowe Corner. Down from 5th to 4th.
Has continued at a pace not perfect for everyone, of course, and we'll go through the major problems in a wee while. Rick Breukers starting the 303 car and doing a fine job. Surprisingly few incidents, and the crowd has stayed on to watch what has been a very entertaining first 120 minutes. It's nowhere near as cold as it was yesterday either at this time. The weather forecast, everyone's keeping a very careful eye on it. That's through the first couple of hours. The odd few problems, particularly for the Peugeots. 205 car needing some duct tape early on to keep the door closed, and some smoky Seats out there as well on the circuit. So here's how it stands after 2 hours. 2 hours gone, and Team Blake and Mullen were leading at the top of the hour by about 3.5 seconds from the Mehmet Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat Leon Cup. So the two TCR cars out front, as was expected. I think it's interesting that the SP Touring cars, the GR car and the Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing, in fact the three cars of course, isn't it? It's the Saxon Motorsport. The three BMWs have been able to stay so close in the categories. For me, the ones to watch slightly further down, the A3 category being led by that Team Ultron Peugeot, the number 208, Stefan Ventaya in 6th position, leading A3. Cup 1 led by Mark Poole in the 154 BMW 235. D1, the diesel class of E, Jan de Vocht in the 194 car, the Resi Racing team, and we know that those guys can get a car home. A2, Jan Engelbrecht in the 171. That's the Team K Reiser RCZ Peugeot, again a team who have some history with these longer distance races.
Cracking looking car, that Peugeot RCZ,
isn't it? Designed interestingly by the street car, designed by the same person that did the TT. Went and did some work for Peugeot, I believe, and there's echoes of it, but it's very futuristic looking, and that double bubble on the back end of it, and the cab forward design
really works.
And it works as a racing car as well. I remember when the guys were first talking about making a racing car out of it. Indeed, that car was introduced to the marketplace in Australia with a debut on the racetrack at Bathurst. They hadn't had that car before, and Peugeot Australia took it down there and raced it, and it's aerodynamically actually very efficient.
Sure.
And that double bubble at the back on the rear windscreen and the roof works really well. Rob Barth alongside Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh jumping in the hot seat in every sense of the word from Johnny Palmer, who's done a cracking job. And Paul, what we've seen over the first 2 hours is, I'm delighted to say, something that you can really get your teeth into, with a lovely set of racing cars going round and getting things done.
And proper racing, John. I mean, it's been flat-out racing. We've not had any code 60s. I was saying just before we had the last set of pit stops, the gap first to second was never more than 7 seconds. We've had how many changes of lead? 8 changes of lead in the race. We've had 4 different cars leading the race, and all of those have happened to do with the way that the race has just been panning out nice and easily.
So it's still Team Blake and Mullen that lead the race. What I like is everybody's getting into a groove, gentlemen, and we've got all the history that we can pull up on the screens in front of us now, thanks to timeservice.nl. And I would say as well that if you're away from the track, or you've got a bit of data that you can pick up listening on 1602 AM, you'll be losing us shortly on the track PA, so if you have got a radio with you, now's the time to find 1602. Hello everybody in the grandstand, well done for waiting it out over there. 16:02 a.m. or of course 24H series, radiolemans.com, both with sound and vision. And of course, if you go to 24hseries.com, you can get all of the timing and scoring, and so many of you, Rob Janer, loving the race coverage and all of the stats on screen, as many of you are. Well, Rob, what we've seen here, as Paul's described, is this is, all right, not door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel and wing mirror-to-wing mirror endurance racing, but this is proper endurance racing. No doubt about this. Everybody getting into the groove and finding their pace here at Silverstone.
And double high five to Creventic for getting the balance of performance so accurate between the TCR and the SP Tourings. You know, the two classes, it's a proper inter-team battle. And yeah, they are all now on the... They've all now completed their first round of pit stops. And as back to where we were, we've got the two Seats ahead of the three now BMWs, with Ricky Bobby taking over the roll centre car.
So literally anything can happen from this point onwards.
Stand well back as a member.
216 Modern Motorsport with one of the later Renault Clios. Nice use of some cutting gear on the front to place the lights behind Perspex there.
Apex lights as
and
well,
yes,
aren't they?
absolutely, splayed out. There are some series, and particularly the VLN, and I know Modena do VLN racing, you're not allowed to have anything protruding in front of the car, rather. Well, welcome back to our TV syndication. Good to have you here in the early evening at Silverstone. Local time just after 6:05 in the evening. We'll be getting dark in about 90 minutes. Started to get evening-like at around 7:30 last night, and it was full dark by 8. The standings, if you have stepped away for a moment, still have the 1-2-17 Blekemolen TCR Seat Leon leading by just on 7 seconds from Pramsi Mutran in the multicoloured number 1 car. The third place car, Martin Lanting, in the 102. That's the best of the SP Touring BMWs, of which there are 3 in the top 4, because top 5 rather, because the 245 is right in behind them. And then Clint Bardwell in the 117. The Presenza Racing Team Clio going about its job, looking fairly standard in terms of the front end of the car, except for the honking grey LED light bar that's on the front. And I can tell you, Rob, I don't know how much nighttime driving you've done, but those light bars are a godsend. I've seen nothing like them. I thought they were gimmick, I'll be honest. We put one half that size on the front of the MG at Anglesey, and it was the difference between night and day.
The LED technology in headlights over the last 5 or 6 years, it's come on in leaps and bounds. And as you say, for something the size of less than the sole of your shoe, the light that it gives off, which is very bright and clear, almost blue in colour, is terrific, and it will really enable the drivers to push on confidently around the back side of the circuit, which is traditionally so dark.
And it takes virtually no current from the car, and generating electricity, of course, you're spinning an alternator to do that, to charge the battery. The harder you make that work, you can take a half or a whole BHP off the engine, sometimes even more. That's why people get clever with air conditioning systems on endurance cars and only make them work on partial throttle, not full throttle. They take no current draw at all. It's remarkable stuff. Get a chance, have a look at the ABBA commercial roll centre car. They've got the Clearwater lights on the front of that, and they are, I mean, the technology that's in there, ridiculous.
Ooh, the leader almost getting caught. Yeah, leader off. Leader, all 4 wheels off the road there on the way into the loop. So you've got to be so careful with your management of traffic at these slow sections.
And that's all about making a split-second decision, Rob, isn't it? Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
No, I was just going to pick up on that because Ramsey Moutra, the leader, Melvin de Groot, only has sort of 7.5 seconds between himself and Ramsey Moutran. So Ramsey isn't that far behind. And we can see on the screen, there's the multicoloured number 1 Seat Leon chasing down the Wellington Straight. So the smallest of mistakes can make the difference. And it was the feature of the first part of the race where they were separated by less than 10 seconds. They're going to be separated by less than 10 seconds for the next hour of driving if Ramsey Moutran can keep up the pace. And we've got a real race on our hands, and it's what I love it, say it again, it's a race on the track. It's not just about the strategy of coming into the pits and being quick in the pits. It's not just about having a quick car, but it's about doing the racecraft.
And those split-second decisions can go for you or against you. We'll keep an eye on that battle at the head of the field, which is now just on 6 seconds. Bruce Jones is down in the pits. Evening, Bruce.
Good evening, John. I thought I'd come and speak to the busiest man of the first 2 hours of the race. Richard Neary started a mere 41st, came in about 4th place. Busy afternoon.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, very busy.
Yeah. What's it like coming from the back? Obviously, we had all sorts of problems for the Team ABBA with Roll Centre BMW yesterday. It's obviously going like a train now.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of problems with the daytime qualifying session, drive shafts issues. We did a precautionary gearbox change just in case. So we got the car completed. We did the nighttime quali, and in the nighttime quali we were 4th quickest. So that sort of showed us where our pace really should be within the field of cars. We started 41st, and I made a decision to push very hard, very early, possibly before the tyres were completely to temperature, but while other people were being very cautious with the tyres, I was pushing like mad to get us back to where we really should be running.
Any hairy moments?
A couple of locked wheels here and there, but not in the overtaking department. I was quite cautious. I didn't dive up the inside of anyone. But, when you get to that end of the field, there's a lot of people having their own battles as well. So they're concentrating on the one they're trying to get past, not the one that's trying to pass them. So, cautious but progressive.
And you handed the car over in a good position, so now you can relax for a little while.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. That's Richard Neary. Great opening stint.
Got to say, the pressure was on, and he delivered, gentlemen, in spades. By his own admission, Richard isn't, Paul, a full-time racing driver. That could have got the best of him. He's clearly got a good car, a car that's dialed in, a car that's quick, but he's still got to steer it. It's the
fastest lap of the race has been set by that car. The car is constrained by minimum reference lap time, but currently the fastest lap of the race thus far was set by Richard Neary on lap 6, 2 minutes 18.217. No one's gone better.
And has that broken out of its bracket?
No.
That's still within its bracket.
The bracket is 2 minutes 18 dead.
Right.
He's done a 2 minutes 18.2, and he thought, that's a bit quick. I won't go quite that quick again. And he hasn't, and he's brought the car from dead last up to 6th place was the best it ran at.
Here's our leader on the far side of the circuit from us with the bright white Seat. I tell you, it's not quite as light as that as our TV cameras going through touring cars that move around through Maggots and Beckett's. They just look fantastic, Rob. I'd almost forgotten about racing cars moving around. We're so used now to seeing cars that are so brilliantly aerodynamic efficient, and don't get me wrong, they're great, they're fast, they're tremendously spectacular, but to see a car moving around, to see the weight transfer, the unloaded back end of those Seats, it's proper motor racing. These guys are working pretty hard.
Sure, when you ride on board with the number 1 car, particularly with Phil Quaife at the wheel, you could see him using armfuls of opposite lock to control the wayward rear end of the car, and throughout the speed range, whether he was in a slow corner, medium speed, or, as you say, through Maggots and Beckett's at thick end of 100 miles an hour plus, the cars are moving around. So, yeah, terrific to see. I'm fascinated by the battle between the rear-wheel drive BMWs and the front-wheel drive TCR touring cars, and I would sort of go out on a limb to say at the end of the first stint, the rear-wheel drive BMWs were quicker on their Hankook tyres than the front-wheel drive touring cars. So we'll have to keep an eye on that to see if that's a pattern. But for sure now, the two Seats are looking slightly stronger than those chasing BMWs, but they're coming back towards them.
And of course, there's a lot of the race still to go, Rob, and we don't quite know how that the fueling patterns are working. I was just checking back on the diesel engine BMW, the Saxon Motorsport car 117, which led for a few laps because of having such a long stint. But it also had a very long pit stop, 5 minutes and 49 seconds it was in the pit lane. That's from pit in to pit out, 5 minutes and 49 seconds. That's a full 2 minutes longer than either the Blakemolen or the Memak Ogilvy racing cars, numbers 1, 2, 7 and 1, which are leading the race. They were both in and out of the pits in less than 4 minutes. So even though they were doing the BMW, the BMW 1 Series did a greater distance, they took longer to turn it round in the pits, and that's going to penalise it in the long run, even though it can go longer on its tank full.
And why is the Richard Robert... One thing I did miss when I was out of the room earlier, why is the Richard Robert cars being down the pit lane twice when everybody else...
Because they came in earlier to refuel,
right,
and then Richard Neary stayed behind the wheel. They came in at about an hour and 10 minutes to refuel.
This is the ABBA commercials car, yeah.
Rail Centre car. Came in to refuel. Richard Neary stayed behind the wheel, and then he was limited by time. 2 hours, had to get out of the car. So that car's done 2 pit stops, but has more fuel aboard.
Right, got you. Thank you. Bringing me and everyone else up to date. Oh, someone's had a whoopsie. This is the 122, I think. Yes, it is. The black and fluorescent green Seat, 28th position for Kinetic Racing. It's the Mike Nash run team. And there's a bit of bumper that should be attached that isn't and is lying on the circuit at the moment. Now...
That's the exit of Copse by the look of it.
Do you know that just by the curbs? Because we're not seeing very much more of that, Rob. I'm very impressed by that.
I guessed by the pit exit blend line where it was lying.
See, that is handy to know. Have a guy who knows this place about every single... Oh, and we've lost a bit of rear light cluster as well.
That's the middle part of Beckett's. It's a bit of rubber from the inside of the arch.
Is that what it was? Well, that is sitting...
Oh, that's plumb on the racing line. That'll be terrifying for the guys arriving at the clipping point of Copse. They'll be coming through Copse corner, 4th, 5th gear. They're having to go left and right of it, yeah. I'm looking for the marshals, look with a hand on the code 60 flag for debris, but no sign of that so far.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly on the exit, sitting right in the middle of the road, the black rear bumper from that car.
Just going back to the Roll Centre pit stops, although they've made 2 of them, John, and you were right to highlight that fact, they've still spent less time in the pits in total than the Saxon Motorsport BMW. So more time than the cars ahead of them, but less time in the pits than 117. As I say, the diesel car took that little bit longer to refuel.
Stand by for a code 60. I think it's out. You can see it in the background, top of the picture. And our run has been brought to an end. 2 hours and 19 minutes.
47 seconds.
Thank you very much, Paul. And we are in our first code 60. It'll be a very quick one because there are a few gaps on the circuit. Yellow flag for where the debut is on the circuit through Copse's Rob Barth expertly potted. We've got somebody just breathing heavily at the moment at the side of the track, ready to sprint out in a Usain Bolt style to sprint out and pick that up, I'm sure. And as soon as they get the nod that there's a big enough gap in the traffic, there is an advantage here that everybody's seen where that is, Rob. Everybody's been past it, I think, at least once now. So it is at least in an area that people know where it is. It's just a question of finding a gap that's big enough for someone to dash out, grab it and pull it across to safety.
Of course, an up and down pit lane now. The team managers are quickly tapping away at their calculators to work out where their cars are on the lap and to work out how much fuel they've used and whether they can make a pit stop, take an allocation of their 50% of their allocated fuel and get back out on track.
Martin Lanting has decided to come straight in. SP Touring leader, 3rd position from the road, and is into the fuel area at the moment.
I think that's quite risky. This will be a very, very quick code 60. It might not even be a complete lap.
Yeah.
And if he finds himself stationary under green flag running, and there's Usain Bolt, heading out to grab the offending item.
But the problem is with coming in at Code 60 is you can only put in half the normal allocated amount. Now, that depends how much space he's got in his tank anyway, whether that's a good idea or not. Each team, you said the point, Rob, each team has to know and has to make the call very, very quickly indeed what the right thing to do is.
Depends where you are on the track, where you are in your fuel window, and what everyone else does around you as well. To a certain extent, you want to kind of forget what everyone else is doing, because you can be kidded into doing something or not doing something because of someone else's mistake. But you have to consider where you are in your fuel window and your driver window.
But what you should have done, and this was a conversation I had with, I can't remember who it was now, but what you should have done before the race even started is you have a little map of the circuit and you say, if we get a Code 60 and our car is here, then we do X,
and you
Y,
tell
and Z.
every one of your drivers that.
And you have that circuit map, and if the Code 60 happens here, then this is what we do.
Yep.
And you almost have that decision made beforehand rather than have to tap into the calculator when the top Code 60 comes out and then decide what you're going to do.
The offending car in terms of the car that dropped the bumper is the Kinetic Racing 122. I can't see this Code 60 going on very much longer. In fact, I'm almost surprised it hasn't come to an end already, because the bumper, or the rear valance at least, has gone, leaving an expansive, exposed Seat Gubbins. But I'm not sure, to be honest, given that the diffuser was intact at the back there, Rob, that it's going to give them any disadvantage in terms of the aero.
No, I've, as I mentioned earlier, competed at the Barcelona 24 Hours a number of times, where lots of those Seats compete, and by the end of the race I'd say that 25-30% of the cars are going around without that sort of, it's almost like a trim piece just covering the rear exhaust and crash structure there. So no, definitely a non-essential item. But yeah, like you say, I'm surprised the Code 60's lasted for as long as it has.
Well, we'll have a look down on... Fortunately, we have a flag point right in front of our commentary box. A lot of people leaning out over the wall here, and they're looking to find out what's happening down the track. Have we still got a yellow flag out?
Yeah, they're looking at whether the Code 60, the pink Code 60 flag, is going to be brought in from the Marshal's post on the outside of Copse Inn.
Martin Lanting is out of fuel. He's out of the fueling station and back on the track, should I say. He's not out of fuel. So it was risky. He's lost a bit of ground on those around him, but at least it hasn't gone green, Rob, while he was in the pit and in the fueling area. So they've kind of looked into that and they've elongated their window. But how long's he got left as a stint time? That's the thing.
Hour and 8 minutes.
Right, okay.
So he's got enough time. Interestingly, the time to do a lap under Code 60 is 5 minutes and 53 seconds.
Yeah.
And thus far, we've had 4 minutes and 40 seconds of the Code 60. So 3/4 of the circuit would have been able to make their pit stop now if they'd chosen to do so. So most people are choosing to stay out rather than make the pit stop. There was only that one, Martin Lanting, with the number 102 car that did.
Hello to Vicky Miller, who says thanks for the information on Code 60 fuel regulations. Glad to know that you're listening. We will be asking questions at round about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning on this. We'll have a little quiz to see who's been listening. No, I'm only kidding. But thank you for tuning in wherever you are in the world. RadioLeMans.com, 24hseries.com, sound and vision perfectly synchronised, as well as our TV partners here in Europe. But a global audience for this first Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone as the inaugural touring car endurance championship race, and so far it's been a belter. The bright red number 1 on the rear window of the 127 showing that is our lead car, and waiting for the beasts to be released again, Paul.
Yeah, the only thing I was slightly concerned about before we had this Code 60 was the pace of Richard Roberts, because in the number 246 ABBA with roll centre BMW, because he was losing ground to those immediately around him. Now, of course, as long as the Code 60 happens, then that doesn't really matter, because everybody can drive at 60 kilometres an hour. But what it does mean is that, as I say, when it goes green again, he's going to come under a little bit of pressure, I suspect, from the BMW 1 Series of Clint Bardwell in 5th place behind him.
Second Marshall with a green flag in hand standing behind the Code 60 flag on the start-finish line. This has to be done in a synchronised fashion. Less than 1 minute, we've been told, till the end of Code 60. That comes up on the timing screen. The teams will see that as well. And the marshals posts around are readying themselves for a countdown in their marshals net. And the flags are in, it's green flag, and you saw there Ramsey Moutran off to driver's right, Rob, ready to go the very moment that he could see a green flag. And there's a problem here for the 122 car, not getting up to speed immediately. That was the kinetic car that caused this first Code 60 of the race, and that is very slowly getting up to speed. But it's really important to have your wits about you here and get up to speed straight away.
Sure, the two ends of the spectrum there being shown by the number 1 car and the 122 car. The number 1 car, the Mehmet Ogilvy dual racing team, they're very experienced in these Creventic races, and the recovery off a Code 60 so important. You can lose or gain so much time. And Ramsey Moutran there out of the blocks like a dingbat. Great job by the team.
Are dingbats known particularly for being out of the blocks quickly, though?
Like a rat out of a drain pipe. Very flappy bonnet on a 1 Series BMW there as well.
It's the number 100 car, the bright green machine. And that is that's a Brunswick Motorsport car. That'd be catching my eye if I was in that car. That is not as it came out of Munich, is it? Let's be honest. It's bad enough when the rear... Quite a few cars I've driven in the past have had the rear edge of the bonnet lifted to help with airflow and keeping the bonnet closed, and sometimes you see that flapping right next to the windscreen, and that can be quite off-putting, but at least you know it's not going to flap open. That looks to me as though there's possibly a bonnet catch that hasn't taken properly, or he's had a tiniest of dings, and it's just... Well, you see, I'm seeing that.
The resonance of that flapping will for sure loosen off those two temporary catches on the edges of the bonnet, and as you say, John, for sure the central bonnet catch has come undone. That bonnet's not being held by the central bonnet catch.
Correct.
Just the two emergency hooks on the outside there that you can see.
Yeah. So that is going to be something we need to keep an eye on for the Brunswick boys. We'll be seeing the same pictures that we are, and if they have got radio communications, they'll be talking to their driver at the moment. It's Michael McInerney at the wheel of the car, 29th overall. Former winner of this event, of course, and a distance champion. Well, he's into the pit lane, and that is the smart thing to do. I remember Ron Fellows saying to me, none other than Corvette's Ron Fellows, if you think you've got a problem, you need to get into the pits in a 24-hour race, because trust me, there's... stopping out on the circuit is bad.
Yeah, the scrutineers have grabbed him in pit in here as well, just to make sure that he attends to that mechanical problem.
Yeah, I think that was a smart move by the team. They'd clean his... And the driver can make that decision as well. He could obviously see that, Rob, and there's no point going round and round. He pops up, it smashes the windscreen. You drive around and take 4 minutes to get back to the pits. Then you've got to bend the bonnet back into place, try and fix it down, and it becomes a problem for the whole race.
Yeah, and spend the next 21 and a half hours peering out through a smashed windscreen, which is going to be covered in oil and rubber. It's just, it's pit now, sort it, and go again.
Take 3 or 4 minutes or 5 minutes now to fix it, and then it's done. Team Ultran, the 208 car, is in 7th position. Stefan Vantage leading the A3 category. Really good to see the A3 leader still sniffing around the rear of the A3 and the SP Touring top 3. 7th position for that car. 3 each of TCR and SP Touring ahead on the overall time. Second, by the way, at the moment, Simon Atkinson is behind the wheel of the 114 Intersport racing car. That car showing some speed in the night practice yesterday. It'll be interesting to see how the Intersport machine goes, that being the BMW M3 CSL with Simon Atkinson. Fiona James was very quick in that car in the darkness last night. Ryan Lindsay and Kevin Clark, the other drivers, with, as I said, Simon Atkinson in there at the moment. The Cup 1 class, Mark Poole in 13th. at the moment in the 154 BMW. Well, that's Mark Lemmer's drive as well. These are the Built for Racing M235 Racing Cup. There was a special class in VLN Racing, if I remember rightly, for those cars, and they've sort of migrated away from that as well into other series. Creventic, one of the endurance events that has a specific class for them. Rob Barth is just shifting his weight gently, foot to foot. He wants to be out there at the moment. I can tell. There's no doubt about it.
Just keeping my eye on the previous lap times, which is the first flying lap that the drivers have completed, seeing how quickly they're getting back up to speed. The two leaders very, very close together. The next two BMWs very similar in terms of lap time as well.
It's coming into the time of night where you have to decide, are you going to change your driver now and give them a chance to go through the evening into the dark as the darkness comes, or are you going to keep going and then risk a driver change with someone going straight into the darkness? What's your thought on that, Rob? Do you like to go through the transition, or do you like to jump in when it's one or the other?
No, go through the transition is the best way to go. So try, if you can, to keep a driver in the car from daylight through to darkness, or from darkness through to daylight, just so that there's no unexpected surprises in terms of where the sun is dipping. Now, fortunately, this bank of clouds just stopped any potentially dazzling moments for the drivers as the sun begins to set. Sometimes you get the sun setting in a particularly inconvenient place and the drivers are dazzled, but not this evening. But no, I would always want to opt to go from complete daylight through to complete darkness.
Being impressed, I've got to be honest, and I know that Creventic are not alone in this. Creventic have a sort of set of 10 commandments for drivers, or certainly suggestions for drivers, and what it effectively boils down to is do to others as you would like to be done by them, and have respect for everybody around you. That basically sums it up. Remember, everybody's out there to race, but also there's a lot of people out there having a bit of fun and enjoying themselves. And I've been quite impressed in this first couple of hours, Rob, at the discipline that's been shown by the drivers. There's not a huge amount of speed differential between some of these cars, and here's an interesting moment, because this is the leader coming up to lap the 245 car, which is in fourth position. 246 car, sorry, yes, I can't read that from here.
That's all right. I was just about to tell you there were 4 cars on the lead lap at the moment, so you anticipated my thoughts. And as I say, Richard Roberts not being able to lap really at the same pace as Richard Neary was earlier on, and that's part of the reason he's getting lapped.
Seen him though. He's seen him. That's good driving by Coxey. Lets him go.
And the Intersport BMW in the mix there as well, as Ramsey Moutran makes his way onto the back of that trio as well.
Yeah, the Intersport BMW is the A3 car, isn't it? The 114 machine, sitting down in 10th. So that's a car that we need to keep. That's another lap further back from these guys.
So the leader has put a lap there on Darren, and Simon Atkinson's last lap round in the Intersport BMW, a second a lap quicker than the Roll Centre BMW. So Ricky Bobby, aka Darren Cox, about to lose another place. But, you know, at this stage in the race, it's just a question of staying out of trouble. And if it means letting a car go so that you can focus on what you're doing, so be it.
No, absolutely right. As I was about to say about the problem situation that we saw with the guys in the BMW with the flapping bonnet, the old adage of trying to be patient absolutely pays off at this kind of level. There is, all right, let's say you lose 4 seconds. Let's say you lose 4 seconds in a lap. Let's say you lose 10 seconds in a lap. I'll tell you now, there's not a pit crew in the world that can fix a bit of body damage in 10 seconds.
Sure.
You're going to lose way more than that just coming into the pit lane. So you've got to fight the battles that you think you've got a chance of winning. I think that's the thing.
Sure. And as we predicted, we see the two BMWs changing position on the run out of Copse Corner. So now there we have the race leader, followed by Simon Atkinson, who's running 10th on the road. little bit of negative pressure pulling the doors open. I remember the old TVR Cerberus Speed 12 at the end of the Snetterton back straight. That was always a welcome whiff of cool air in the cockpit.
It looks a bit disconcerting when you see it front on and see those plexiglass side windows waffling around a little bit, and you will get a little bit of turbulence inside the car. But I don't think there's any danger of it popping open there.
Nice use of waffling.
Do you like that? But it's that like when you open the rear windows on the motorway and you get that.
But I think Rob's point is right. Is that as long as it flexes. If it lets a bit of air in, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, great.
What you don't want to have is something brittle, which is not going to flex. And then you do have a problem.
Of course, when it rains, it's a different matter altogether. Notice that the left-hand side, the right-hand side window are both, in fact, both of them are open there on the Ramsey Moutron, the Mehmet Ogilvy car. I'm going to suggest that they are still glass side windows in that case, because I wouldn't expect to see a Perspex window drop down like that.
No, I'd suggest that that's the case as well, and perhaps he put the windows down during the Code 60 and just hasn't popped them back up again, because there'll be a slight straight line performance disadvantage there. But
do you think they've still got electric windows then in that case?
Oh yeah, they will do. They will do. Most cars have electric windows, electric mirrors.
Even for the weight penalty, so that you've got some, you've still got some control over what goes on.
Yep.
Right. Can't really take them much further down than that, otherwise you'd need to have a window net on them. That would be one of the things that the stewards would be looking at.
I have to say, I'm impressed by the way Ramsey's been going at the wheel of this Mehmet Ogilvy Seat, because he's not lost anything at all to the number 127 Blake Molen car and to Melvin de Groot, and he's been absolutely with them. And you're right, you mentioned a little moment ago, John, these two are now just beginning to extend, and it's far too early in the race to say it's a two-horse race, but these two are just beginning to extend the advantage over the rest of the field, and the people behind are just dropping away.
The 112 car at the moment is one of our 6 camera-bearing cars. Michael Shep on the driving duties at the moment, 17th overall, second in A2, and proof positive that Renault Clio Coupe cars are far more than a 20-minute 20-lap sprint type machine. They are very popular and indeed very sophisticated nowadays. Look at how much data that you can get from them, the dashboards on there, all the information that's coming through, and with the paddle shift that the endurance racing versions have, they are a very comfortable racing car indeed for events like this. The multicoloured dashboard, they've got about 16 or 18, maybe more channels of data coming out of those cars now. It's a pretty sophisticated little racing car.
Very popular in the VLN series as well, based around the Nürburgring. And most importantly, for these guys who are paying to go racing, they are great fun to drive. They're such a rewarding car, like a little front-wheel drive go-kart. All the guys that drive these cars love them.
I, for a little while, had a Clio Cup on the road, one of the Mark 1 cars, and it had the Cup chassis, and it just made more sense the harder you pushed it. It was a fantastic piece of kit. Reminded me of the old Talbot Samba Rally that I had. I got a couple of those, and front-wheel drive cars that slide and drift a little like a rear-wheel drive car is always something that gets me smiling, and that was a car exactly like that. And the guys at Renault Sport know how to build a good chassis, and these are not cars that have been road cars to start with. They start with a body in white, they get a roll cage banged into them. It's not as if they've had to be stripped out and had the trim taken out. This is a purpose-built racing car from day one of its life, and that does make a difference.
Melvin de Groot in the leading car, 127, is currently on his 32nd lap of this stint. Now, admittedly, there was a lap of code 60 there, but cast your mind back, Sebastian Bleekemolen, when he was at the back of at the wheel of that car, he came into the pits at the end of his 31st lap. So, at the end of his 34th lap. De Groot is on his 32nd lap, and Bleekemolen did 34 laps. So we're coming up towards the end of his stint, if he does the same length stint as Bleekemolen did. But what he may be saying, and we suggested this at the time, Rob, that do the first stint a little bit shorter, and then the second stint can be a little bit longer. So you can't always use the length of the previous stint to predict the length of the next one.
Of course, and of course, staggering your first stint just to get slightly out of sequence. You have a better chance of getting a clear run of fuel pumps.
At Specutainment, if you want to drop us a line here in the booth, got the social media app open at the moment as we've been concentrating visually on the second place A2 car up into fourth and snatching fifth. Might have just done that a little bit earlier there, just had the rev limiter pop on there. You could just see that the lights down into fourth for the first corner. Ooh, just a little bit of a wag of the tail there in the middle there.
Yeah, oversteer from a front-wheel drive car. That's what it's all about.
It's not the worst thing that can happen, but if you've driven rear-wheel drive cars for a very long time, you've got to remember not to lift off or feather the throttle at that time and just keep steering into the skid. Otherwise, things happen very, very quickly.
Power is your friend.
Yes, at that point, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Keep the wheels pointing where you want to go. Out onto the Hangar Straight. And fifth, I'm guessing these will have 6 gears, but we'll find out in a moment.
Yep, they will.
Yep,
there you go.
They will. And where's he going to brake? Oh, right up to the curb edge on the left-hand side there. That's not bad. Maybe turned in a tad early. No, it is a front-wheel drive car. What you never see, and I like the camera that we have this weekend, looking down from Stowe down towards Vale. People don't realise, Rob, just how steep a downhill that run is down into the Vale.
Of course, and all the gradient we have around Silverstone is artificially generated. There was a huge amount of earth moved during that revision in the mid-1990s to generate gradient on what was an airfield. If you are watching the onboard pictures from inside the Clio here, you can see to the right-hand side of the gear indicator a sliding bar graph which is red and green, which is the predictive, and above there you can see a figure. So currently showing a second slower than his ideal lap as he comes out and through Aintree onto the back straight. You can see that currently now he is again 8/10 of a second down
on time back there, yeah.
on his best lap so far.
He's also got a digital clock or digital counter in the middle of the steering wheel as well. Nice place to put that. That's a really nicely thought out cockpit in that Clio, and those guys in the 112 team presenter. And we've yet to see them need to fire up their light bar, which you can clearly see. So as it stands then, still 21 and a quarter hours to go. Melvin de Groot in the 127 leads the motor race by just under 8 seconds as we head towards evening time here at Silverstone. Here's the JJ Motorsport 154 car leading its class in the 235 Cup class. That is a very nice piece of marketing and racing from BMW and from BMW M Sport.
A turnkey customer solution.
Absolutely.
I'd like to go motor racing, no problem at all, sir. Have a 235i. Good looking car, easy to drive, not too fast, and again a nice balance of power to weight ratio and grip to weight ratio.
And famed, of course, as a BMW, to pretty much having 50-50 front rear balance on the weight side of things. Very good chassis, and as you can see there, circulating nicely. And where did we put them in the overall? That's Mark Poole has just gone to 13th in the overall, so clearly running
strong driver lineup. Sorry,
yes, it is
very strong driver lineup. Just they'll be running solidly and consistently, and having the ability to bolt Mark Lemmer in the middle of the night, who will go around like a metronome, will be fantastic.
I'll remind you of that later. Talking to Lemsky earlier on, we interviewed him earlier on in the week, and he was saying this is not about the class, not a huge class entry. They are wanting to bother the cars ahead of them. They're wanting to bother the quote-unquote faster cars and give them a bit of a shock. There's no doubt in my mind about that, Paul.
The funny thing is, I also bumped into Mark earlier on, and you just can't take the racing driver out of some people. There's this kind of competitive gene that some people just seem to have, and he was I wouldn't say he was complaining about various things, but he was raising various points that were all about getting the car to go faster, getting the team to go faster. And he said, I've got to dash because I'm just on my way up to race control. I was on my way up to race control. He says, I've got to go and see Bernie Cottrell, race director, to find out how much I'm going to be able to use the track limits. What's the deal with the track limits? So, it's not, as you said earlier on, Rob, the black bit is good, the green bit is bad. For that racing driver mentality, it's how much over you can go, how often you can go.
So the K-Riser RCZ Peugeot is continuing its very successful run, sitting as it is at the moment. Well, if you wait till you can see the side of the car, you'll be able to see the number on the side, and that'll tell you where it is on the... Oh, there it is, 14. I'm looking in the wrong place. On the rear window there, 14th position for Jan Engelbrecht, leading the A2 category at the moment, and that's what you want to see. Fastest laps being able to be exploited. Now, you need to be close to that as often as possible. And there's a few fastest laps coming in at the moment. I'd like to say hello to the Haynes family. Howden has gone back home with Laurie and the children. Thanks to Erin for the cupcakes. That will keep us going through the nighttime hours. Baked by her own fair hand. I know that they're listening in and watching at the moment. Just a thought, now that we're back with our TV partners as well. Rob Barth with Paul Truswell and me, John Hindhoff, in the booth. Just a thought about, again, the driving standards. No incidents that have required intervention from the stewards in terms of contact this far. Was there a couple of track limits?
There was a couple of team managers that were asked to go up to race control,
right.
But we surmised that was all to do with track limits, although one of them we discovered later on that there'd been a penalty, didn't we, Rob?
Yeah, jump start.
For a jump start, where the driver in question thought that it was time to go, and the driver in front of him didn't think it was time to go. So, you eat up the penalty, you sit there, there's nothing you can do about it, it's spilt milk, you just got to get on with the motor race and not let it get you down.
And don't, and I bet you've said this so many times to people in your charge, Rob, don't try to get it all back in the first lap that you're out of the pits.
No, of course not. And it's so frustrating,
Actually, if it's not your penalty, because sometimes it isn't in endurance racing.
No, you change drivers, then serve the penalty. But Richard Abra was penalised for overtaking before the start line, and even though the car alongside him on the grid decided not to go, he was in the position where he had to sit behind or make the choice to go. He made the choice and took the penalty, so no, it can be very frustrating.
Hello to Phil Anson, who's listening in Dubai. Fabulous Phil. Says, glad to hear that Barfi can talk as fast as he can drive and that you made it back all right. Phil, one of the hard-working crew at the Dubai Autodrome, who always makes us very welcome and helps us out when we're there in January for the Hankook 24 hours.
Melvin de Groot there's a car stopped.
Yeah, this is the... I want to keep calling it the GC car, but of course it's the V8 racing car now, isn't it? 22nd overall, as you can see, the Vortec V8, the 10.2. BMW alike, but not BMW at all underneath. A tube frame or a space frame car. Engine at the back, you can see the air intakes there on the rear window side. And although the front end looks a little like it's from Munich, that car, that's not a great place to stop.
So he stopped earlier with electrical problems. Looking now, clearly it's still got power. It's still got its apex lights illuminated, still got its position indicators illuminated. So it has power, but no drive.
And that's on the exit of the loop heading up towards Aintree, the little straight between coming out of that long left-handed loop going up onto the Wellington Straight. So it's 2/3 of the way round the lap. but at the moment it's going nowhere. Covered at currently by a local yellow.
At the moment the marshals got to it, of course.
It looks as if he did a quick Control-Alt-Delete.
Yeah,
turn everything off, turn everything back on again, and away you go. So interesting to see if he continues round or calls into pit road.
Already lost one place and will be losing more, of course, by the time he hits the next sector point. I was about to say Melvin de Groot in the leading car has now gone further than Sebastian Bleekemolen did in the same car earlier on. He's now on his 36th lap. Bleekemolen did 34. And of course, the further he goes, the more likely it is that perhaps one of the cars behind him, Ramsey Moutran, will be due in for pit stops as well. We're coming up to 10 minutes to 7 in the race. That's 10 minutes before the 3-hour mark. And into the pits then comes the 203 car of Kurt Thiel. And whatever problem it had can now be investigated by people with spanners and tools and computers and all that kind of thing.
What, not grubby fingernails anymore? People, they tend to wear latex gloves now, don't they? They've frightened me, mechanics and engineers, now when they snap on the latex gloves as you're getting ready to get into a car. You always have to look at them sideways. Sure, it's the car, not me, that they're going after.
From a driver's perspective, having an intermittent electrical problem can be terrifying. You can be going into a corner and suddenly lose all power.
Yeah.
And it's just, they're far better off to make that pit visit to try and sort it.
I love the helmet design of Bertha House in the 303 Jordans.nl Red Camel racing car. Those with long memories will remember similar writing to that on the side of McLaren's. Slightly different letters. Very nicely done, sir. He's not happy. He's got a Viper logo as well on the chin piece of his helmet.
Yeah, he's got the hands device fidgets. You know, his shoulder straps aren't quite tight enough, and they do have a tendency to slip off your hands device, which can be very uncomfortable.
Awful. Absolutely awful if it catches the edge of your collarbone. But you do tend... It's almost impossible, Barfi, isn't it, to get into a car in a pit stop and get everything right straight away. You'll keep pulling your straps down.
Sure, the lovely thing about these Creventic races is you have a quick driver change, then you make your way down to fuel, and there you've got 90 seconds of housekeeping, and you can take...
I wish you could see the hand movements from Mr. Barf at the moment.
You can double-check your straps, your...
Make sure everything's tucked in the right places.
You've got it, exactly. Mm-hmm. And just make sure that your shoulder straps are over your hands device. Spend time doing a better radio check. You know, there's a little bit of time that you wouldn't normally have in a Le Mans Series race, for example.
Yeah.
Are all the Creventic race fuel stations at the end of the pit lane, though? Aren't
no,
some of them
Mugello
at the beginning?
is at the beginning.
Yeah. I had a feeling they were.
At least it was last year. I didn't see this year, but I don't think it changed. But I think that's in the way. Somebody just asked that, and I just tweeted back to them that it is on the way out. It's at pit out here, but that's not always the case.
Exactly, in which case it's not...
It's driver coming in.
That works, and getting comfy as you're coming into the pits doesn't really help.
Those Seats look good. They really look good.
It's interesting. I had higher hopes of this 303 car than where it currently is. It's currently 8th. It's off the lead lap, though. 4th as far as TCR is concerned. In fact, it's 2 laps off the lead lap, isn't it? Because it's only done 69 laps. The race leader's done 71. It did get up into... It didn't lead the race, but it got up into a leading position. Second it was when it came in for its pit stop. Because of terrific fuel efficiency that Rick Broiker's demonstrated. But Bert de Hoijs has just kind of dropped away a little bit. It's early days, and that's not to say that its chances are over, but I had hoped and thought that it might just be a little bit further up the road.
Yes, you picked out the orange colour as well earlier on. It is one that we can quite easily see. The 154 leads its class, going through Copse Corner and heading off onto another lap. The advent of vinyl wrapping has given us some lovely looking racing cars. It's sort of a flat grey, this 235 BMW Cup car. Sitting up a tad high at the back for my liking there. Just seems to be rolling a little bit. I'll get Mr. Barth to have a look at that. What do you think?
Yeah, they have their roots in the BMW road car range, and they're quite a heavy car, so there's a limit to how much they can lower the suspension. Ramzi Moutran, fastest man on the track almost last time round. In fact, yes, fastest man on the track, and he's bringing the gap down now to the leader, to Melvin de Groot.
Yes, it went up for about 4 or 5 laps, and now he's just kind of getting it back down again for 4 or 5 laps. So there's not much to choose between them. They're both getting lower on fuel. Ramzi is on his 34th lap, and Melvin de Groot is on his 38th lap of their current stints.
Really smart driving by Ramzi there. Caught the BMW of Jan de Vocht, the 194 car, 17th position, and leading D1 at a position where he might have thought he could get through, but he wasn't sure. In the pit lane, Melvin de Groot, leader in the pit lane, and Bruce will be keeping a weather eye on that. So this is now the new lead car. So that little bit of circumspect driving, sensible driving, I would have said, Rob didn't push it because he wasn't sure if Jan de Vocht had actually seen him.
Yeah, if in doubt, wait. You must wait. Sometimes you're not sure if the car you're about to put a lap on is left-hand drive, right-hand drive, and in a split second you have to work out, am I in his blind spot? And if there's any doubt, wait. Now, I'm pulling my surprised face because I think Melvin de Groot has pitted before any of us were really expecting, Paul.
No, I was expecting him. In fact...
really?
Yeah.
He would say that.
No, in fact, he's gone further than Sebastian Bleekemolen did before him.
Wow.
He's done 38 laps. I was saying this as
and
he was coming
out.
up to the point. He did 38 laps behind the wheel. Sebastian Bleekemolen only did 34 laps behind the wheel. So, because Bleekemolen came in early, so de Groot, even if he goes further, comes in before everybody else.
Right.
I've just found myself. I was intrigued by how far Rick Brokers went in the 303 car.
Yes.
And I've almost got in my mind, Seats, they're going to do an hour and 50 minutes.
Breukers did 47 laps. As I say, whereas Bleekemolen just did 34, so there's 13 laps of a difference, which is, it's two-thirds difference.
Of course, you don't have to start with full tank.
Well, you don't have to start with a full tank. We'd be foolish not to. But the point is, because these Seat Leon Super Coopers have the racers have 120 litre fuel tanks. The maximum they're allowed to put in is only 100 litres. So every time they come in, they're not necessarily going to be all the way to empty. They might just come in when there's 20% of the fuel left.
Big flash of the headlights. One of the older Super Cooper cars, the 155 machine. Just for a moment, holding up Ramzi again, but again, sensible driving by the now leading car. So how long will the one car be able to continue, Paul, do you think? Or is likely to continue before it pits? Zach Arnold's coming in the 156 TCR car.
Yeah, the number one is currently on its 36th lap. Previous stint, Phil Quaife did 38 laps. Behind the wheel, so at least another 2 laps, I would say, for
So is that
Ramzi.
Those guys just being tremendously conservative, or is Rick Breukers the unbelievable fuel mileage champion?
Rick Breukers was the unbelievable fuel mileage champion. But, as I say, I think that was partly because he wasn't quite driving at full pace. Remember, he started a little bit further back on the grid because of the ride height issue. And I suspect they just decided, let's just go round and round at a pace to save the fuel and go as far as we can. But what he did tell us when he got out of the car, didn't he, Rob? And you spotted it on the screen, was that he went all the way until he got his fuel light come on before he came into the pits. Intakes of breath to my left because...
Martin Lanting almost ran out of Northamptonshire twice at 2 corners.
He's done it again as he was coming around that Renault Clio. That's the presenter car, isn't it, that he's just gone by. Bruce Jones has left us in the pit lane to be replaced by Joe Bradley. We'll speak to him in a while. Rob Barth is going to take his leave from us as well. Barthy, I'll shake your hand. Thanks, mate. Have you enjoyed that?
Mega.
Come back and see us in the morning.
I might even stop at McDonald's on the way.
Thanks to Rob Barth for joining us. He'll be back. Excellent insight from Mr. B, who came straight from Dubai to be with us. And Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane. We'll say good evening to him for the first time in the broadcast. Hello, Joseph.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I have with me Melvin de Groot, who's just brought in the leading Seat Leon. Melvin, still early, very early in this race, but things going well.
Yeah, things are going very well. The car is running very smooth. The last 15 minutes, suddenly the tires were really going down. So it was causing me a little bit of time, but the car is driving very constantly. We can maintain a steady speed. So let's keep it up. But the first 4 or 5 cars are really close to each other. So there's no space for sleeping or whatever. So we have to keep it up.
With the sun going down, it's inevitably going to drop the temperature. Is your team ready for that? Is it going to change the car in any way?
No. I think no. We're going to keep it like this. The most important thing is not to make mistakes, not hit anybody else, and not get off the track. And if you're 1 second slower at night at lap, it's okay. So stay cool and everything will be all right.
We've already commented just how well behaved everyone's been. Driving standards are pretty good out there.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Actually, often you see the people are not paying attention well, and when the faster car is coming, they just go into the corner. But everybody's paying attention, so no, it's going very well so far.
Good stuff. Thanks, Melvin. Thanks for talking to us.
Joe Bradley, and starting to just see the lights in the pit lane cast the odd shadow or two. The wind's changed around just a little bit, but only had a tiny few specks of rain today, nothing else. Second in the race now, overall, Team Blake and Mullen. Probably a good idea to take a look at some of the classes before we start seeing the next set of pit stops. Let's take a look at the A2 category first of all. Running fairly well up, actually. Jan Engelbrecht is in 13th position. In second place in A2 is David Drinkwater. Is Michael Sharp. Thank you, Paul. In the 112 Presenza Clio in 16th position, and in third in A2 is David Drinkwater in the 99. That's the Honda FD2 Civic Type R. That's the one with the boot, isn't it? In A3, third is Patrick Brochier in the 205 Team Ultram Peugeot. Second in A3, Simon Atkinson in the 114 Intersport Racing CSL BMW. It's the M3. And first is Stefan Ventaja in the 208 Team Altron car. D1, third position, 198 Tom de Morsela in the Equipe Vacher BMW 123D. Second is Martin Moos in the 195 Red Camel Jordan NL Seat Leon TDI. So many Seat Leons in this. And Jan de Vogt, as we mentioned earlier, the 194 for the Resi Racing Team 120D BMW is leading that class in 17th overall. TCR, the cars at the sharp end of the field. Ramsey Moutron leads. Bert de Huis is in the 303 in second. That's the bright orange Red Camel Jordan NL car. Harry Hilders is in the 125 TCR car in third position. NKPP, that's a good team, another Seat Leon Cup racer. SP Touring are second, third and fourth overall. Martin Lanting in the 102 Saxon Motorsport BMW. That is a diesel car, but running as an SP Touring car, and Saxon are a very, very good team indeed. Clint Bardwell is second in SP Touring for Team Aberworth Roll Centre. The 2000 sorry, I've got them the wrong way around, have I? Yes, I have.
JR Motorsport is the leading car.
Excuse me. JR Motorsport is leading, and then it's the diesel in second. 102 from 117. And Darren Cox behind the wheel of the 246. That is in third position. Started right at the back of the grid. Brilliant Richard Neri stint, taking them up, I think, into fourth position, if I remember rightly, very early on in Richard's stint. So the three BMWs, very different BMWs, but that is the chassis, that 246, that won here in 2012. So it has some history.
They were third briefly.
Oh, were they?
Briefly, John, yeah.
It's the highest position, is it?
Because they went a little bit long, because they did an early pit stop and then went a little bit longer on the next stop, because Richard Neri did his full 2 hours. So they managed to run a little bit longer on the second bit of the fuel. I'm getting frowned at, which worries me.
Did they not lead a lap?
No.
because he pitted...
Not across start-finish line.
Ah, right. But he would have pitted from the lead.
Pitted from the lead.
No,
Yes.
no, not when he crossed the start-finish line.
Fair enough.
Okay.
We've had 4 different cars in the lead. The number 1 car, which leads at the moment, has been in the lead. The 127, obviously that car has been in the lead, but is now back in 8th place as the result of its current pit stop. That's the Blake Molan car, which has gone out again with Dennis de Borst in it. The 102 car currently in second, Martin Lenting's BMW M3, and the 117, the diesel engine BMW 1 Series, has also led. So those are the 4 cars that have led the race altogether: 102, 117 and 127.
Okay, which one did I... Oh, I missed the Cup class out. That's what I missed. I'm sorry. When I did that, Dan, I thought I only did 5 classes, and there are 6 in the pits. The Cup class car, Cup 1 class car, leading the BMW 235i. Mark Poole has brought that car in. It was just on the outskirts of the top 10.
11th.
Sits in, was running 11th, and sits in 13th stroke 14th now as it drops down in the pit lane for its pit stop.
The other thing, which now it's on the screen again, the 303 Seat Leon, which Bert de Hoos is at the wheel of. Rick Broikers told us that he was the one who went really long on his stint and went for practically an hour and 50 minutes on his tank full of fuel. But he did tell us the car was having a misfire, and although it wasn't affecting the fuel consumption, it was affecting the performance of the car. And I was suggesting earlier on that car should be further up the list, but Rick, I've just remembered, did tell us that there was a problem with that car, had an intermittent misfire which was affecting it, and would probably seem to still be affecting that car, number 303, in 5th place, but still waiting for that car to come in for its second pit stop.
So it is the Hankook 24 Hours at Silverstone. Paul Truswell has been here from the start. Graham Goodwin is the newest member of our team, whose voice you just heard there, editor of dailysportscar.com. 22nd overall, not Graham Goodwin, but this the 335 Scan Grip Racing. 8th in its category at the moment for that car. That's actually changed in the last moment or two. So let me just check that one out. Was that not the Cup car?
335?
335. 335 is the A3 class car, in 8th overall, sitting on 69 laps with the leader having completed 76. Ramsey Moutron continues to circulate, the number 100. Bright green BMW 1 Series going very, very wide indeed. And for a moment, just off the circuit as it headed down into the Vale, so that was through Stowe, and hammered the sausage curb on the inside of the Vale, coming through Club now onto the start-finish line of the Grand Prix circuit. And fair play to 0221 and the guys on our television coverage for giving us some slightly different camera positions I'm loving, actually, in seeing the cars moving around. That little BMW in a flat 4-wheel drift there, 30th position at the moment. Rory Penttinen behind the wheel, the Scandinavian driver in the Brunswick BMW. Never rallied before, he said to Joe Bradley the other night, and loves driving in the dark.
One thing I've been loving watching this from trackside, is something I don't often get to do nowadays, John.
Indeed.
And the mix of front and rear wheel drive here is just a joy to watch them through the quick stuff.
It does, and it's different, isn't it? It's different because they do take slightly different lines. The RCZ Peugeot, the 171, the bright orange and silver car, just turning in a little bit earlier, getting a little bit of turning understeer, and then trying to get it straightened up before you can get back on the power again. The Team K Raja boys have been pretty loyal to Peugeots down the years that we've seen them in the Creventic Series and the International Endurance Series, now an FIA approved series. This is the second year of FIA approval, and the Touring Car Endurance Series, a new addition to the Creventic portfolio, but proving, if proof were needed, that the right attitude at all levels and the right kind of interaction with your customers is likely to bring success.
Smiley faces in the paddock all round.
All round.
It's been a pleasure this afternoon to wander by and catch up with some people we know from all sorts of racing up and down the
And I tell you what,
way beyond.
The amount of tweets and texts and emails that I've had from people in motorsport who have already seen and heard some of our coverage and are saying, this looks like too much fun, I need to do this. I've got a feeling we'll be having a much bigger field here next year. Might be worth thinking about getting your entry in early.
I think that's what Creventic have done, haven't they? They've created, I was going to say a monster. They've created something which attracts people to come and do it. I've forgotten what their little motto is, but it's on the programme somewhere. It says it's something about spectate, participate, and here it is. Race, test, experience, spectate. And it attracts people because for relatively little amounts of money, if you are a club racer, you can come and you can do real 24-hour races on proper circuits, and whether it's this type of full 24-hour race or the various variants of 12-hour race that Creventic put on, and it provides a lot of seat time. Good value for money.
No, certainly does.
Somebody did say to me that if you added it up, it's probably no more expensive, and in fact could be actually better value than some track days that you could go on, and you're actually getting a full competitive experience. Now, as Paul and I were talking about the other night, it's not necessarily everybody that wants to go racing, but for those that do, there can surely not be a more cost-effective way of doing it than here. Team Brit Golf, the very patriotic colour scheme. Every driver with a story here, Graham.
Absolutely right, and some stunning stories there are too there. Have we recognised yet the historic moment we have here today?
Which was?
This, I believe, is the first 24-hour race for touring cars only of the 21st century.
Ah. Well, I thought it was a very nice touch that the green flag today was waved by Andrew Howard, who won the race last year, of course, and one very humble Mr. Tucker, who was there as well.
I saw his motorcade arriving.
Yes. President Tucker.
Absolutely.
And James Tucker, a little bit of rain on the windscreen of the Team Brit car down through Beckett. James Tucker, when he first started talking about this 24-hour race here, was laughed at and pilloried and pointed at, and I said to him, James, I'd love to see it happen, but it's never going to happen. You'll never get... He said, I'll make it happen, John. I will make it happen. I said, if you make it happen, we'll come and cover it. And, of course, he did make it happen, and we did come and cover it, because there was no one more pleased to put my hands up and say, I was wrong, that would...
And it went through its ups and downs, and Creventic have now obviously picked up the baton, but I think it was very good of James to be here. I'm very impressed with Ramsey Moutran. He's been leading the race for a few laps now since the 127 car went into the pits. His stint is now up to, what is he on? His 42nd lap now, and that's 4 laps more than Phil Quaife went. And he's kept the car in absolute control, out of trouble, and gone very nicely indeed.
I should possibly wait for our TV colleagues to come back from this now. I'll say it now for the members of the collective and everyone listening on RadioLeMans.com. We are also making history, because I think this is the first time in a very long time, if ever, that Daily Sports Car Editor is at a touring car race.
Well, I did go to a BTCC race last year for business reasons, but you're right, John. The last time I was at any kind of touring car race where it was the lead event, before that was 2001 at Snetterton, the night race.
I love the night race here that BTCC did.
But I'm loving it.
I walked out and had a look. It's not very usual for me to get trackside, but absolutely magnificent out there. And it is definitely raining in the pit lane now, as the 246 ABBA Commercial by Road Centre racing car is in the pit lane. The Clearwater lights pointing front and to the apices of the corner. Well, a little bit of potential drama for all of the competitors here at Silverstone, as our camera operators out on the far side of the circuit from us, around the Beckett's, Maggots, Abbey sort of complex, are just reporting a few light spots of rain coming in from the south and east of the circuit.
And the wind has picked up very considerably just in the last few minutes. It's the wrong sort of dark at the moment, isn't it? Certainly, you know, we're getting into
leaders
the
in.
house as the leaders in the pits.
That is the leader in and moving again very quickly. Ramsey Moutron brought that car in from the lead.
Yes, he did, and it looked like to me like it was no driver change. So
that was a penalty.
That was a penalty box.
Oh, okay.
Joe Bradley, do we know why?
Not yet, and he's just gone past me from my position, and now he's at his pit stop. And they're changing drivers.
OK, Joe, keep an eye on that. We'll get to you in the camera as quickly as possible. This will allow Martin Lanting, I think, to take the lead when he comes around in the 102 GR Motorsport BMW. There it is, brightly showing the number 2 on the rear window.
Down the Wellington Straight, so still a way to go.
It was just about 100 seconds down on the leader when the number 1 car came into pit lane, and off the car goes now. By the way, it's Martin Short climbing into the number 246 car for the first time.
He'll be using the clear water LED lights to great effect when he gets out there. Now, presumed fuel for Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing. Turn hard right here, through the last garage and into the fuel station. Very cleverly done here and very cleverly thought out. And there is the lead change as Martin Lanting goes across the line. Now, he's still scored in second position, but he is leading the motor race now because he crossed the line after the leader came in and crossed it in the pit lane. But that is the car that is ahead on the track now.
But Martin Lanting, I can tell you from trackside, I'm sure you've been seeing the same pictures here, it certainly gets the award from me thus far into the race for being the most spectacular man out there. Not always to the desired effect, but now that car into the lead of the race, the 102, the GR Motorsports BMW E90 M3.
Using all of the road on the approach to Stowe there.
Second time that this car has led the race, because it led it earlier on in about the same element of the fuel window. Has already made 2 pit stops because Martin Lanting took the car over from Bob Herber and then came in during the purple code 60 period to make a fuel stop. So he is a little bit out of sync, but will be constrained by driving time in that car, and so he'll have to come in within the next 15 minutes.
Do you count this, Paul, as leading a lap now, even though he hasn't been scored on the timing screen because he crossed the line second? But he's clearly the leader on the road right now because he's almost a full lap ahead of the car that's in the pits.
Correct, but he hasn't yet taken the lead of the race across the start-finish line.
Got you.
So I'm ready to press enter.
Yeah.
When he comes across the line, then I will press enter, and it will be the 10th change of lead in the race.
Thank you. But he is the de facto leader of the race. He has not yet been scored as the leader of the race, if that slight distinction, but important distinction, makes a difference to you.
If you're trackside, the Spa 05...
and in fact, look, he's just gone to 1 there.
Yeah, the Spa 05 system works on the sector point. So when he goes across a sector point in the lead, then the Spa 05 system will transmit something to change the number from 2 to 1.
And now he goes across the line. He's scored the leader, press enter, and the number 1 car is just coming out, having lost a whole lap.
Exactly that. So here he comes now.
You just saw the car having to be pushed back a little bit. The extra lights have gone on. Now, racing cars don't have a whole lot of steering lock. Waved out by the marshal. Big thumbs up from the new driver. We saw Ramsey get out, and I think it is Sammy Moutron who got in to the car. And very nice to see Sammy acknowledge the marshal there.
Right.
He wants to get back out into the race, but he was good enough to give them a wave and a big thumbs up, saying thank you. You can't turn your head very easily in these cars to look one way or the other, and he's coming out at an angle. He can't see if there's anyone coming down the pit lane, so he waited for the marshals to to let him know that there was no issue.
There was 4 minutes in the pits, 4 minutes and 21 seconds in the pits for that pit stop. The previous pit stop, which was Phil Quaife handing over to Ramsey, was 3 minutes and 41 seconds, almost a minute less. But of course that was because Phil Quaife's Phil Quaife's stint was considerably shorter than Ramsey's stint was, so there was more fuel that could go in. And this is where the tactics of the race start to play out. But certainly it was a good stint from Ramsey Moutran. And as I mentioned at the time, his average lap time during that stint was just as quick as that of Phil Quaife. Although, of course, Ramsey did have to cope with the yellow flag period, which kind of affected the average lap time as well.
I become more and more impressed by the guys at Mehmet Ogilvy, and credit Phil Quaife for the input that he's had to that team. Very much a family team. Phil being accepted as one of the family, and the driving standards of all of the Moutrans have improved and improved, Graham, and just how calm Sammy is behind the wheel there as he's driving is exactly what you want to see. You don't want to see all arms and elbows on your outlap.
Always classy. Whenever we've seen the 24 Hours of Dubai, the car is always presented beautifully, and again exactly the same here. Friendly bunch in the paddock, and exactly what you want in this style of racing. I think that car is going to come around in 6th position. I think we saw the number 127 car blast by as Sammy Moutran just got back up to speed. So he's already down to 5th, but I think that will click over to 6th as he crosses the line in just about 15 seconds time or so. Meanwhile, on board with the number 208 car, that's Thierry Blaise in the 208, the Ultran car. That car is going very well. It's been up in
I can't believe you've said that.
In the top 10 throughout the race. Scored there as 10th, shown as 9th at the moment on starting and scoring.
Next time he goes across. Let's go down to Joe Bradley. Ramsey Moutran had a cracking run early on in the number 1 car. First question, though, Joe, has to be, what was that penalty for?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to ask him. He's just coming out there, just being dragged away by his engineer. First off, Ramsey, well done, great stint. But you did confuse us there by pulling into the penalty box. What was all that about?
Yeah, I was told just as I was coming in to get into the penalty box for a 10-second penalty, apparently I was told it's for the previous driver cutting track limits. We have got lots of warnings on the screens about it, and my engineer warned me a few times, so I don't know if it was my fault or something the previous driver did, but 10-second penalty for cutting tracks.
We were actually just speculating about that. How does that feel then if you have to... I mean, it's a team sport, I suppose, endurance racing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's we're all in it together, and we all take care of the car, and everyone is just got one ambition of just take care of that car, get it to the finish, so... It's not about him or us or me or them. It's all of us together working to get that car through. So yeah, if Phil made a small mistake, it's fine. I'll take the penalty and it carries on. It's okay. We all got to get the car to the end, and that's what matters.
Absolutely. Now then, your pit stop was timed with a few spots of rain appearing. Has that caused some kind of consternation decision-wise when it came to tyres?
Not really. I was telling the guys about it 2 laps before I came in. There was zero effect on the surface. It's a little bit on the sprinkles on the windscreen, but if you've got hot tyres already, it's totally fine. Unless it really comes down, I think it's going to stay slick for a little bit. But you never know with English weather, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why we go to Dubai in January, isn't it? Yeah. Tyre-wise, is it as complicated as various compounds, or is it as straightforward as slick tyres and wet tyres?
No, they do give us an option, but we've always stuck with just one compound. We never even debate it anymore. It's the one that works for the car. It works for the stint of 2 hours perfectly. It works for the fuel consumption perfectly. So we just checked the tyres. They all seem like it was just on the edge of their life now. So it all matches out quite nicely. 2 hour driver's stint or just a little bit less. Same for the fuel, same for the tyres. So, and yeah, it is a simple ad. If it goes wet, we put wets on. If it gets dry, we put dries on. Nice and easy.
Thanks, Ramsey. Well done. Fingers crossed for you guys. You're doing well.
Thank you, Joe. 208 Peugeot in the pit lane from the lead of their class. Thierry Blaise has got into that car and dropped down into 2nd position in A3. Kevin Poulton was asking about the question about the tyres, which Joe asked Ramsey Moutran. So there are 2 different compounds of slick tyres. Hankook provides, and wet as well. remarkable run by the Mootrans, considering none of the Mootrans. Phil Quaif's driven here before, Graham, but none of the Mootrans have. And
I've never driven here before.
No.
Wow.
No.
That surprises me.
No. I enjoy it though, quite clearly.
Well, Ramsey did a great stint there. I mean,
exceptionally
just bedded himself in nicely and then attacked, and it was a
decisive attack.
It really was. It was impressive stuff. And Sami Moutran doing exactly the same, bedding in himself, working his way through some of the slower cars. He's what is it? It's about 17, 18 seconds down on Dennis de Boerst in the number 127 car. So we've got TCR cars second, third, fourth, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. My apologies. 2 SP Touring class cars now lead the race. The 102 in the hands of Martin Lanting. Clint Bardman and the 117. They're separated by just under 53 seconds. Heard Sami Moutran tell us there about track limits for Phil Quaife. I hesitate to say it, but my guess is that if that's the case for Phil Quaife, there must surely be something coming the way of the lead car at some point, because track limits have been stretched beyond breaking point by the 102 on a number of occasions. With the 117, Clint Bardwell in the Saxon Motorsport car attacking.
Saxon Motorsport, I said it earlier, Graham, I'll say it again, second place for them in their category at the moment in this diesel engine car, but running in the SP Touring category. Those guys, Saxon, know how to get a car to the end of a 24-hour race.
Diesel never catch on in 24-hour racing.
No, absolutely right. It's the right colours as well, isn't it? Red, white and black, which are all of the LMP1 cars we'll see here in a couple of weeks' time, seem to have chosen for their colour schemes. We are still just 20 and a half hours, a mere 20 and a half hours to go. It's all live here from Silverstone as Martin Lansing in the number 102 JR Motorsport BMW, the SP Touring class leader, is leading the race. Ozus, no, in fact, he's had his second pit stop, hasn't he? So that's an interesting turnaround here at Silverstone. This from Stu G saying disappointed that Phil Quaife and the Mootrans weren't announced on the Glastonbury set list last week. I agree. Very good. Very good. At Specutainment, for those of you who are listening or have a listening here at Silverstone, 16:02 AM, of course. PA system now not back on till 9 on Sunday morning, so I know there'll be a few of you listening in on the AM service. And have your phone by you.
And the advancing gloom as well, John. Still a smattering of fans in those grandstands. It must be pretty chilly out there. Winds picked up again just a few moments ago after dying down after that little flurry of rain we saw at the back of the circuit.
Paddock Diner is open 24 hours, ladies and gentlemen. I'll remind you of that. I know that's a change. Also, the front straight grandstand is open 24 hours, which is also a change from last year. So if you do need to find a little bit of shelter, that has changed from previous years. The Woodcote A grandstand now not back open until the morning, but the National Straight grandstand will stay open all night right opposite the pits here. It's a nice touch by Silverstone and Creventic, just tweaking the event. So the 303 Red Camel Jordan.nl machine now in the hand of Berg de Huis. As Martin Lansing in the pit lane, Joe Bradley.
Yes, he has, John, and unfortunately he's got to be at the furthest part of the pit lane away from me, and I'm in the middle. He's at pit out just before you turn right and go through the refuelling garage.
Martin's getting out.
Yes, he is. I can kind of see it from where I am. We are seeing a driver change. Remember, no refuelling allowed in front of the garages, and just driver changes and wheel changes for new tyres.
Thanks, Joe. We'll keep an eye on that. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Fastest man on the circuit at the moment, John, is Martin Shorts into the 218s and the 246. Rolling back the years there, Martin.
the erstwhile leader then, Martin Lanting, in the pit lane. Martin already out of the car. A new set of Hankook tyres have gone on that BMW. Doors are closed. Joe Bradley's our pit reporter. That looked very, very routine indeed, Joe, but it did take quite a lot of time to get the driver change done.
I'm not sure, I'd have to kind of disagree. It was very sort of well choreographed and coordinated. The car's already moved off and it immediately goes into the next garage, virtually next door, and that obviously a bit odd in normal circumstances, but not at a Creventic round, because what the car's now doing is going off to the refuelling station, through the garage, out the back, turning left into the service station, where it'll take on 90 seconds of fuel. 100 litres, I think, will be that car's allocation.
See if we can get a word with Bert de Hees in a moment or two's time. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. It's John Hindhaugh alongside me, Paul Truswell, and the editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin. Martin Short, by the way, got in behind the wheel of the BMW, the 2012 winner, and is using the Clearwater lights to great effect. Fastest man last time around. Spits and spots of rain, Paul, but not really affecting lap times.
No, not yet. It was, I've forgotten who it was, one of our driver interviewees just said that there was no real question of the track conditions changing. It was just spots on the windscreen. Just checking Martin Lanting's stint time there, because he'd been in the car for a good long stint. This is the car number 102, and he was 3 minutes short of his 2 hour maximum driving limit.
Nicely done then.
Very nicely timed indeed, as you say, but also it was 2 tanks of fuel effectively for Martin Lanting, so as and when Joe does manage to catch up with him, it was pretty much as full as he could go towards the 2 hour driving time limit.
Just looked as though Martin might have been not quite as comfortable as he's seen getting out of that car. Maybe a bit of cramp towards the end of that session. Clint Bardwell leads the motor race in the BMW 130 GTR, the Saxon Motorsport car, and Clint is doing a cracking job. But how much further can this diesel car go, Paul?
Well, exactly. I mean, this was the same pattern is now repeating itself. It did at the end of this kind of the first 2 hours of the race. We're not quite towards the end of the second 2 hours of the race, but we're getting there. We already had 3.5 hours of the race elapsed, and on the last time around, the car 117 did 49 laps on its tank full of fuel. It's currently on its 38th. It was David Robinson who drove it for 49 laps. Clint Bardwell is, as I say, he's done 37 laps at the moment. He's on his 38th.
Drama out on the circuit. This is the 155 Seat, and these guys have had electrical problems before. This is Tom Wilson in the Motor Easy machine. The car was in the garage a little bit earlier on. Has it picked up? It's got lights back on, has it? It's got some lights, but not all of them. It's cruising around the circuit. Still see the positional lights. We'll go down to Joe Bradley in a moment, who's waiting with Martin Lanting for an interview. The 155 car is in the pit lane, so that won't cause a problem for the drivers, which means we can hear from Martin Lanting with Joe Bradley.
Having just brought the 102 BMW in of the GR Motorsport team. Martin, going well, I suppose. Did you expect to be bringing the car in from the lead of the race?
No, definitely not. Bob Herber did a fantastic first stint, brought the car in P1 to me. I started expecting to be in the car for 1 hour 30 minutes, but then we were very lucky with a code 60. I was very, very close to the pit lane, took fuel, and then of course the downside was I had to stay in the car for 2 hours.
And how was that? It's very physical here at Silverstone, isn't it?
Well, taking into account my age, yes, it's a long time.
All right, so you must be in your 30s or something, eh?
Yeah, if you multiply it by 2, yes, you're right. Thank you very much.
Oh, really? Well done. Martin, it's got to be said, you did take on the romantic shift. You watched the sun go down. That must have been quite evocative.
It was actually a very nice view. The sky started to color red, and The team said to me that there might be rain coming, but I haven't been seeing the rain, so I was very lucky.
Okay, thanks for joining us. I'll let you get that well-earned rest.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Martin.
Joe, do I detect there that Martin was just suffering as we thought he might have been towards the end, and that's maybe why it took him a little time longer to get out of the car?
He was, well, you know what, he took some coaxing out of his chair. He's, like he says, times by 2, so he's in his 60s. A fit-looking 60. I hope I look as good as that when I'm 60.
Well, next year, that's all you've got to look forward to.
Yeah, of course. He was dripping wet. He'd been working very hard, and considering, I think it's perhaps a good idea to get out of that wet driver race suit, because it's now becoming very, very cold down here. But he'd been working hard, so yeah, you heard that he was in the car longer than he expected. But certainly the team playing the tactics and playing to the tactics, and that's pretty much what you've got to do, isn't it?
Absolutely right, Joe. And it's interesting that he said that he was very, very lucky because of the timing of the Code 60, because all those around him had the opportunity to come into the pits and chose to not come in because possibly of that downside of him having to come in at the end of the 2-hour stint. But that was the way that the team chose to do it. It worked nicely for them, gave them the lead of the race on 2 separate occasions, and as I say, they've turned it into their own advantage, really. So Bob Herber having started, and then Martin Lanting having done a double stint. But the lead of the race currently with the 117 diesel engine BMW, which, as I mentioned a few moments ago, could stay out there for another 10 laps, I reckon, on the amount of diesel that it's got left in the tank.
Let's not forget 1998 at the Nürburgring 24 Hours as the first 24-hour race win by a diesel fuel car. Schnitzer with a 320D BMW 18 years ago, and what progress we've seen with that technology since then, Paul.
That's right, but I don't know, times change, but because as I say, it's not like this is one of many. It's the only diesel engine car that's not in a diesel class. But they've kind of decided the way they're going to do it. They're running with a minimum reference lap time, because they're running in the SP Touring class, which constrains them to doing 2-minute 19-second laps. Everybody else can do 2-minute 18 if they want. And the TCR cars can do whatever they can, but the other SP Touring cars can do 2 minutes 18.
It's always surprised me that there hasn't been more diesels in the longer distance races, but then we haven't always had longer distance races for sports saloons and touring cars. And also the regulations, Paul, over the last few years, and rightly, I understand why, driver time limits have been brought in, and some of the very frugal diesel cars that we saw, in fact we've talked about here in 24-hour races in the past, weren't able to take the full benefit because they ran out of driver time before they ran out of fuel, it seemed to me. What was that one that we watched, Graham, where somebody just went on and on and on and did the whole race on 3 pit stops?
We've had it at the Brickcar 24 Hours before now, I'm sure we have, and I think we had it in the early days, was covering Dubai as well.
Yeah.
I think they changed regulations later. But and of course the Nürburgring 24 Hours, we've seen D1 cars as well put in remarkable stints.
Right, there is a white Seat out there with no rear lights.
That is
just
one of the TCR
past us, and that will not be allowed. It is now officially dark at 19:38, and the reason I can tell you that is because the lights, the flags are now being replaced by lighting signals, and all cars must have their lights on. Which car do we think? Do we think that's the 127?
Yeah. It's to burst in the second place, number 127, Team Bleekemolen car. Now, is that an electrical fault, or is that the fault of the driver not finding out what the light switch is? Talking to Darren Cox before coming on air, and he was telling me about having switched off the interior light in the roll centre car because it was distracting him, and then being asked to switch to map 3 and couldn't find the light switch to switch the light back on to find out where the switch was.
Because it was too dark.
It was too dark.
This is where the guys in the WEC, ELMS, they've got it nailed as far as I'm concerned. The old-fashioned fluorescent paint with a blue light, a black light as it used to be called when we went to discotheques.
I can remember, I think on one of the race commentaries we did in the last year or so. David Brabham talking about preparing the inside of the interior of the car for a 24-hour race. Anything distracting is, they're able to switch the covers on the lights in the car, just make sure the environment is absolutely right. Rick Broiker's there, I think, is it? Back at it is indeed, in the 303 car.
Yeah, he's just gone back out again, rejoining the circuit. One of the younger drivers here. Joe talking to one of the older drivers a few moments ago, but showing remarkable calm. Just glancing in his mirrors there as he's getting up to speed. And that's Rick Broikers behind the wheel of that car.
Yes, that car only having 3 drivers, and Rick having started it, is now taking it over for the second time because Bert de Hoyst has driven it. Evo has yet to have a go. So
and that was Martin Short going through.
It was.
And taking the position. 6th. That was 6th position. But Rick, seeing the car coming, you saw him look 2, 3, 4 times across to his left-hand door mirror. He'd just come out the pits. There was no need to battle right there. Martin Short already up to speed. Easy to spot the ABBA commercials by Roll Centre Racing Machine.
Easy to spot it from satellite, actually. It's a very bright green.
Rear tyres not up to temperature for Rick Broikers as he came through Farm on the back of the car, sliding around. We've said this before, but getting temperature into the rear tyres of front-wheel drive cars, very difficult indeed, and it is getting chillier outside here at Silverstone at the moment. I always am reminded of what Martin Haven, the Ace World and European Touring Car commentator, says, that you might as well replace the rear tyres with casters, because all the tyres are on the back for a front-wheel drive touring car is to keep the exhaust from scraping the ground. Fine, and we've got the World Touring Cars at the Nürburgring, of course, again this year, as we had last year.
For support to the 24-hour race.
Yes, indeed, have their own races. Will be
sorry, just
there.
Some people are going to the Nürburgring twice this year because there's the WEC round as well.
Oh yes, there is. Yeah.
So I just wondered whether the World Touring Cars were supporting that as well, but just for the 24.
Just for the 24, as far as I'm aware. But that will mean again they will run on the. I believe they'll run on the Nordschleife.
I think that's correct. Mm-hmm. And they had great fun there, didn't they? With
for that race.
For that race, which sounds ludicrous, but it's longer than some of those sprint races on shorter circuits. All cars lights on now, so anybody that's not found the button is going to be punished for it. That looked to me like was that the 303 car going off briefly?
No, that's the.
It's not the national circuit.
It's the cutout from the south circuit coming where you come through Abbey onto the Hanger Straight, Chapel onto the Hanger Straight. Sorry, and that's caught me out a couple of times from the onboard. It looks like you're rejoining there.
Martin Short, by the way, still in the 218s and now in pursuit of the number 114 car that's just pitted. So Shorty is going to make further progress up the order here in this stint.
It's the car that won in 2012. Martin Short, a winner in 2005, the first year here in the Morse Lap.
So the man, the team and the car, all previous winners of the Silverstone 24 Hours in various Brit car forms.
Shorty wants this, I'll tell you that now. I had a long chat with him a couple of weeks ago. He's just had a birthday as well, Shorty.
73 years old now.
Yeah, that's not true. He's 47. Everybody knows that.
He's been 47 for as long as I can remember.
Absolutely right.
Anyway, no, he's going well, and he's one of the things. I was having a quick chat with him just before the race, and he says, we've just got to stay out of trouble and keep calm. And I said to him, well, how are you going to keep calm, Martin? I said, well, what I've done is I've gone around and told everybody, when I start panicking, tell me to keep calm. Because he's always Martin's the first one to panic, especially when he's in the car. But no, he is going up the places again, as you've said, Graham. He will inherit 5th place with the car in front of him being in the pits, and he'll then be trying to chase down the 102 SP Touring class, the other BMW M3 from the JR Motorsport team. team, and those cars, of course, Martin has already been in 4th place. Was up in the 3rd place at one point. But it's interesting to look at this now from the strategy point of view, because they're all getting on slightly different strategies. We've already heard from Martin Lanting as a result of him coming in during the yellow flag, the code 60 period, but we've got the current leader, Clint Bardwell, the Saxon Motorsport BMW 1 Series, which is on a much longer refuelling window. So there's a lot of different strategies beginning to pan out.
Martin Short up into 5th and scored as 5th. Rick Boyker's in 6th now, as Paul predicted there would be. I'm sure Michelle Short is listening in. Rain evident on the circuit now and beginning to cause a little bit of traction issues. 0-0 wasn't good enough today, Michelle, was it? Michelle, for her sins, is a fellow Sunderland supporter. The 154.
Well, you can all of a sudden understand why she finds Martin attractive if she likes that sort of punishment.
Stop it. The 154 in 14th position at the moment. Timo Sadarov in the leading Cup 1 category car. Lights on the track, lights on in the booth, as Paul Truswell has literally put his headlamp on. It is a lamp on his head.
It isn't, by the way, one of these kind of head torches. It is actually an integral part of Paul Truswell.
Yeah, no, just fastens into the port. He has a USB port in the centre of his forehead. Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
You've got mini USB for all sorts of other things we won't go into in polite company.
The walking... I'll turn you back on in a second. The walking data centre off to our right-hand side, and I'm talking about Paul himself, not all of the equipment that he brings with him from walking, including some spare batteries, which is what he's fumbling for at the moment.
Extra long life for me, I hope.
I dread to think where they will be plugged in.
There's still a long way to go.
British Modern Motorsports 216 out on the circuit at the moment with a gaggle of cars ahead.
And a slow car off to the right-hand side there.
Coming...
It's the 155 car again.
Yeah, I think they've got an electrical, one of those horrible intermittent electrical problems. This is the Motor Easy Racing Super Cup, but not one of the TCR cars. Lots of light, so that part of the electrical system working fine. But I don't think there's a spark always getting to each of the 4 cylinders in the order or timing that it needs to be there.
Massively frustrating as the Peugeot RCZ comes around, takes avoiding action.
That's Jens Melgaard, that's behind the wheel of the 171 A2 second position car. Really needs to be off the racing line here, the Motor Easy car. Heading down the wing straight, if you will. 171 in 15th position overall in a... I think, is this a new colour? I haven't seen the Kay Riser car in these colours, but having said that, I didn't see Mugello.
They were early adopters, weren't they, of the RCZ?
Yes.
Which I think, am I right, that car made its competition debut at the Bathurst 12 Hours?
It made its debut in for Australia. The car wasn't even a street car. It was launched using the Bathurst 12 Hours, as was the Abarth 595 for Abarth. I've got a feeling that the RCZ was at the Nürburgring before that.
You might be right. I think it was at the Nürburgring as a diesel car as well.
Well, certainly the Scirocco, when the new Scirocco came out, that debuted at the Nürburgring before there was a street car.
And the U-shaped Subaru Impreza, I think, was
correct,
as was the Mini Coupe. All cars that debuted as a race car in endurance racing. Clint Bardwell is overdue on this lap. He's in the pits, the leader in the pits, the 117.
That's on 43 laps on his stint. Sorry, 44 laps completed now. So it's his 44th lap when he came in. That compares to the 49 laps completed by David Robinson. So could well be that he used more of the 120 litres and they could only get 100 litres back in the car. But it stayed out. I mean, as we said it would, it stayed out for an additional, 10 laps on the... more recent pit caller, which was the 102 car, which has now slipped down to 4th place and is being taken in by Martin Shaw.
Paul, the leader, is soaking up a penalty in the pit lane. The Saxon Motorsport BMW 135 GTR goes to its pit box now. It wasn't a long penalty. Looked like another 5, 10 seconds, yeah.
As we suggested it might, actually, didn't we? Because Phil Quaife, I think you could have said Graham, wasn't the only one abusing track limits.
Says Martin Lansing was the one I was wondering whether or not we might win. That has not taken a penalty yet.
But you don't get in Creventic, we should say, in Creventic Racing, in the IES, the FIA International Endurance Series powered by Hankook, and here in the Touring Car Endurance Series powered by Hankook, you don't get called in for your penalty. You can have it as part of your pit stop cycle, which I think is a rather sensible way of doing things.
127 car meanwhile goes through to take the lead. Is not scored yet, of course. Will be scored next time around.
It's Dennis de Burst at the wheel,
with lights on both ends of the car now. As
lovely.
He came by us.
So it was just finger trouble then, Paul.
Sami Moutran in 3rd place in the number 1 Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat isn't going anywhere, I'd say anywhere nearly as quickly. He's not going as quickly as either Phil Quaife or Ramsey was doing. He's about 3 seconds a lap on average off the pace, and he's been out for 12 laps now, which is enough to make his impact, but he's just not quite as quick as the other 2 drivers. So that's what this is all about. It's a team race. It's about 4 drivers all performing together.
Paul's absolutely correct. He's had the trickier of the conditions, of course, a little bit of rain and then going into darkness as well, so a trickier time for, let's not forget, not a professional driver. But Paul's absolutely right, losing a couple of 3 seconds a lap to the leaders.
Yeah. The key thing is, though, as we heard Ramsey saying, it is a team sport, Graham. You're absolutely right. You soak up the penalties of your teammates. You watch to see what's happening. He's still happy to use the curbs, so the grip level, even with a little bit of rain in the air, as he came through Copsedow, through into the Beckett's complex, still happy to use those inside and outside curbs. So rain in the air at Silverstone with still just over 20 hours to go of the 24. The leader, with the falling rain now much more evident in the very efficient headlights and the electrovoltaic number panels on the side of the leading car, the 117. 127, excuse me.
Yeah, Sami Moutran losing further ground that time, 6 seconds or 5.5 seconds back from the pace of the new race leader, John.
It may just be, though, that he's not as confident in these crossover conditions.
I think that's right. I think that's
he's only been, he's been in the car for a little while now, but he maybe just isn't liking it. He's got newish tyres on as through the first corner. The Honda number 99.
David Drinkwater aboard that car is running 3rd in the A2 class. Give you an idea of the kind of pace we're talking about. Sami came through last time around with a slightly slower than usual 227. That compares to fastest car on the track at the moment is again Martin Short last time around with a 2:18.650. Nicely positioned against his bracket time of 2:18, of course.
Hello to everybody watching our official stream, listening on radiolemans.com. Good to know where you are around the world. If you want to drop us a line at Specutainment here in the booth. Johnny Palmer, Rob Barth and Bruce Jones taking time off at the moment. It's Chris Goodwin. Heavens, I've just...
He's quicker than me.
Yeah, but he doesn't write as well. It's Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com, and Paul Truswell, along with John Hindhaugh. Robin Truswell in the booth with us as well at the moment, spotting for us. I feel a career in motorsport commentary in some way, shape or form from Robin. He misses nothing at all. Mind like a steel trap.
Just as long as he goes off this idea of being a go-kart driver, then I'm quite happy.
Yep.
Well, the problem is he's got a bit of talent with that, having been Bookmore's Rookie of the Year last year, Paul, so I think you may have to dig into your savings a little more yet.
Paul's weeping in the commentary box now, weeping. I think we'll try and persuade Robin, see whether or not he can't have his dad's arm up his back about the season of Formula Ford in the
Paul's got a strange shade of colour.
Yeah, any sponsors out there listening, please?
Terry Blazer behind the wheel of the 7th position Peugeot, and this is the car that leads A3 at the moment. A3, TCR and SP Touring all in the top 7 at the moment. BOP guys have done their job, haven't they? Uh, 5 minutes before 8, it's dark. It is properly dark now here at Silverstone. I can't now see the outlines of the spectators, and there are still some spectators in the grandstand opposite. Let's head down to the pit lane where Joe Bradley is wrapped up against the cold. Joe, who have you got for us?
It is very cool, I've got to say. I know we're saying this is a 24-hour touring car race, but a car that's slightly different is the Toyota GT86. And Chris Valentine here. Chris, you've just gotten out of the 162 car, and, well, tell us about how's it going and what the GT86 is like out there.
It's a very, very easy to drive car, which is handy for me because I've never actually driven a 24-hour race before. So the stint I've just done, which was getting on for 2 hours, was the longest stint I've ever driven.
Wow, so that's pretty good. Now, the thing about your car is it's only got a 50-litre petrol tank. So 2 hours out of 50 litres, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we've had to completely rethink our pitting strategy this time round. We thought we could probably do 80-minute stints, but we're double stinting, coming in around the hour mark, topping it off, and then doing another 50 minutes. We want to stay under the 2 hour limit, obviously. And the same thing with the Code 60. If you've been in the car any more than about 20 minutes, we just say pit, top it off, and then go back out again. So we have had to rethink our strategy.
But now, Creventic rules are that you're allowed to refuel 100 litres or 50 litres maximum under a Code 60. That makes no difference to you guys, so you're in true endurance racing style.
Yeah, we love that rule. That really suits us. It's a production car, it's a production tank, it's not been changed. So we just brim it and off we go again. We don't care about that rule because it just doesn't apply.
So like you said, every Code 60 we're likely to see you guys coming in.
Only if the driver's been out for more than about 10 or 15 minutes, because we top the tank off every time somebody comes in, whether it's just a driver change or tyres, so we top it off anyway. So only if the driver's been out more than about a quarter of an hour do we call them in.
Now the weather looks like it's about to change. It's really struggling to rain. Did you see any of that when you were in the car?
It was just spitting on the windscreen, certainly nothing to worry about. I was thinking of putting our wets on eBay, actually. I was just going to really risk it.
I didn't know that would be risky. The forecast is for a little bit of weather. Tell us now, what do you do exactly? When are you next in the car, and what are you going to do with your downtime?
I think I need a wash, to be honest. I've sweated quite a bit in the car. I'm using this wonderful new Walero underwear for the first time, which is excellent in that respect. But yeah, I shall get some kip as soon as I possibly can, to be honest.
It's okay, Chris. I'm not going to get you to scare the viewers and show us your underwear. Thanks for talking to us and let you get some rest, and we'll see you back on the car.
Thank you very much.
A2 leader into the pits, and from the top 10 overall, the number 112 car, Michael Schaap, bringing in the 112 Renault Clio, the Presenza EU Racing Team Clio. Paul?
Yeah, just reflecting again on the 117 Saxon Motorsport BMW 1 Series, which led the race for, 8 laps, whilst it was going its extra distance on the diesel fuel. However, on both of its fuel stops, it's taken very nearly 6 minutes to do the pit stop. That's from pit in to pit out, so driver change, refueling, the whole works. But if you add together their total time in the pits, it's something like, it's getting on for 12 minutes, whereas everybody else ahead of it have been turning their cars around in 8-9 minutes, and even the Martin Short Roll Centre car, which has had 3 pit stops, as has the JR Motorsport BMW, the number 102 car, though they had 3 pit stops, they've still been in the pits for shorter time than the diesel BMW.
Joe Bradley, in the time you were in the pit lane, things have changed weather-wise. In the time you did that interview in the garage.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really struggling to rain. It's just like little tiny drops on your face. However, in the time it took me to interview Chris Valentine there, I've stepped out and it's properly dropping now. And you can especially see that in the lights. They've got floodlights pit lane for a change here at Silverstone, and the rain is definitely dropping now. So now I think it is going to make a difference out there on the track. It's going to certainly drop the track temperature, but more so it's going to make the surface slippery.
Weather is coming up from the south, and the worst of the weather from the south and east, heading up from the sort of London area and Oxford as well, out to the south and west. Actually, it's all around us at the moment, according to the radar that I am looking at, and some quite heavy areas of rain potentially. But Silverstone, as we well know, gentlemen, because we have been here in the middle of summer when it is hailstormed, I've been here in the middle of winter when everywhere else has had horrid weather, and it's almost been shirt sleeve. It almost has its own microclimate here, Graham, doesn't it?
It does. I can remember being here as a spectator for a BPR race in the 1990s where they had to send out the track sweepers to sweep up the hail on the track surface, and that was certainly in the summer months, so it can throw all sorts of things at you. It's sometimes not everybody's favourite track to come to, but it does produce fantastic racing.
One of the things that you didn't hear early on in the week because you were busy doing other DSC things was the amount of enthusiasm that some of the European and further afield drivers have for coming to Silverstone. And as I've said before, it's easy for us to take this place relatively for granted because we're, well, you know, it literally is on my doorstep in terms of racetrack. As the 203 V8 10.2 is struggling.
V6 now.
Is it not called V8 Racing, though?
It might be called V8 Racing, but it's got a V6 in it.
Vortex.
It's Vortex, isn't it?
Vortex.
Yes, Vortex Racing, excuse me. That is coming back in.
Danish to Burst still in the lead, the 127 from the 1. Sami Mutran continues to lose a little bit of ground, though. The car now, what's that, a minute and 14 seconds back from the 127. So 2 TCR cars now lead the race again, not for the first time. Then it's Stephen Licorice in the 102, SP Touring leading car.
But behind that, Martin Short in the 246 BMW, Graham, is lapping the fastest of anybody on the track. And he's the one, I've got a little graph going, he's the one whose gradient is going down, not because it's quicker, but because he's improving.
Now the decisions have to be made as to leave the guys out or bring them in, and if you are going to bring them in, do you risk a set of wet tyres right now that, if it's not wet enough, may not last until the rain gets bad enough to when you need them? And this is that awful crossover period, the intermediate time, and I mean that in the sense of the weather, not necessarily in the conditions on the track. It's not really raining hard enough, I don't think, and certainly the track surface doesn't look wet enough to me to go for a full house wet tyre. But by the same time, drivers, including Rick Proikers in the 303, finding grip at a premium. And this, do you want to be in a front-wheel drive car right now in terms of the grip? You probably do. It tends to be a bit more predictable when it slides. The problem is the back tyres are losing their heat and losing their grip, and then the back end starts to slide, and you've got to then be very, very confident indeed to turn into a corner with the back end sliding in the middle, keep the lock on and nail the throttle pedal. Joe Bradley's in the pit lane. Joe, these are the decisions you had to make in your British touring car days as team manager. with the Chevy team. Wets or dries now? Do you bring the car in off sequence now? That's the first question. Is it bad enough for that?
I'm not sure about now. You're going to go off what the driver's going to tell you, and it's down to the driver who knows what conditions are like, and especially in a front-wheel drive car, you lose, like you've rightly said, you lose temperature in the rear tyres and the back end starts to go. You've got to put the tyre on for the prevailing conditions. There's no good being a hero. You lose too much time on slick tyres when the track's moist. So wet tyres are being readied now. Up and down this pit lane, there's a lot of activity. While you're down here, Sarah Rigby's tweeted some interest in the problem with the 155 Seat Leon. The problem with that car, it's been in and out on a piece of elastic, in and out of its garage. It's got an air intake problem. It's the motor that regulates the air intake, the changing it. It's going to take half an hour, and that's if it is indeed the motor. If not, it'll be back in, no doubt.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe Bradley, down in the pit lane, and everyone now, all of the team managers are scratching their heads and trying to get information from their drivers. Rick Breukers is fighting the 303 Leon at the moment. Paul Truswell.
Yes, just looking at those for whom it is the least disadvantageous to come in. Funnily enough, the race leader, 127, Dennis de Borst, is the one who's been out there the longest. He's on his 28th lap, and he's been out for more than an hour. So in some ways, it would serve them well to come in now if it's going to stay wet, and if being on wet tyres is the right thing to be for the longest.
Looking at the lap times, it's fallen off a small cliff at the moment. 226, 224, 225, 228 for Rick Breukers. We saw him struggling with grip there, and that's shown in his lap time. 224s, 225s a lap or so ago, and now getting towards the 230s, John.
Martin Short, though, did a couple of laps ago. He's in the 20s now, but he did a 212 whilst the rain was falling.
No,
Shorty he did a 218.
218s.
Yeah.
He did a pair of 218s, but just a 225. Could be traffic, but I think what we're seeing is that the rain is beginning to take a bit of a hold in terms of track surface.
The other thing which we heard from Rick Breukers earlier on in the race, when he finished his first stint, was he was complaining about a misfire on the car. And we did mention that earlier on, but it's perhaps worth repeating. If that car is misfiring, then it is more likely to unsettle the car if grip is at a premium.
That's a good point.
It kind of affects you more if you've got that misfire.
And if that's a front-wheel drive, and if it's a front-wheel drive car, which that car is, it also means you put your foot down when you want the front to actually spin up and pull you around the corner. If you've got a misfire and it doesn't happen, you're more likely to spin it.
It's fallen off a cliff, John. 237s, 235s, 234s now, cars in the top 10, so pretty consistently losing around 10 seconds on that last lap.
What's Nick Barrow driving at the moment with a 219? 229, sorry, okay.
So it's, I think the conditions are certainly worsening. Beginning to see spray as well from the cars.
Yeah, no.
Joe Bradley with an important announcement from the pit lane.
Yeah, it's the first car to make the plunge or take the plunge. It's the 111 car. Nothing to lose for them. They're 39th place overall. The 111 car having had some problems throughout this event. They are the first I've seen go on to a full wet tyre.
Well, 5 stud wheels on the Seat in the pit lane at the moment. A brand new set of Hankook wets. You'll often hear us talk about sticker tyres, certainly when we with our American colleagues. The reason we call them sticker tyres is they still have the brand new stickers on them that tell you what compound, size, etc. they are. Joe?
I've just laid my hands upon the rear tyre that's come off, and it's barely warm.
Yeah.
So temperature oozing out of these tyres out there.
And really,
you'd expect to burn your hand off the melting rubber.
Exactly.
You wouldn't be able to keep your hand on there. You would actually burn it.
Yeah.
But it's barely warm. So it would very tricky cars to drive, front-wheel drive cars with cold rear tyres.
And remember, they are slick tyres in the Hankook series. This is the third round of the International Endurance Series, and the first round, an inaugural round, indeed, of the Touring Car Endurance Series, TCES, with rounds throughout the year. This is their big one, though, the 24 here at Silverstone. They're going to be running some other endurance races, but nothing to compare, I wouldn't have thought, with being here this weekend. Graham?
And just to emphasise that falling off of pace, second place car in the hands of Sami Moutran, 241 now, almost a 242. Martin Short, meanwhile, comes around in the 2:32, 14 seconds slower than Martin managed just 2 laps ago.
The problem for Sami Moutran is that he's less far into his stint. And Stephen Licorice does make the call. Stephen Licorice in car number 102. This is the Martin Lanting car, or the car that Stephen has taken over from Martin Lanting. Stephen Licorice comes into the pits, but he's only 15 laps into his stint, and that's not even half a tank full of fuel. So making the choice to get onto the right tyres, even though they're not going to be able to get all the fuel in that the car could get in.
Penalty box, we think, for the 102 car. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, he's it's hard to tell because I'm blinded completely by the lights. He's at the section of pits where there aren't any garages. So the 102 has just soaked up a penalty. Third in this race overall, so Stephen Licorice bringing that car in. He's gone way past me, the other end of the pit. So again, that BMW rear-wheel drive, this one, not as tricky as losing your rear end. And with the rear-wheel drive, you're able to keep some heat in the rear tyres, so you're probably going to get a better balanced car in the trickier conditions.
Well, then your issue, of course, is keeping heat in the front tyres and being able to get some turn in. If you slick tyres at the front, then you get push, understeer, and you've got to try and balance the car on the throttle. Easy for me to say, not quite as easy to do unless you are relatively skillful. Graham?
Martin Short, still the quickest of the lead group, 2:30 now, taking 10 seconds out of the second place car, 20 seconds out of that time from Stephen Licorice, who had all sorts of problems there.
And this is where the good guys shine. This is where the skilled, smooth drivers shine. You don't want to unsettle the car now. You want to be smooth as silk and try and just get the car around. Martin Short trying to stretch this stint as far as he can before he heads to the pit lane. With the rain falling, it's still crossover conditions at Silverstone. Well, hello to Pete Sloan, who has tweeted at Specutainment. Was at the trackside for the start. I've tuned in at home, he says, watching on. Thanks for being here and your support earlier today, Pete. I hope you're going to come back and see some more tomorrow. Very decent crowd here. We're not talking Grand Prix or WEC levels by any stretch of the imagination. And a spinner out on the circuit. It was only a matter of time. It's the 144 car. That is the TCR Seat of RS Connect.
It's Gavin Jones aboard the car at the moment, 11th position before that incident.
Now let's work. He's in the gravel.
That's going to surely be a code 60, John.
Well, unless he can drive it out, he seems to have power at the moment. Is that the bottom of Vale? He's gone a very long way off if it is. Trying to see the inside of the curb. Is there a sausage curb on the inside of that right-hander? Yes, there is. I think that's the bottom of Vale. Just having a look at that car in the darkness. It is very dark out there. And this is now this could be a godsend, of course, for anybody who is struggling. Even if you don't need fuel at this point, you might come in and take tyres if you haven't done so already.
Which, of course, Martin Short hasn't.
Code 60. Code 60. The pits stay open, remember. Everyone down to 60 kilometres an hour. And Martin Short, will he be happy? He's just got across the line. Martin Short's just got across the line and does not get the chance to pit this time around.
Oh, he probably did have the chance to pit, but he just didn't have the decision quite made quickly enough. And the race leader as well has only just gone through. So 127, who probably would have gained the most by being in the pits, is going to have to wait practically 5 minutes until he comes round in order to get to the pit lane entrance.
Yep, and certainly at least one car that clearly didn't notice code 60, yellow Seat going past at full racing speed, I'm afraid,
yes.
Some time after the code 60 flags came out. So my guess, Paul, is there's going to be some reasonably large penalties applied here.
Yes, in fact, the court always a racing BMW as well. I noticed doing some overtaking as it came through. So either people not being sharp enough, but we'll see what happens.
So you rejoin us, our television partners rejoining us here in the second code 60. Turn number 7. Well, it wasn't the bottom of Vale then, was it? That car is.
Yeah, Stowe.
It's at Stowe. Okay.
So rain falling steadily now. We can see very clearly the car.
I think you're right, John, and I think the
that's not Stowe.
The graphic is wrong. I think you're right. It's the inside of Club or the end of the Vale, depending which way you kind of measure the circuit.
Bright yellow snatch tractor on route at the moment to the 144 Seat, and that will get a pull out of there. The driver stayed in the car, left the lights on. Smart thing to do. Gavin Jones in the RS Connect TCR Seat.
Stephen Licorice is back in the pits, and I can't quite explain that because he was the one who came in to get onto wets a few moments ago, did an outlap, and now he's back into the pits. Now, whether he refuelled, I don't know.
He didn't. I think he didn't. I think he's come in to top up.
I think
while
you're
he
right.
can.
I think we'll see, because don't forget, he in fact he has gone into the fuel line now.
Yeah, that will work. So he's
Joe
gone.
Bradley he went past you. Has he gone?
I think he's gone straight out.
No, he's showing you in the timing as the fuel, and there is a timing line that takes him in. What we've got to watch for now, Joe, is who comes in and who takes which tyres. So you're going to be busy.
Yeah. I think everybody's. I'm sort of trapped in between the 127 and the number 1.
That's the leader of the race, yeah.
And they've got wets ready.
Now here's something interesting that we don't always see or very rarely see, in fact, in the Creventic series. We have a safety car going out onto the circuit. This might just be to examine conditions. We often see intervention vehicles. Yeah. But this may well be a confusing moment here, because with code 60 out, what we don't want is that Mercedes-Benz going any slower than 60 kilometres an hour. We might see it actually overtaking vehicles at the moment when it gets onto the track. It's just merging onto the circuit beyond the first corner, which is Stowe.
I think the plan is, John, that if a course car is required on the circuit, then it will go out during a code 60 and do 60 kilometres an hour. So it won't bunch the field up.
Yeah.
Yes, although it is an intervention vehicle, it doesn't interfere. Into the pits has come the number 1 Maymac Ogilvy Racing Seat, number Sami Moutran. Now, this is relatively well timed for that car. 22 laps it had on its list, and we're just waiting for Martin Short, who will be coming in. But first, the number 127, the race leader, still Dennis de Boerst, and this... I can imagine this code 60 is going to last long enough to allow both de Boerst and Short to get into the pits, and it will help both of them, and I think it will help both of them about equally. So it won't be an unfair code 60 which benefits one person more than another, only to the extent that Denny de Boerst will lose out because he won't be able to get his full tank full of fuel, and he's got the most space for it. If that makes sense.
Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the number 1, Sami Moutran at the wheel of the number 1 car, currently in second place, has been in and taken on wet tyres, and I've just seen him turn right into the end garage, which means he's gone for a refuel and a top up of 50 litres if he can squeeze it in.
Easily.
127, the lead is in with us, boys.
And that's a pit stop, Joe, and presumably wet tyres, wet Hankooks?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's when the car pulls in with its headlights that I really see how wet I'm getting. And it is really, really dropping it now. That track is going to be very, very wet indeed. We're going to see Rooster Tail soon. I can assure you, it's getting very wet out here.
And the Maymac Ogilvy car is indeed in the fuel stop at the moment, as evidenced by the on-board camera. Pit starting to get busy. It is lit in the pit lane. We've got some overhead lighting there as another Seat goes out of the fuel stop, Graham.
And the Roll Centre crew are ready. The ABBA Roll Centre crew getting ready for Martin Short. A couple of the guys coming out the garage on screen there.
Problem that Martin's going to have...
Anytime now. He's in the pit lane now.
Problem that Martin's going to have, by the time he gets the car changed tyres and ready to go... the pits at the fuelling station is going to be full. So there's nothing you can do about it. It's just going to be the luck of the draw in that sense.
The 99 Honda comes in to hit its pit board, which has a fluorescent open sign, as if it was a corner shop that flashes OPEN, then flashes itself. I love it. I love some of the little touches that the guys up and down the pit lane are making. Yeah, that is going to be the issue, and that is the roll of the dice. If he could have only got in one lap earlier, he might have been able to find a free pump.
He's not gone for tyres, he's gone straight to fuel.
Well, that's a smart thing to do if he thinks he's going to get caught in a fuel queue. Do the fuel first.
Yep.
It's 6 and 2 3s, Paul.
Yep, and it's likely, it depends how quickly they get that car out of the gravel down at Club Corner, doesn't it? Because if it stays purple for long enough, then Martin will be able to get his fuel, go out and do another lap, and then come in again next time around to get his wets.
Which is the less risky stop.
Well, yes, and it takes longer to do your fuel, so the benefit of being in the fuel stop under code 60 is more than the benefit of being tired up. And Martin might feel that he can still cope with these conditions because he was taking time out of the guys around him. Now, whether that'll still be the same with those guys on wet Hankook tyres remains a question to be answered. Very, very dark around Silverstone. Very little ambient light. The major areas of population, Northampton is a little farther away, and Milton Keynes further to the south, but not really much ambient light being bounced off the cloud here this evening. I'm a bit disappointed that the rain has come because it's just broken things up a little bit, and we're still waiting to see what's happened with the Seat that was stuck in the gravel, which I'm still convinced is at the bottom of Vale, or the Vale Club area. As into the pit lane comes the 112. This is the Renault Clio, the Presenza.eu car.
That's, I think, its second stop on consecutive laps. I think I seem to recall us talking about that car having
Luigi
stopped.
Stanco, yeah. Now, I wonder if they've done the same thing then, Graham. They've done fuel and tyres, or they've done tyres, then fuel. It's a very interesting way of doing it. You know, it's 40 kilometres in the pit lane, it's 60 kilometres on the track. So, yeah, all right, you lose a little bit, Paul, coming in twice, but the tyres and the fuel are finite amounts of time. So that doesn't change whether you do them both together or one after another.
That's right, except it's not quite been consecutive laps for that 112 car because it came in just before the code 60 was given. So it came in before the code 60, did 2 flying laps, and has then come back in again now that code 60 has happened.
Are they getting tyres on that car?
Yeah.
They're getting tyres on the 112, and the driver, who is Luigi Stanco, behind the wheel of that car, being given instruction by his crew chief. This is a really crucial time of the race. Martin Short, by the way, is out, and I think he'll retain third position. I'm sure he will.
Still on slicks, of course, John. And as I say, with a 5-minute lap, in fact practically 6 minutes, it's 5 minutes and 53 seconds to get around with code 60.
Ultron 208 in and has a problem getting into its pit area because the guys further up the pit lane the guys were laid out in the wrong place, and it's coming at an angle of something like 40 degrees to where it really should be. Some spray clean on the screen, and there is a driver change going on there, but that was not picture perfect as the 208 came in. This is the 5th position car. Thierry Blaise gets out of the car, leading A3, that car.
Running very well up, that little Peugeot.
Yeah.
10 minutes already of code 60. So what we really need to know is how much longer it's going to be for. The screens usually tell us to give us a warning that there's 1 minute to go before they remove the code 60, so we can fairly safely assume that there's more than a minute to go of code 60.
The Team Ultron guys going to work on that very distinctive red and flat black machine.
What we do know, though, John, isn't it, that all the top 6 cars have all been in, but of those top 6, only Martin Short is still on slick tyres.
Yes.
Everybody else has changed to wets.
Ultron now, with new driver aboard, Thierry is out of that car, heads to a free pump You see, it is just the look of the draw, isn't it? And stop, and engine off, and the crew goes to work. It is a pistol grip. Out goes the 303 car to its left, and that, I think, is that Rick Breukers in it for the first time? It was showing Rick before
second time.
Sorry.
No.
It was showing Evo in that car before when it was Rick. Have they actually changed that over?
No, I don't think Evo has actually been in that car
that's
yet.
what I thought. It was showing wrong on the timing screen.
I would suspect Rick would stay in the car because he's only done 15 laps.
Well, it's now showing Ivo behind the wheel.
I think that's probably correct.
Yeah, if it is, but it was a short stint from Rick.
Sorry, that's what I meant. I got it the wrong way around before.
I could offer a supposition here, gentlemen. We saw the course car going out. My guess is that what's happening here under the Code 60 is they've assessed that really is wet weather. And with this being a slightly unproven concept, I think they're giving the guys time, without panic, less than a minute to go till the end of Code 60. Martin Short has not made it back round 4 tyres yet. I think they're giving everybody time to get onto wet weather tyres.
Or they went to oversee what was going on down at the bottom of Vale. Because the safety car hasn't come back round again, Graham.
I'm not sure that's true.
I've not seen it go past us with its lights on.
It started from that end of the pit lane, from the left.
But it hasn't come back round again.
It's not the safety car.
But it still had its lights on.
Yeah.
And it hasn't come past us again, so it hasn't done a full lap yet.
It doesn't have to. It just has to pit. It's pit's the race control.
I see what you mean, yes.
Our left.
Yeah, understood.
However, we have gone green again, and in total then we had 11 minutes and 34 seconds of yellow then. And as you say, Martin Short is still out. He's still on slicks, and we're now back to green flag conditions. So
we've got a number of cars in the penalty box. The 156 has had to drive around them, and that car is being pushed back into its garage. That is the TCR of pit lane competition, the Italian TCR team. But you can see there's an Ultron car. Is that the 205? Yes, it is. The Ultron car's just come out of the box, and here's Martin Short into the pit lane with not much rear light showing on that car when it was on its pit lane speed limiter. BMW coming out of the penalty box and going to its stop. There's the 205 Peugeot coming to a halt, and a set of very grooved, clearly very wet weather tyres. Hankook's getting ready to go on the little pug. Joel Bradley has gone on to wet settings as well, and is with Martin Short's car.
I have wet and but warmer settings for me. I've got I've had a pit stop for a raincoat and stuff, and when I came back into the pit lane, there was kind of like a bit of a traffic jam in the penalty box.
Yep.
In fact, we had them 2 abreast, stacked up in rows of 2. Martin Short is already off the jacks, backfire there, as the Roll Centre BMW, currently in 3rd, sets off after taking on fresh wet rubber. I think he's going to need it out there, really do.
Synchro Motorsports Honda, 29th position for the 76 car. That car with Martin Byford at the wheel. Now Martin is an absolute rainmeister, so that car's going into its pit box. There must be a problem for Synchro, because Martin would not bail out of these conditions. Are they pitting and doing it in the pit, Joe Bradley?
Yes.
In the box, rather.
At first, I thought there was a problem, but that's how they're choosing to do their pit stops. They're very civilised. And it wasn't even raining when they were doing that, so that's pretty much standard for them.
No.
They wheel the car back in and do just a routine pit stop from there.
Well, there are rules about how many people you can have working on a car while it's on the pit lane, and they don't apply, of course, once you've gone across the white line and you are effectively in the garage.
Meanwhile, out of the circuit, further problems. This time it's the 303 car. There's Ivo Breukers on his outlap in the gravel at turn 8.
Yeah, it's off at Vale.
So let's wait and see whether or not that has more dramatic effects than just a car off, or are we going to go to another Code 60?
Yeah, 303. Simon Hoff saying 303, I think, off
Code 60.
And the Code 60 comes out again. Well, what a shame. This is going to help the guys who have just decided to come in off the back of that last situation. As we hit our... Is this our third Code 60, Paul?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Thank
that's right.
you. And the sad sight of Ivo Breukers in the gravel at Vale, windscreen wipers going, and he's a very long way off the circuit, and he's looped it on the way in, because I can see to the left front of the car the tracks, the marks of the car coming into the gravel, and he's gone in deeply, so he's been locked up as he went in, flashing the lights to make sure the marshals know that he's there. I think they do. Ivo, don't worry about that. This is one of the TCR cars, the 303.
So the number 303 car has been running inside the top 10 for almost the entire race. If not the entire race, but now is going to start to drop back.
And that's going to need a recovery vehicle, Graham. That's not coming out of its own volition. Now,
I think you need an expeditionary force. It's so far off.
It's dark in that car. Is that Evo?
I'm sure it is Evo.
Another open face helmet. Definitely Evo. Yeah, being told that as the marshal. Hello, Mr. Breukers, are you okay? I'm going to open the door.
Yep, AA.
This is you called for us, sir? Ah, that's definitely Evo. Thank you. Bit of light there. What we're going to do is just haul you out of the gravel here, sir. That's fine. It's all part of the service.
Absolutely. The 4th emergency service there. The motorsport marshals.
Yeah. True heroes.
That was Evo's outlap. Have you said that already?
Yes, it was, but it had gone green, hadn't it?
Yes,
so
it was green.
He was trying to get up to speed.
It was green, but out of the pit, so he hadn't been through there at racing speed before.
It's now gone from green to red. He'll be out of there presently, but the rain falling hard now around the circuit, so absolutely time for those wet weather tyres. Martin Short, meanwhile, is on his outlap now, running in 5th position.
That's not worked too badly for Martin, because there was such a short time that it was green, as Breukers' eye is out of the gravel. Wiggles. And he's not the first one to have done that by the gravel that was on the road.
Didn't see Snatch Tractor pulling in there, so I wonder if it was Marshall power only, a bit of heave-ho for Evo. But he's getting rid of some of the excess aggregate. Joins the train under Code 60.
Well, we're going to go green very shortly then, I would think, as we now resume at 60 kilometres an hour. Remember, it's 40 kilometres in the pit lane, 60 kilometres under Code 60. And the idea is everyone follows around without gaining or losing any time. And less than a minute till we go green again. We're about to restart, with the rain falling heavily now and everyone deciding to go to wet weather Hankook tyres. Yeah, it's definitely wet weather tyre weather now, isn't it? Well, live on the stream around the world on radiolemans.com. Hello there. It's the Radio Show Limited team with the 24-hour series here at Silverstone. Paul Truswell, Graham Goodwin, I'm John Hindhoff.
Green.
And people, you can see the green light flashing on the right-hand side under the bridge, if you've got the pictures. That's heading down the Wellington Straight, isn't it, towards Brooklands. Across the start-finish line in front of us. Green flag with lights from above, but also green light flashing down towards the first corner. Why I made the first corner store earlier on, I've no idea. It is, of course, at Cops. The marshals standing with their coloured lights.
Just signalling for snacks, I think, there.
Well, I've got to say, I will not hear any criticism ever of our flag marshals, corner workers around the world. Fantastic bunch of people. Had the real honour and pleasure of talking to a large group of motorsport enthusiasts, including marshals, on Thursday evening over in East Anglia, the Fressingfield Oily Rag Club. Thank you for turning out and supporting that event. Thoroughly enjoyed my time with true grassroots enthusiasts. A lot of races there as well. Still 19 and a half hours to run, which makes my heart happy.
Yes, it has to be said, thus far, thoroughly enjoyable.
Absolutely agree.
Very different aspect to the 24-hour series calendar with a full touring car field, and an event that I think everybody that's been here this weekend, John, is expecting to grow.
Well, I've said this. I've left my phone in my spider mesh pocket. Oh, big slide by the 123, and just about got. No, hasn't got it.
Dear me.
Oh, it's Tokyo Drift. That was 6 seconds of sideways through Stowe. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Now, who's behind the wheel of that car? Paul Mensley is going to win the internet with that, because somebody will have clipped that and it's going to be up there. Extraordinary stuff. Paul?
Just had a message through from Bernard Cottrell about those light boxes about which you were speaking, specially made by the BRSCC for 24-hour races 2 years ago. So thank you for that, Bernie.
And Bernard Cottrell enjoying this event as well. I can tell you, had a chat with him earlier in the week. Hasn't worked with the Creventic team before, and full of praise for the whole organising team. And frankly, Mr. Cottrell knows his onions when it comes to motor racing all the way around the world to the very highest level. Well, we're back under green flag, but very, very wet conditions. And just watch this BMW 123 here. Sideways by Paul Mensley. Still sideways, more sideways, and held. That may be the best catch I've seen this year, and we'll probably not see anything better in the T20 final. That was slightly slowed down, Graham Goodwin, but only a little bit. An extraordinary piece of car control by Paul Mensley.
A3 class, but worthy of a D1 drift.
Yeah,
class,
very
that one.
good.
Fantastic. I mean, just wonderful stuff. That's going to win the internet, that one.
Well, that may break the internet at that point. Even at full speed, that was several seconds sideways. And Paul will be replaying that for many times through the year. Paul Mensley behind the wheel of the 123.
Watch this.
Yes. Yeah. Hey guys, hi, nice to see you. Yeah, sit down, have a cup of tea. Can I just show you this? And then again. And again, at this point I thought, oh, I've lost it, but I was so skillful I got it back. It was very impressive indeed. We'll get a word with Paul Mensley a little bit later on. That's the what did we say that was? The 123 car, wasn't it?
Yep, you'll recognise him in the pit lane, Joey, but the one with eyes the size of dinner plates.
That's the K&S Motorsport BMW M3 CSL. Expertly driven. Proper rain continues to fall in the darkness hours. Tuning in, I know people tuning in from all over Europe and around the world. It's nearly 20 minutes to 9 o'clock. So 8:38 local time here at Silverstone. Now, if you prefer, 19 hours and 22 minutes still to run.
We're going to get the next couple of minutes a bit of an idea about the relative pace we've got these cars in the lead group on wet tyres. We saw before the rain came a couple of the guys making hay in changeable conditions. And at the moment, Paul?
Yeah, we've got an interesting situation out on the track, although it's hard to work out exactly what's happening because it's so dark. But Stephen Licorice is about to be lapped by, this is Stephen Licorice in the 102 car, by Pim van Riet in the leading 127.
This is fourth place again.
So it's the fourth place car being lapped.
We're hovering around the four cars on the lead lap. It doesn't matter which four they are, but they tend to be, depending where they are in the pit stop strategy. It's the top four or the top 3.5 almost cars that tend to be holding on to the lead lap.
Exactly. I think it'll be interesting if you do catch a glimpse of them out on the circuit, depending where you're standing and how much you can see, just the relative performance of those two. Because Stephen Licorice came in earlier for his wet tyres, so if there is any warmth to be had in wet tyres, they will have them. But I don't think that even the wet tyres in these conditions are going to be very warm, and they're going to be quite hard to get up to temperature, I would suggest.
So Martin Short then dropped off the lead lap with that second stop.
Exactly right. And that's not the... Yes, it is the first time that he's dropped off the lead lap. But he does have... the benefit, I know, because he won't have a full tank of fuel, will he? Because he only put the 50 litres in last time he stopped. Oh, this is going to get complicated.
Yes, you have to factor that in. Anybody who took fuel, they could only get the 50 litres.
Or 50% of their allowance.
Excuse me, half of their allowance. That's proper rain out there now.
It begins to feel more and more like an episode of Mornington Crescent, doesn't it, really?
Yes.
That's simple compared to this.
I know this is going to sound really odd, Graham, but I'd love to be out there right now. This is...
In your MG?
Yeah, in anything, but something front-wheel drive, possibly, yeah. I found a talent I didn't know I had at Hankook last year, driving in the dark and the wet on a circuit, and thoroughly enjoyed myself in David Smith's MG. Thank you, David. Thank you, Claire Smith, as well, for allowing me to rediscover my passion for circuit race driving in the 360 Club.
The leader's just done it. Pim van Riet has just gone through ahead of Stephen Licorice, catching a glimpse of them outside the window. It may not have the best view, but we do have a view of the track, and you can work out where the cars are.
You're a better man than I am, Mr. Truswell.
Well, there's various little things that all add together. So just 3 cars left on the lead lap. The gap first to second, and this is significant as well, has gone up to being practically 2 minutes from the 127 Blake Merlin Sayat, from Sami Moutran, who has remained at the wheel of the car, whereas Pim van Riet is new at the car. So Sami Moutran is going to be into the pits come what may in about half an hour's time, because he's going to run out of his 2 hours driving, because he stayed at the wheel of the car through all the shenanigans through the the code 60 purple periods.
Same as Martin Short, actually. He's got an hour and 23 on his stint as well. So if Martin's going to make a difference here in these, quite frankly, treacherous conditions.
He's beginning to do that. 2:42 last time around.
Just starting to find the limit, I think, in that BMW.
Yeah,
Sammy in the number 1 with the number 1 on the side, the number 2 on its positional marker.
And I think he's beginning to struggle in these conditions. 2:52 for Sammy last time around.
I know you're listening in around and watching around the world, but this particularly for those here at the circuit, listening on 1602, the front straight grandstand is open all night and affords a little shelter from the weather, and the paddock diner is open right the way through the night as well. So if you are able to hear this at the track, and the weather conditions have certainly deteriorated in the last 40 minutes or so, shelter on the National Straight grandstand opposite the pits, and also the paddock diner opened with some warmth and some sustenance throughout the night. And there are still camera flashes going off from the grandstand opposite us, so there are some of you huddled in there for warmth, as in comes the number 120 BMW. And this is a car that we've been following. This is the WEC Motorsport machine. 18th overall for that car, and 4th in A3 as Jason Cox pitted the number 120. Well, this has got Howden Haynes' cousin George amongst the family Cox in this car, and Howden's dad saying that his nephew would be sent out if it was cold or wet, because he was a bit of a rainmeister.
Have you eaten all the Haynes family cakes yet, John?
There's still some behind us. I'm holding those for the wee small hours when concentration begins to wane.
Martin Short goes through. It's another 2:42 from Short. 2:46 for the leader. 2:58 for Sami Moutran, who I think is beginning to struggle here. 2:46 for Guy Bessem and Stephen Licorice at 2:44 before we get down to 5th place Martin Short. He's about 27 seconds back from Stephen Licorice, but lapping quicker than anybody ahead of him.
I still think getting heat into the rear tyres, even full wet tyres here for the front wheel drive cars, is going to be an issue.
And I would suggest for the rear wheel drive cars as well, because temperature is an issue. The cars are sliding on the top of the surface of the water, so they don't actually kind of generate the heat as they would with a downforce car, which actually would generate far more heat. So I think temperature is going to be the big issue. Of course, the only thing is that they're all on the same temperature, they're all in the same boat, as it were. So
almost literally at the moment. Mentioning the marshals and the officials earlier on who are braving the conditions, a word for our camera operators as well. We have them working in shifts to bring the coverage right the way through this Hankook 24 hours at Silverstone, along with the rest of the team from 0221 who are just to our left. We've all sort of made an encampment together in the back of the race control building in the centre of Silverstone, and our massive thanks go to our camera operators and anyone who's having to work outside to make sure we can still see what is going on around the circuit. It's only a couple of weeks ago since I was at Sebring and our broadcast crew were braving ridiculous conditions. No lightning in the air here, so no issue about having to bring our crew in, but it's not pleasant. It's cold and wet at the moment, and any one of those two things is not very nice, frankly.
No, and cast an eye down onto the clock. It's only 8:45 in the evening, so it's barely dinner time, and the forecast is not good for the rest of the night, although brightening up on Sunday lunchtime, I'm told. We'll see whether that comes to pass or not.
A little bit of work going down on the 120 BMW, the
wipers.
WEC team. It looks like they've got an issue with the wiper blades, and really you can't have that at the moment. You can put various solutions and people swear by different things, but when the weather is very bad, you really need a windscreen wiper that works. And it's just tucking under at the moment and not staying on the piece of the screen right in front of the driver. It's not got enough spring thrust down onto the windscreen from the wiper arm on the right hand side, and I believe that is a right hand drive car.
And you only have to look at those TV pictures where you can see the spray being kicked up in the face of the driver following, how unnecessary those windscreen wipers are. I mean, yes, if you were out on the motorway and you had the air pressure going across, it wouldn't be quite so bad, but with so many other cars around you, so essential.
About to see a change for second position because Sami Moutran has been reeled in by Guy Bessem in the 125 NKPP Racing Seat Leon TCR car.
And Shorty's just put in a 240 last time around.
It'll be the first of many, I suspect, for Sami Moutran losing places, because the people behind him aren't very far behind him. Although the leader is a way up ahead, Sami Moutran is kind of the first of the train of cars that are all quite close together, and it's not going to be long before Stephen Licorice, Martin Short all catch up with him as well. What I'm interested to do is to see how long these differences in lap times last, because we've only been capturing them really since we've had the green flag, and that's only been, 4 or 5 laps. We need to look at it over a period of 10, 15 laps, looking at over half an hour, full stint. That's where it begins to make a difference.
Absolutely right. We're seeing some improving times lower down in the top 10 as well. Sarah Bovey in the Peugeot, the 208. And 243, but being caught by Ivo Breukers. A little way back, Ivo, but just a lap ago was down into the 240s. That's matched now by Ryan Lindsay, 9th position in the second place A3 car. Into Sports M3 CSL. So heroics going on in challenging conditions here. So Guy Bessem, I'm pretty certain he's now through. He is indeed through into second position. When they cross the line, that will be confirmed. So it'll be the 127 from the 125 and the 1, John.
Vicky Miller asking a little while ago when Sarah might be in that car. Sarah Bovey now installed in the Peugeot, and also a number of people noticing that when that 120 BMW came in, yes, it was having some remedial work to the right-hand windscreen wiper, but it looked like slick tyres that were coming off Jason Cox's car. So that was an epic drive in these conditions, and clearly could not withstand the weather any longer. Just around 19 hours and 10 minutes to go here at Silverstone. So Pim van Triet in the lead of the race for Team Blekemolen. TCR cars holding sway at the moment, first, second and third, with Kees Bessem in second place, but well over 2 minutes, nearly 2.5 behind, but Sammy Moutron's just been passed and drops into third.
Pim van Riet, by the way, is just 15 seconds or so away from lapping the second place car. At broadly similar pace, but just 15 seconds away at current lap times from having a lap lead on the field.
This is just magnificent.
Slow car. That's
2:16. Is that
not that way? It's the Francis Tijat. It's the Renault Clio, one of the Modena Motorsports cars.
Yeah.
That's the 7th place A2 car. I think that just gone off and was recovering, John.
And we got a camera on that car, so we might get a look at that in a moment or two. This is now survival time out there, and this is where reputations can be made or lost. The question is now, with 19 minutes to go, do you take the bull by the horns and give it a go and think, I might be able to make a difference here? Or do you say, I'm just going to keep it on the black stuff and see what I can do?
And most of all, avoid getting crashed into by somebody else.
Well, that's a very good point. You've got a head on a swivel at the moment, because you brake at your normal point, somebody else misses their braking point, then has to go harder on the brakes, and they're locked up and they slide by you at a rate of knots.
By you or into you, yes,
well,
and that's where you need to keep your wits about you, and certainly the progress that Martin Short is making is impressive, but Sammy Moutran, as I say, as you've been saying, is losing a lot of ground. Yes, John?
Just to say that Martin Byford's back out of the pits. They did do a standard pit stop in the garage, and he's doing 2:43s in the Synchro Motorsport A3 Honda at the moment. Just refreshing that he is underlining my confidence in him in wet weather. That hasn't let me down. It's the Hankook 24 Hours at Silverstone. Hello there. The team here enthralled at the skills of the drivers. This is endurance in every sense of the word. Paul Trustwell, the timing screens at the moment, giving us as much information as we can take, and certainly as much, if not more, than what we can see on the screen. It's very difficult out there. Difficult to know whether the guys are pushing hard or not, but the clock doesn't lie.
No, and it's really just consolidation. You were asking a moment ago, how much do you push, how much risk do you take? And the answer with this at this stage in the race, with an awful lot of night and possibly wet night ahead of us, you really just need to get into a rhythm, get into a groove. What the teams will be looking at now is the length of the stint that they're on, and that means that in effect we've got Sammy Moutran and Martin Short will have to be the first pit callers, and I would suggest that will be within about the next 15 minutes or so. The cars don't need fuel because they got refueled during the last code 60 period, but they are coming towards the end of the driver permitted driving time of 2 hours.
That means they only took 50% of their potential allocated. So if you're going to do that, I reckon you top them up anyway.
Oh yes.
And you try and get them as close to a full tank as you can, and that just extends your window and therefore your tactical options for later in the race.
Exactly so, and all you're providing yourself with is just more flexibility to do different things when conditions demand that you need to do different things.
And with the conditions that we have at the moment, that is an option you'd want to take.
Yeah, and a tank full of fuel in these conditions will last you 2 hours. So what they're going to be aiming to do is to get themselves onto a point where the driver and the fuel are together and then go for 2 hours.
Change for third position, I think, we confirmed at the end. Oh, we've got another car off into the gravel. Are we about to go to the 71 car?
And that's the Core Oyster. No, it's not. My apologies.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is the Core Oyster Racing BMW. Core Oyster and BMW don't go together in my head. That's twice I've done that. 32nd in the race.
That's going to be, I'm sure, a Code 60.
It's Dom Bastian at the wheel of that car.
While we wait to see what transpires here, Stephen Licorice, I'm sure, has gone past Sammy Moutron for third, John.
I love the fact that the marshals are shining a torch out as well, just to make sure that everyone can see that car at the side of the road, although Dom sensibly has left the headlights on. The rear wheels look a bit planted to me. Beckett's, do you reckon, Paul? That I don't think that car's coming out of there. He's gone in by just a car's length as well. Joe Bradley's in a very wet pit lane. Joe, tactically, what's happening down there at the moment?
Well, scheduled is the number 1 car. The number 1 car's due in for a driver change. We've got Nabil Moutran, who is ready, taking a step out onto the very, very wet pit apron now. The rain's still falling. You can see it clearly in the floodlights as the number 1 car comes to a halt. It's currently our third place. Sammy Moutran is out of the car.
Code 60.
Code 60. So this hasn't exactly played into these guys' hands, because they were about to refuel, no doubt, with a full service, and now they're only going to get half their allocation. So it's maybe going to disadvantage them, this one.
I don't think so, Joe, because I think he's got enough. He's got a gap of fuel in his tank for 50, but not much more than that. So they wouldn't have been able to refuel it, top it up to completely anyway.
Sorry, George, again?
It's probably going to work in their favour then if they're going to squeeze 50 in, because that's all they really need for a full tank.
Can I ask a question here, which I should have asked before, and I meant to, and then I got distracted by something shiny in a very bloke way. If you come in under Code 60 and you put half your fuel allocation, can you come in next time round and put the other half in?
Yep.
You can?
Yep.
OK.
Now, question to Paul here. Martin Short now running 4th and was catching Stephen Licorice hand over fist just before the Code 60 came out. Has got just over 20 minutes left on his stint.
Pit.
You've got to pit and get out of the car now, haven't you?
Yes, I think it makes sense to do so. The only issue I would have with this one is because that car is quite deeply embedded. We could see it on the television screens. They've got the television screens in the garages. They'll know that. It's going to be a longer Code 60 than some of the previous ones. So you might not want to come in straight away. You might want to give it a lap.
Except, remember, that Martin's car was in the pit lane quite a reasonably short time ago.
They don't need much fuel.
They don't need much fuel. Well, they only got half their allocation last time they were in, but as you say, they won't need much fuel. And the fuel station is empty, bar the defending series champions at the moment.
It's good timing to come in. And, don't forget, Martin actually came in twice, didn't he, on the previous one?
Once for tyres and once for fuel.
Exactly so, but he did the fuel one first. And I don't think he then took the opportunity of the second time round to take fuel on his second time around, but he could have done.
Yeah. No, he did fuel first and then tyres.
But that's because he stopped on the green.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, green, and then it went purple again straight after. That car's out. So the Moutrans have actually fallen quite well here, because it's not going to be very long before we go green again.
And the Roll-Center car has not cleared Sector 2 yet. Now it just has to be tippy-toe here to rejoin. Well done, the marshals. You can see there very clearly just how awful the weather is turning.
It is.
It's not getting better, is it?
A plaintive voice in my ear from Joe Bradley in the pit lane that didn't go to where says, no.
It's less than a minute till the end of Code 60.
Yeah, this is coming straight back to green straight away. If you haven't gone in now, you've missed your opportunity. Rob Cullum has brought the number 130 in from 10th position, that being the TCR Zest Race Car Engineering Seat, the English entered machine.
Well, there is now no advantage to Martin Short for pitting at this point, because it's going to go green before he crosses the start-finish line again. Red flag.
I don't see that. I don't see that. Let's get this right before we call it. There's a green flag waving on the start-finish line. I think that's a glitch on the timing screen. Let's say that to me. We've reacted to something on the timing screen here that I'm not seeing this on the track. So you go with what's on the track, and the marshals are waving green. I'm seeing that now, so people who are listening in the pit lane will hear me say that. And I apologise, we've reacted to what's been seen on the screen, but what I'm seeing on the track is what you go with, and there's a green flag waving, and we are back to green flag racing. So let's not mislead anybody in the pit lane there who I know are listening into what's going. Exactly 19 hours to go, and we're back racing. That came up on 2 different parts of the timing screen. Apologies for reacting directly to that, but it's green flags around the circuit. Green flags around the circuit, Paul.
Yes, absolutely, and that was the 4th code 60, and as you said, it was purely up on all timing screens simultaneously, but they reacted to it as well, and we did go straight back to green just before the 5 hours mark came up, because it's now pretty much 9 o'clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Those LED light boxes, flag lights, if you will. The BRSCC invested in those a couple of years ago, and a fine investment it has been for the guys around the circuit. A simple and sensible piece of kit.
Very.
And they are used exactly like a flag. It's not a centralised system. They are worked by the marshals.
Yep, there's a crossover point. It's flagged up on the timing screens that they're crossing over from flags to lights, and thereafter flag positions show lights and not flags. So 127, Pim van Riet leads this motor race from Guy Spessem in the 125. So Team Bleekemolen from NKPP Racing. Stephen Licorice continues in 3rd position in the JR Motorsport BMW.
Just look at the teams at the top, guys. Team Bleekemolen, NKPP, JR Motorsports, Roll Centre, Team Aber Commercials, Saxon, Altran, Memak Ogilvy, Red Camel Jordan. All these guys are top teams, and there's more problems.
This
is the VDS Honda. This is the hatchback version of that car. 5th in class, in 22nd position for Gregory Paise. And the Belgian driver in 5th position in A2. Struggling.
Stopping.
He's trying to get it restarted. I'm looking underneath that car at what I think are flames underneath that car.
It is. You're absolutely
flames
right.
Underneath the bonnet area of that car, and we have a car that has got a fire in the engine compartment, and that car has come to a halt.
Door is open.
The door is open on the driver's side, and the driver is out. He's having a look. Needed to have pulled the extinguisher. I think he realises that now. Goes back in to do exactly that and pull the engine compartment extinguisher. He's turning off the electrics. I wonder if that's an electrical fire then, and he's trying to get that out, and this needs attention very, very quickly. So more drama here, and he's signalling to the marshals of the problem.
They're there with extinguishers.
Coming with extinguishers. I just thought I saw a little crackle underneath that car, but so many of the cars have LEDs underneath there that I wasn't sure. This is turn 13, according to race control, which is Village. And it's on driver's left. Now they're trying to get to the flames. Is that engine compartment? Oh, nicely done by the marshal as he finds a spot round by the front left wheel to squirt in there. So was that a brake fire or was that an engine
looked
fire?
Further in than the brakes, John.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting that Gregory wanted the ignition turned off. That was absolutely right.
Well,
that is, I tell you what, that is picture perfect way to deal with that. Do not open the bonnet.
Absolutely not.
Get to it. Being dealt with, by the way, at the moment under local yellows because Gregory's pulled far enough off the circuit at Village. There's a lot of runoff there to driver's left. The bonnet is now being opened to check, and the fire is out.
I'm going to suggest oil fire for that. Certainly not fuel fire.
It looked a bit yellow for oil. You normally get a bit of more white smoke.
Maybe. But he's off on the old circuit, isn't he, there?
Yeah.
So well out of harm's way.
And that car can be dragged back. With the regulations here, if the car can be got back to the pits even with outside assistance, even on the back of a flatbed, and it can be repaired, it can go back out. It's not Le Mans style rules. Visibility at a premium, I think we might say at the moment, from one or two cars. One or two scarmy windscreens as well out there that haven't quite been cleaned properly before they went out. They're going to be ruining that now, Paul.
That's the trouble with those wipers, isn't it? All they do is they smear off all the oil that's already on there.
You have to wait as long as you dare before you let the wipers go.
And then you hate it when you've done it. The race leader has got a full lap on the rest of the field. I'm not quite sure if we've actually mentioned that in all the other stuff that's been going on.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley. Sammy Moutran has been patiently waiting as we had that little incident out on the circuit. The car now in 7th place with brother Nabil at the wheel, Joe.
Both Sammy and I have been a very interested spectator for that unfortunate incident to the Honda Civic. Sammy, you were out there in the number 1 car in perhaps the trickiest of conditions right when the weather changed. What was that like?
It's just, went out. It was really nice, obviously still dry, and then you start seeing little speckles and here and there, and gradually start coming down further and further and realise you're losing grip. And personally, it's the only second time I've ever driven in the wet in a race car, so it was interesting to go through changing kind of conditions and trying to find the right time to change tyres. I think we did an okay job. I'm not sure the pace was exactly what we wanted it to be, but we kept on the black stuff, which is the important thing, so yeah.
Now, you would never guess it from the accent, but you guys are resident in Dubai, so that probably explains why you do very little wet weather running. Yeah. And you are indeed the 24-hour series current champions last year. And again, hard to imagine you haven't done very much wet weather running. So from a driver's point of view, what exactly happens to the car? I mean, we speculate that the temperatures drop off in the rear tyres. Does that make it a bit of a nightmare?
I think, yeah. What I felt this time is, the rear gets a little bit more lively. The front end isn't as sharp, so you're trying to find that grip level. Trying to understand your lines is the hardest thing, especially at night, because you can't really see any kind of racing line. And I suppose the idea is to stay off the racing line because all the rubber's been laid down, so it's actually slippier. So it's trying to find that right balance of the braking point where you want to be, braking a bit earlier, letting off a bit earlier, not getting the sharpness that you want. I think that's what I was kind of struggling. I think most drivers struggle with it. It's those drivers that are more confident with a lively car in the rear that tend to be a bit quicker. And you see some of them are actually intentionally throwing it into a little bit of a slide because they've got that control. There was a couple of guys out there that I was really impressed watching, actually. They were really quick around there.
Big spectator point. And our in-car cameras show very, very little visibility, really tricky. Is that a true reflection on that? True representation?
I think it's getting worse, especially with the spray behind the other cars. It's getting a bit worse. And at night around here is really dark as well, so it's going to be a tricky night. I think our strategy is what it was all of last season, what it is this season: stay out of trouble, try and keep as best pace as we can within our limits, and hopefully let's see what happens when the sun comes out.
Thanks, Sammy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, just get to the end. It's a little bit of a different imperative here, though, gentlemen, because there is the opportunity to win a race outright, which they don't have in the combined series. And I think that just adds a little bit of spice, Paul, and it might make you think, well, do I settle for 3rd or 4th? If there's 3 hours to go, do I settle for 3rd or 4th, or do I head out and roll the dice and try to stand on the top step?
Yeah, I think it really does inspire the racers, motivate the racers that are out there. And this is nothing against the Memak Ogilvy team, but whilst they are racers, they are quite happy to let the race come to them rather than go out and take the race by the scruff of its neck, sort of thing. And I think that's the balance you need to achieve. And I think you're right, it will motivate people, the fact that this is a 24-hour race in its own right, and you're not just going for a class win. Yes, you still take home a trophy, but it's that kind of little warm feeling that you are a race winner, not just a class winner.
And it's at Silverstone. Now, what you said earlier, John, is that racers from around the world know this place, know the reputation of this place. And what a thing to be able to say, I won a 24-hour race. Where? Well, at Silverstone, the Grand Prix circuit in the United Kingdom.
Joe Bradley with news from the ABBA Commercials Roll Centre Racing Pit.
Yes, the car is in. I suspect a driver change. We're just heading down there now, and certainly tyres are off and a fresh set of wet tyres. Be interesting to see just how much wear we see on that wet weather tyre. That's just come off, but a new set going on. Now we see the car still up on its jacks. Can't quite see into that, too much reflection on the windscreen to see if that's Martin Short has stayed on board. I don't think he has. I think he's jumped out. That's it. He's out of time, I've been told, so he's got to get out. Let's, Sebastian, bring the camera in here and let's have a look at the just how worn this tyre is. If these guys could have a look. Let us have a look. Let's have a look at that tyre, my man. Sebastian there with his... still lots of tread. Still lots of block left on that, so not quite. This would pass an MOT most likely, but
oil gone down from Stowe to...
I've been told there's a lot of oil down on the track.
Down to the oil's gone down, which is why they've pitted. It's not my car, but our car's already out there. There's oil gone down from Stowe all the way round to Club, or even a bit further past the new F1 wing and into the infield. So they've pitted for new tyres, thinking the tyres have gone off, but they haven't gone off at all. It's just the oil, I think.
Right, probably what's happened with Martin. Martin's just making his way across, so we'll get a word with Martin. Martin, we've just been told from Team Brit that there's a bit of oil down there. That must be quite hellish, really.
Yeah, the track's destroyed. There was a Seat, and his engine, I suddenly felt at Stowe the car slipping all over the place, like really bad. And I said to the radio in, I said, somebody's dropping oil, and I could smell smoke. And then we went to the beginning of the wing and then up the main straight, and as we turned into Abbey, I could see this ball of flame erupt underneath this Seat, and the track is destroyed from Stowe to Abbey. So, and I wasn't far away, and I've got oil all over the tyres, and they were an old last year's set of tyres, and they didn't have a lot of grip, so we got Richard in a bit early and get the new tyres on.
So that explains plenty of tread, but the tyre's just destroyed with the oil residue.
Yeah, not a lot. It wasn't very good. But, it's gone really well so far. Very pleased. Sort of clawed away back up the order again. Car's acting terribly. I'm going to touch wood.
Thanks, mate. Leave it to him, man.
Okay,
Leave it to it.
Thanks. I've got to tell Richard about the track. Thank you.
Okay, cheers.
So that sounds like Richard Neary going back out. So we've not seen Charles Lamb yet.
Yeah, that's it's an interesting call, but Martin playing the team game there and getting straight back to warn the incoming driver about the possible track conditions. And Richard Neary has got back in that car, 4th position. He's on his out lap.
I think that's a smart call. Now, Charles Lamb...
Well, he only had 10 minutes left on his driver time, so they weren't going to lose anything other than perhaps throw the car off. And with residue, as Joe said, on the tyres, and it is getting very slippery. When you've got oil down, on a dry track it's bad enough. On a wet track, it really is
it's
like driving
racing
on ice.
Yep.
And you have... In these conditions, you can't see it.
And that will have been the 173 car that we saw with the fire beneath the car, so...
Fire?
And the next one for the pits on time, because it is all based on time now as a result of the number of pit stops that we had under the previous Code 60. Guy Spessum in the second place car, number 125. That's the highest that the NKPP racing car has been in the race thus far. It's played a very cautious approach to the race, but it's got itself up there. It has just been lapped by Pim van Riet. It was just ahead of the race leader. Now it's just behind the race leader, so they're just separated by a lap. And then not only Guy Spessum, but also Stephen Licorice is coming towards the end of a similar kind of length double stint, although he could count his as a triple stint because he came in for 2 pit stops. But it's not really a triple stint, but he just has had 2 pit stops during his stint, whereas Bessum just having the 1. Because Licorice came in to change over to wet tyres before the track actually went Code 60.
Nabil Moutran on his first flyer now after the pit stop. Just going back to the question of oil down on the track. How do they show yellow and red on those little light boxes then for slippery surface?
Not a clue.
Because you can't flash a red light then a yellow light. That obviously wouldn't work. I suppose you get them stationary with alternating bars of yellow and red. It's an absolute nightmare driving on damp roads with oil or diesel on them. I'm a motorcyclist, and in the daytime you can sometimes smell it on the bike. On the night time, and if it's been raining, it kind of just spreads it out, and you can't see it or smell it, and you're a passenger sometimes, and whether you fall off your motorcycle or not is complete luck, because there's just no grip on the front end of the tyre. You lean the bike in, and it's exactly the same on the racing circuit. When you can't see it, you normally get a little bit of a sheen on the track, or you see a bit of discolourment, and in the wet it sometimes sits up in the daytime, you can see it, but right now this is a voyage of discovery for the drivers out there to try and find out where the oil isn't. The other thing is that these tyres are pretty efficient nowadays. The wet weather racing tyres move an insane amount of water every time they do a revolution, and they will effectively scrape clean the oil after a while. And actually what's helping them at the moment probably is the amount of rain that's falling. There's only two ways that goes: either it helps dissipate it, or it just spreads it out and makes the whole track horrible. So we've got 18 and 3/4 hours still to go here, and we'll do a roundup of the class positions in a wee while. But for now, just to tell you that the gap at the head of the field is growing as Pim van Riet leads for Team Blekemolen, and Silverstone is showing the worst of the British weather. Well, that was a nasty little moment or two.
On board at the moment with the 5th position overall, and the little Peugeot, the 208 Sarah Bovey, is
the little fast Peugeot
reveling in this, up to 5th overall, and 2:55 quicker than the two cars ahead of her, and that's Stephen Licorice and Nick Barrow in the JR Motorsport and Saxon Motorsport BMWs.
Perfect conditions for the Peugeot, the Ultram Peugeot, front wheel drive. A relatively short wheelbase could possibly make it a bit twitchy, but they've clearly got the tyre pressures right, and the back end still giving enough feel for Sarah, who was one of the drivers who was tremendously excited about being here. Her first time at Silverstone, and one of the Continental contingent who was very excited about coming to the current home of the British Grand Prix, and a circuit with so much motor racing history behind it. And as I said a little bit earlier, Graham, it's easy for us to take our great circuits around the country, of which Silverstone is undoubtedly one, take them for granted.
Absolutely right.
And when you hear the praise being heaped on it by the foreign drivers, it's quite humbling, actually. Paul, what's going on at the timing screen?
Licorice bringing number 102 into the pits. That's the JR Motorsport BMW, the leading BMW at the moment. And he was doing all right. He was actually lapping faster than Pim van Riet for those last 5 laps. So Stephen Licorice getting to grips with the conditions, but he's going to have to get out of the car now because he's up on his time limit as well. He's done an hour and 3/4 behind the wheel of the BMW, and that will mean that Stephen Licorice has to hand the car over. I wouldn't be at all surprised if that doesn't go back to Bob Herber now. Remember the brilliant stint he did at the start of the race in number 102. The car has a fourth, yes, it is a 4-driver car, the other driver being Christopher Ulrich. So it could be Ulrich, or it could be Bob Herber getting back into it.
I'm still tremendously impressed. I said when I came on at the start of the race about how impressed I was with the driving standards. I'm no less impressed under the conditions that
I agree entirely.
we have now. And I've got to say to those people who perhaps cocked a snook at the lack of GT cars or semi-prototypes of days gone by, I think we're seeing better racing. I think we're seeing safer racing with the number of cars that we have at the moment around the circuit here. and the racing continues. Still the weather continuing to try and disrupt the Hankook 24 hours here at Silverstone, but the drivers and teams are rather not letting that happen, and well done to them. Al Green, Reverend, good evening. Thank you for tweeting at Specutainment. The BRSCC light boxes show yellow and green light. They illuminate other flags out there when necessary. The very clever LED lighting system. So thank you, Al, one of the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective.
Further progress, meanwhile, for the 208 Peugeot. Goes through into 4th position now overall, in the hands of Serabovi, the A3 leader. So 3 classes in the top 4 now, John.
The other point that Al was making was, listening to what we're saying about oil on the track, all very well saying where are the slippery surface flags. They can't see where the oil is either, because they're even further away from it than the drivers. That's a very fair point. Right Turn Lover has tweeted at Specutainment, Paul, to say, what happens when it rains? Are there different wet reference times? No, the dry reference times, I presume, just remain, and you won't get anywhere near them, of course.
No, quite. No, you just stay where you go as quick as you can. And to be fair, the minimum reference lap times were never really supposed to be beaten. I mentioned earlier on the minimum reference lap times here, you don't have any jokers, so that if you do break out of your bracket, then you haven't got a get out of jail card. That's not mixing too many metaphors. And indeed, nobody has broken, although we've got down to a 2:18.2. And of course, with these weather conditions, not only are we not seeing anything like that, we're also losing any chance that we had of getting a record distance, which for a couple of hours earlier in the day I thought we might get, but it's not going to happen now. And certainly with the weather forecast, rain until about 5 o'clock in the morning, according to my forecast, and of course it won't dry as soon as it stops raining. It'll stay very wet and horrible for a good couple of hours after that.
First couple of hours was looking pretty good. We needed what did you say, 24 laps an hour, and the first couple of hours I think we were pretty much on that sort of schedule, because when I came in we were certainly, I think, over 50, so we must have been close to that.
Yes, 25 laps in the first hour, 24 laps in the second hour, 24 laps in the third hour, 23 laps in the fourth hour, and then 18 in the most recent hour that has just been completed, the fifth hour.
Some real heroics going on in the lead the field at the moment. Pim van Riet, 2:47 for him as Serabovi now goes up to 3rd position overall in the Peugeot. So it's Pim van Riet from Guy Bessem from Serabovi. The Peugeot going ahead of the 117 and the 102.
And it's Guy Bessem is going to be the one who has to pit first of that little group, of course, Graham. And he's coming up towards the end of his allotted 2 hours, 1 hour 51 minutes he's been driving that car so far. So number 125 in second place, just over a lap behind Pim van Riet. He's following the race leader, 127, but he's a lap behind, and he just has to keep going for a little while, and then he's going to have to come into the pits, probably be in at the end of the lap that he's currently on, I would think, number 125. He's down at the southern end of the circuit at the moment, kind of midway between Sector 1 and Sector 2 points. Down at Club Corner or Vale, I would think.
Now, also quick inside the top 10 and catching Richard Neary rapidly is Ivo Breukers into the 250s, and has been over the last couple of laps in what looked to me, Paul, to be increasingly challenging conditions. So Ivo Breukers has been going very quickly indeed, on similar pace to Serabovi just now, just a second or so back from Pim van Riet's excellent progress in increasing rain.
Although he did, of course, he's dropped, 3 laps behind the race leaders now with the result of that whoopsie that he had down at Stowe Corner. No, it was at the Vale, wasn't it, where Ivo had his moment on his outlap. But since then, you're right, Graham, he's been lapping very consistently indeed. 8th place overall and 4th in the TCR class.
So everyone's still having to exercise the most extreme caution. Saxon Motorsport, 4th position, leading their category. That category being SP touring car class. Nick Barrow behind the wheel. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane with some news. Which car are you near now? Gavin Spencer's just gone out in the 99 car. Is that where you are?
He's been in the pits, and the whole reason why he came into the pits, losing 2 places, would you believe, from 16th down to 18th, was purely because he couldn't see out of his windscreen. Completely steamed up. So the team have done the old washing up liquid trick. I'll leave you to explain to the viewers what exactly that is, and redirected the heater onto the screen. So hopefully he can see racing drivers. Who'd have him, eh?
Put a bit of washing up liquid on a cloth, spread it on the inside of the screen. It's supposed to keep the screen from steaming up. Lemon juice apparently works as well, or various proprietary solutions.
The trick I always find is to stop it from smearing is the hardest thing.
Yeah,
yes, you
that's
can stop
the
it from steaming up is one problem, but then to stop it from smearing is...
then you clean it with vinegar.
Yeah.
But then you've got a very clean, squeaky windscreen and you've got to start all over again. Plus it smells like you've had fish and chips in your race car.
Guy Specimen's gone round again, so he's... well, he's not yet at 155, but if we would suddenly go purple now, then he's not going to be able to get back in time without exceeding his 2-hour limit. So that's Guy Specimen, 2nd place in the NKPP Racing Seat, and the highest placed BMW at the moment is the Saxon Motorsports car, John, the number 117, Nick Barrow, which hasn't been able to exert its... advantage of fuel economy because of the Code 6s that we've been having. But if we can go for a period where we don't have any Code 6s for a period of time, then again, I think we'll see that BMW 135D, number 117, Nick Barrow's car, being able to just improve its position a little bit, because as I say, with the problem that conditions it's had at the moment is that he hasn't been able to make advantage of it. But Nick Barrow, he's been at the wheel for an hour and a half right now, but the next stint should be long enough to take him through to be able to possibly get back onto the lead lap because of the superior fuel consumption of that car number 117.
Meantime, Graham Goodwin and his headset are returned to health.
Welcome, Graham.
Welcome back.
No.
Smooth sounds of...
No, that's much
Radio
better.
Show Limited.
Yeah, very good. Like it a lot.
Very impressed in these conditions with the pace of the leading car. Been under 250 for a couple of laps. Now just edges over, but still taking time out of more or less all the cars behind, with the exception of Ivo Breukers, who's edging closer and closer to Nabil Moutran for 6th position. What are we seeing here?
Oh
that's
dear.
That's
now,
the 125 car.
I'm no expert around here, but that's not the right line. Now, you know, one of my favourite sayings is he went far enough off that he almost had to pay to get back in again. Well, there was a great video on your favourite video site on the internet of a Corvette doing exactly that at Sebring and actually getting out of the circuit. It was a Corvette Trans Am car, wasn't it?
It was. Lost his brakes completely and had to go back via the car park at the Chateau Elan and then back in through the main entrance, almost having to pay to get back.
I would have laughed a lot if there'd been someone there saying, "Excuse me, where's your pass?" "No, sorry, can't get in."
That, by the way, was the 2nd place car.
Yep.
Due into the pits any minute now, and that's, as I say, the... oh, here he is now.
And he's in the pits.
Yes, OK, so, and that's at the end of his 2-hour stint. That was the other reason he had to get back on the track quickly, because otherwise he was going to go over his 2 hours.
Yeah, that should be enough to put the Peugeot up into 2nd position overall.
Sarah Bovey is about to head into 2nd place for the Team Ultran A3 car. And Paul was very excited about the potential of A3 cars earlier on in this race, and rightly so, as long as they can have a clean run. As another issue, and that's again at the same point, isn't it? That's village before they turn into the loop, which is where we had the worst of the oil, I think, was the 127 has had a bit of an issue.
Sarah is a lap behind, however.
Oh, is she?
So it will take a while for her to get round. It's going to be touch and go. It depends a little bit how long Guy Spessam's stop has to be, and that's going to depend on how much fuel they have to put in the car, and that's going to depend on how much he was able to save during the Code 60 periods.
Just a quick word for somebody who isn't here, but I'm sure is tuned in, or someone near will be. Lisette Brahms. He's one of our racing divas who, and I say that in the most affectionate terms, and isn't here. However, we hear she's going home from and getting better from her illness. We miss you, and there's a paddock full of people sending you the best wishes possible, Lisette. Hopefully you're listening to this. If not, someone pass the message along. You are much missed from this. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
With Guy Spessam, who's just gotten out of the 125, saying, I need a box to stand on to talk to you. I'll reach up to talk to you.
It's not the ideal race body. It's a bit too big for a small car, but it works out.
It was quite a feat getting you in and out of that car. Yeah, how was it out there? It looked horrific.
It is fun. It's very wet. It's like a big swimming pool, and we're trying to teach our cars swimming lessons or something. But it's staying on track, be gentle on the throttle as well as on the brakes, and stay on the black thing. That usually helps.
That's hard to see though at the moment.
Oh, it is. They've not spent that much money on lighting and to show us the track. No, they didn't. But that makes it adventurous.
Very much so.
I had a good stint. I had fun. Second time I do the 24 hours here in Silverstone. Last year it was raining, cats and, how do you say that in English?
Dogs.
Cats and dogs, yeah. Well, it started today as well, especially in my stint.
Now the car's in second, Geese. How do you handle the pressure? How does the team stop being overawed by the pressure of holding on to that position?
Well, just doing our thing. It's still a long race to go. How far are we now?
Coming up to 9:30. 7 hours, 5 hours.
Anything can happen. It's a 24-hour race. The real race starts after 22 hours. And who is in position for pole or for place number 1? After 22 hours, the race starts. And till then, hook up, stay on the track and be there.
That's exactly what I was thinking, because I couldn't even do the maths there until I'm not really interested for the finish until the sun comes up. I suppose that's when it starts getting serious.
Especially in this race, because you start at 4 o'clock. So it's a long night, but you have a long race ahead in daylight. And then the fun starts. It's surviving through the night, especially with the rain. And if you come out in the first 20 are still in a position to win the race, because it's a long time in daylight.
Thanks for talking to us.
Paul Parkin is taking his break from working here at the circuit, listening in on 1602 AM at Silverstone. Thanks, Paul, for all your hard work and all the marshals. Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane, wrapped up against the worst of the weather. Clearly, Joe's had a little bit of an accident there because all of his airbags have gone off in his outfit out there. But he certainly won't be cold tonight. Pim van Vliet still leads the motor race with 18.5 hours to go at Silverstone. Well, what is the next drama that this race can throw at us, gentlemen? That's the question.
I don't know.
Snow. There was snow at the Nürburgring yesterday.
Wasn't there? Yeah. Sarah Bovey has managed to go through and take second place, although there's not much to choose between them, I don't reckon. Martin van der Berge has taken over the 125 Seat Leon from the NKPP team.
And Ivo Breukers has gone through to take 5th position from Nabil Moutran on that last lap, after taking big chunks out of that lead, up to 10, 12 seconds quicker a lap in these very challenging conditions. Ivo, of course, far more familiar with these kind of conditions than Nabil. We heard from Sammy a little earlier.
Very, very impressed with that Peugeot and the Team Ultron team. And Sarah's lap times are very, very good indeed at the moment, lapping within a second last time around. In fact, just on half a second of the leader's time in a TCR car.
Indeed, and let's just have a moment for another class-leading Peugeot. That's the A2 leading Peugeot. 10th position overall now for the RCZ of K. Reiser, in the hands of a famous name, Jakob Christensen. Yes, that Christensen, Jakob being Tom's brother.
I wonder if he's a better passenger than his brother. Just a thought. Just tottering round Sebring, really, not even tried. The times just levelling out at the moment. We talk about the wet being the great leveller, and it does give some of the small... Oh, spin! At the bottom of... No, that's coming into Village again. There's a car pointing in the wrong direction, stalled. Headlights still on though. It's the 195, which is
23rd position for that car.
Yeah, and that has Jaco Griffonen at the wheel of the Red Camel Seat Leon.
That's the leading diesel class car, the leading D1 class car.
Second in D1.
Sorry, second in D1, yeah.
Well, the rain is causing the teams and drivers some problems. At least there's no worries about which of the Hankook tyres you need to be on here at Silverstone for the first round of the Touring Car Endurance Series. Addition to the FIA International Endurance Series this year, or an adjunct to it at least, from the Creventic organising body. The touring cars will continue to race in the IES, but parallel series being created of longer races for these touring and sport saloon cars, and this being the opening round of that. It is also, however, a point scoring round for the National Endurance Series, and there is a page on the website that gives you up-to-date points positions as the race continues. We'll not bother you with that until we get a little closer to the business end of this race, but www.24hseries.com for all of the timing information and series information that you could possibly need, and then a whole lot more, quite frankly. Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, is alongside Paul Truswell and me, John Hindorf, in the booth, looking out on a very, very dark front straight. Graham.
And we're watching on board now with Sarah Bovey making very impressive progress. I think has just gone by the 7th place TCR car. Put another lap on the 125. 2 laps to the good now, though, the lead car, the 127 car. It's got the 102 on pit road.
From 8th, Christopher Ulrich at the wheel of the SP Touring 3rd position, JR Motorsport BMW. And also Synchro Motorsport coming in again, and that car will get pushed back into its garage, but that does not necessarily mean there's a problem, because this is what they've been doing all the time with that car. Martin Byford is still in it.
Christopher Ulrich, though, that is a problem because it's not a scheduled stop for the 102 car. That car has only done 5 laps in Christoph's hands. He took it over, remember, just a few laps ago from Stephen Licorice, who came in after an hour and 45 minutes of his stint, so he didn't run it quite as close to the limit as Guy Spessum did in the car 125, but so possibly a problem then for car number 102, the JR Motorsport car.
Ewan O'Leary just pointing out TCR A3 SP Touring, very evenly balanced, even A2 getting in the mix. Quite right, that K. Reiser RCZ in 10th position now.
But it's a great leveller, isn't it? Conditions like this.
Agreed.
By far the quickest man at the moment on the circuit, by the way, is Ivo Breukers, up to 4th position now for Ivo, and taking gobs of time out of Nick Barrow ahead. This is the number 117 car in 3rd position, the Saxon Motorsport BMW that led the race, about an hour ago? Maybe more than an hour ago, but since then things have turned on their heads with the onset, the heavy rain.
Bonnet up again for the Saxon Motorsport car.
That's the 123 car.
Excuse me, that's the 123. Took my eye off the screen for a moment. Thank you, Graham. That's the 1, 2, 3. Is that the Paul Mensley car? Yeah, in the pit lane.
The other car which is going well is Ryan Lindsay, number 114, second in A3. This is the Intersport Racing BMW, but again a driver who's been at the wheel for a good long time but has really been turning in lap times. You're absolutely right to say that Breukers is going quickly, but so is Ryan Lindsay.
He's been into the 248s, 249s on a number of occasions, Paul, but it's within 10 minutes of needing to pit to get out of that car.
Paul Mensley, of course, in that 1, 2, 3 car we saw in the pits a moment, was the king of drift.
Yep.
Brilliant stuff. That is going to make a lot, and I mean a lot, of views on social media. I think it was a very long drift indeed. At Specutainment, if you would like to get in touch, and in fact I'm just retweeting some video of that now at Specutainment, so if you don't follow at Specutainment, do it now and you will see the real-time footage of that feed at 24hseries.com, at radiolemans.com. Sound and vision locked together in perfect synchronicity,
if not harmony.
Well, indeed. Hardly with us three. The Beverley sisters, we are not, I can tell you.
Pimran Reet has been leading this race now for as long as anybody has, or that car, number 127, took over the lead of the race, 34 laps ago, and that's, as I say, the longest that anybody has led the race for, and as Graham was saying a few moments ago, has established a 2-lap lead on the best of the rest, and by my reckoning can actually stay out longer on his fuel than the Peugeot. So the Peugeot is going to have to be in before the Seat to put more fuel in. What is interesting, what I'm fascinated by, is whether the third place car, Nick Barrow, although he's been out longer, I know he's going to run out of time rather than fuel, isn't he?
Yes, and we'll lose that place before then.
Yes.
To Ivo Breukers, who's catching him at the rate of between 7 and 10 seconds a lap at the moment.
And Ivo can, if he can keep going at that speed, he can keep going because the car has plenty of fuel aboard. He's got fuel for, well, I'd say about 20 laps left. Certainly 15 laps left for Ivo.
I apologise. I think earlier on I said 19 minutes left. It was 19 hours at that time. It's 18 hours and 18 minutes yet. But I promise you, I don't want this to end early at all. Out of the 76 Synchro Motorsport Honda is Martin Byford, who didn't let me down when I was bigging up his wet weather driving skills earlier on. Joe Bradley, a former team manager of his.
A man I know very well, who goes very well in the wet. Martin, we're not going to talk about how you and I made history, motorsport history, in conditions very similar to this. It's I'm glad you're the racing driver and I'm the commentator on this one.
Yeah, it was daylight that time. Now it's dark, but in the dark, in the rain, absolutely love it. Our best 2 hours, all weekend.
So you're able then to really push the car. I mean, we've heard from people that there's oil down and all sorts. You're pretty good in those conditions, are you? A bit of a nutter.
I kind of just revel in it. I just feel like where the grip is and trust the car, and if it gets out of shape, you can sort it out. This car's fairly docile, so when it does break away, it's nice and slow. Kind of gives you a tap on the shoulder and, are you ready? Here we go. So it's not a big surprise if you have a slide on. It's quite manageable. And that kind of gives you confidence in the car. Yeah, there's oil down, I think, from kind of midway through Stowe, all the way down through Vale, out past Club, and all the way up through Abbey. So it only clears up once you're up into Farm there. So it's really slippery through there, and people are really, really taking the time through there. So I was taking advantage where I could.
You guys cause us consternation, because every time you come in the pits, you come in backwards, and usually people only do that with a problem. Is it just because you're afraid of the wet?
Yeah, the boys don't want to get the shoes wet. Yeah. No, we've still got a very, very new car, so the guys want to plug in and grab some data from it. Obviously when it's in the garage where we can put more people on it. So the issue we had was earlier on in the race with us running out of fuel. It's just down to us having a brand new car. Right. We've done, this is really, up until now, this is the first dry running we've done in the car. And plain and simple, we've got our fuel consumption figures wrong by a lap. We were in that lap. So it's a matter of dragging data out and having the garage a little bit easier than doing it out there and getting everybody wet for the next 16, 18 hours, whatever it is.
Yeah, don't even talk about it, man. So losing that time because of that, does that kind of take the pressure off things? And now you've got nothing to lose, you've only got things to gain.
It doesn't really change the mindset anyway, because we know what sort of lap times we want to be achieving anyway. There's other cars in our class, in the A3 class, that we know are quicker than us. This kind of levels the playing field a little bit for us. So it's kind of like just go out. You've got to go and enjoy yourself. It's far too easy to come to motorsport and and to stay too serious and get too uptight about it. We do this because we love it. We do it because we enjoy it. You kind of got to remember that sometimes. So when you're out in conditions like that, go and enjoy it. And that's what we're trying to do. We'll get it to the end.
Yeah, Mr. Byford, I know you well, and I know how competitive you are. And there's an A3 car at the moment in second place. That must be a bit of a target for you.
Yes, of course it is. Yeah, for us with this new car, we really were targeting the podium, the A3 podium. So that's still not gone away. That's still our target, and we'll keep plugging away. And the car's running nicely, touch wood at the moment, and we'll see it through to the end.
Great stuff. Give us a bit of insight now into the world of a racing driver. You're out of the car. You're probably in very small hours when it's at its worst. What do you do now? How do you come down off the intensity of being out there?
Packet crisp, Mars bar. No.
Rock and roll, yeah?
Yeah. Get some liquid in me, rehydrate, try and come down for this as fast as I can. And if I can get sort of half hour shut eye before I'm back in the car.
Great stuff. Thanks, man.
Brilliant stuff from Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane, Graham.
Ivo Breukers is up into third position. He's taken 21 seconds out of the 117 car in less than 2 laps, John.
Yeah.
It was 21 seconds 2 laps ago. They've not completed that lap. He took 10 seconds out of him in the sector 2 on this lap. So Ivo Breukers is flying. 2:45 last time around. Fastest man in the top 10 at the moment, and taking time out of the cars ahead of him.
A couple of questions coming in on social media. Paul, you may be able to answer this. Nicky Swan says, if you pit under green and whilst you're in the pit lane it goes code 60, can you still get your full fuel allowance?
Yes, you can.
Right, so it's when you come into the pit lane that determines that.
Yes.
Good question, Nicky. Thank you. All good stuff. Something to think about for later on as well. Kevin Swindley says, what do you reckon to a pre-1995 class to maybe Group A style regulations in this race? I think it'd be fantastic. I'm not sure how many you'd have at the end, but that would be certainly the Will Hire roots back about the race here at Silverstone. Paul?
I think the regulations are on the 24hseries.com. If you look on page 28, it gives you a little table of what the colour is, what the track conditions are, green or code 60, green or purple, during pit entrance and then during pit out. And then depending on what the colour is during the pit entrance, you can either take on 100% fuel or not. The only time when it gets a little bit confusing is if you come in under green, but then you go out after 3 minutes. Sorry, if you come in under code 60, let me get it right. If you come in under code 60, but then go out 3 minutes after the end of the code 60, you are allowed to put in 100% of the fuel. If you come in under code 60, but it's gone green by the time you get out, but it hasn't been green for 3 minutes, then you're constrained to 50%.
Right. Yeah, okay.
So the idea is that if you've had a problem, then you're not penalised on your fuel. They're clever, aren't they, the Creventic people?
Yeah.
Graham's working that one out.
No, I'm just actually trying to think, if I was a team manager, I'd be in that penalty box more often than... I don't know what. I mean, it's staggeringly complex at times, isn't it?
It is. Well, I think one of the things that Creventic does, and we haven't really mentioned this as a secret of the success, they're not afraid to throw people at it. They're not afraid to have an extra person to do something. If you need to have a person to do something, then they'll have an extra person to do that thing.
And it's fair to say that today, not well known around Europe, today Holland is closed because they're all here.
Yeah, that is... The lights were turned off as the last of Creventic left. Cleaning air filters. decent
That's
thing
the
to be doing.
VDS Racing Adventures, the 173 car we saw in major strife with the fire and dropping the contents of its sump.
So that is clearing off extinguishant, I would guess, from that air intake there, using some cleaner. So that's the glamorous side of motorsport, not often seen. But that also tells me
they're going to fix the car.
They have not given up getting that car back out. As we mentioned at the time, it will have been pulled away either on a flatbed or at the end of a tow rope. If it gets back to the pit lane, and there are many and varied ways of getting back to the pit lane here at Silverstone with the crossover bridges and the interior road system, then normally that would be it. You'd be put in the dead car park and left till the end of the race. That is not the case here. Outside assistance not only allowed but positively encouraged in terms of getting the car back and letting that car then come back out and race. And we've seen that on all of the Creventic events. This is getting worse, guys. It's not getting any better.
It is.
Silverstone circuit coping admirably with the amount of water that's been thrown at in the last couple of 3 hours, and the relative lack of standing water is very impressive to me.
I agree entirely.
And no sign in the forecast of a let-up in the rain before midnight. It is forecast to turn from heavy rain to light rain, but not until after midnight. And then, as I said earlier on, around about 5 o'clock in the morning, it should stop raining. So by the time daylight comes, we might have a dry track, but it's going to be a fairly long old night for those that are out there in it.
Long, cold, wet night. But we are still racing.
Which has been great.
I'm going to say this again. I can't stress this enough. I think if we'd had either A, more cars, or B, the faster cars here, we might have had more incident.
We
and
might
more
have had a red flag, John.
Well, I was hesitating to say that. But this is no detriment at all to the cars that are out there, but this is a bit like putting your slower bowlers on when it's getting bad light towards the end of the day. I think this is a really, really interesting what we're seeing here. The weather is bad, but these cars have enough mechanical grip, Graham, even in these conditions, and they are bad, to still get around. Cars that are more reliant on aerodynamics, such as GT3 cars, and certainly some of the prototype-esque cars that we've seen attached to this race over the last few years, they would not be able to get around this circuit right now.
Let's be reasonably blunt here. This has been great entertainment. It's a standalone event. It's great entertainment. To give you a parallel, these are the kind of cars that you and I and Paul get very excited about in the depths of the night and the rain at the Nürburgring 24 hours, making progress through the field.
Agreed.
That's what we're seeing here, but we're seeing them in their standalone event, and I think that's a great addition to the calendar. I really do.
For those asking, there is no plans afoot to split up the Flaster GT cars and these touring car, saloon car classes from the main championship. The idea is that the main championship, the International Endurance Series, will still be the multi-class racing festival that it has been. The Touring Car Endurance Series is a parallel series, not a change of direction for the Creventic guys.
And one of the things that I'm disappointed by is that we haven't seen more of the GT drivers participating in this race. Kurt Oyser is
because you can score points for the championship.
You can score championship points in this race. Whatever car you drive, you're not constrained to being a GT driver. And
I
Kurt
don't
Oyser
think
is
people
one.
have realised that.
Well,
I think we'll see more next year.
Yeah, I mean,
because again, I'm going to just say what I've seen on my feed and the emails and texts that are coming in from people. And Rob Barth was certainly like a dog at a gate there, wanting to get out amongst this. And if you're doing a championship, and let's not forget how close drivers' championships were last year in the IES, Graham, with 2 or 3 drivers going into the final round with a chance of it in different classes, and the team's championship as well. All right, that's a little bit different because your team is not likely to enter a different car, but I think this is a really interesting concept that we've got here, and to see someone like maybe a Tom Onslow Cole or a Barfy or someone like that on home ground jump into one of these cars, and that's not beyond the
Paul
bounds.
White, who is here?
Paul White is here. He's been racing in the Dunlop prototype
He did indeed.
championship, didn't
Raced a Ginetta G57. I was having a chat with Paul in the paddock earlier. And of course, they had a poor weekend at Mugello with engine failure for their brand new AMG GT3. But it will be interesting, won't it? The devil is often the detail in these championships. I mean, the VLN championship, which of course gets underway this year. We've often admired from afar, and not so far away, the efforts of Black Falcon and Jean-Paul Breslin, who now manages that team. Oh dear me.
That is the number 100 BMW, the Brunswick Motorsport bright green car.
Sean, Mac and Ernie in that car.
Yeah, all together at the same
indeed.
time. Simon Hoff just saying, I've been stood at Beckett's for a wee while. The car control is fantastic, and I am absolutely certain if we were racing downforce now, we'd be under full course caution or stopped.
Yeah, I think that's entirely possible, and the funny thing is, I think a lot of the drivers are actually enjoying it. I mean, you said that, and so why not? And I mean, here's a little statistic which I shan't bite my tongue because I have confidence. We've been running green for more than an hour, so the organisers have confidence, the drivers have confidence, and once you get into that groove, then we're going to be all right. The thing I'm slightly nervous about is we've got a whole set of drivers coming towards the end of their stint, and that means we're going to get some new drivers into the cars. Ivo Breukers is going to be changing, Sarah Bove is going to be changing, Pim van Riet he's got roughly about the same length of time on his stint as well. The next one due in is going to be Luigi Stanco in the second placed A2 car, number 112, and he's coming very close to the end of his 2 hours.
There is one reason, and a number of people, including the redoubtable right turn lover, have mentioned this on social media, why one or two of the more established GT drivers might not be here. There's a VLN race, the first round of the VLN is at the Nürburgring this weekend, and that might just have taken one or two away.
And also Mugello wasn't that long ago, so I accept there are reasons, and
I think in the right weekend, and I don't have a problem with it being at this time of the year. One or two people have said, what do you expect to get at Silverstone at this time of the year? But we've had beautiful sunshine, 17 degrees Celsius forecast for the south of the Midlands and the south of England tomorrow, according to the weather forecast. I think this is good. I think if we get a good weekend again next year, and we know that Creventic are very good at announcing their dates very well in advance, I think you will see some more of the GT and the GT3 drivers competing here.
100%. Paul, wonder if it's a timing glitch or whether or not Team Brit are in trouble here, because the 136 car is shown as having had Mark Allen at the wheel for 2 hours and 20 minutes.
I'll need notice of that question.
Apologies.
136.
136. Mark Allen is shown at the moment as having been at the wheel for a stint of 2 hours and 21 minutes now.
He got into the car at 3:35. He is now. Yes, that's